All right, so let's dive into the last Throne of Eldraine drafts that we'll be doing this year. Probably not the last ones we'll be doing, because we'll probably be doing them again tomorrow or the next day. But the last ones we'll be doing this year. Okay, so Yorvo is good. If you mono green is one of the easiest colors to go heavy to mono in. Green is, and of course, if you do go mono green, Yorvo is incredible. Even if you don't go mono, if you play this card on turn 3 in limited, that's ridiculous. But if you play this on turn 6 in limited, it's still a good card. You play another creature, grow to a 5/5. Next turn, you're attacking with a 6/6 that continues to grow. So Yorvo is a good place to start a draft. It's not like you must end up 16 forests for this card to be good. Obviously, it's a lot better if you can play it on turn 3 than if you can't play it until turn 5 on average, but it's going to be serviceable either way. Sage of the Falls has gotten considerably better since the metagame switched from mill to aggro. It blocks well, so it gives you a win condition against aggro decks that blocks well the turn you play it. I prefer this card to Unexplained Vision a lot, because you don't fall behind and get run over and lose a close game with a bunch of extra cards in hand. You put this out, you loot away your extra lands for the rest of the game, and you get a good blocker immediately when you play it. Sage of the Falls was bad for the first month or two of the format because everybody was trying to mill, and then, of course, if they're trying to mill you, you don't want to be looting. Now that they're trying to bum rush you, then a good blocker as a win condition is a lot better. Burning Yard Trainer is a fine curve topper for Night Aggro decks, but nothing special. Mad Ratter is one of the best build-arounds for the red-blue draw 2 deck, but it's still basically a gold card. Mad Ratter is not going to be a good card if you play red-green or red-white aggro or something like that. This pack doesn't really have any of the top commons in the set, so there's no way we're really considering any of the commons here. Fairy Godmother is pretty good in the white aggro decks. Witching Well is a card I like a lot for smoothing your opening draw and then giving you the cards back in the late game when you have 4 mana to sack it. But this is basically only a pick between like Yorvo, Sage of the Falls, and Mad Ratter. And honestly, this is just not a hard pick. Yorvo, I think, is just substantially better than Sage and Mad Ratter to start a draft. We can try our best to lean into heavy green. And Sage and Mad Ratter are, well, Mad Ratter is more like a blue-red-gold card, and Sage is a win condition for blue control decks and just a solid card for defensive decks. But Yorvo is the best of these cards by a substantial margin. Okay, though, now we have an interesting pick 2, because the best cards in the pack are not green, but there are some reasonable green options. You can see down at the bottom, Marrowleaf Rider and Garenbrig Paladin are both green cards that I like. This is a 2-mana 3/1 with substantial upside. Not only is the ability pretty relevant at forcing flyers or good utility creatures to block it, also it is a knight, which is a relevant line of text in this format. Garenbrig Paladin, if the ability is way more annoying than it looks on the surface, and if you have a heavy green deck, which if we can go green, we're going to try and be pretty heavy green since we have Yorvo, then it's a 5/5 for 5 that's difficult to block. That said, the best cards in the pack are not green. You have Sir Olin, really good card if you're a white aggressive deck, also a knight, but it is double white, so it doesn't pair very well with a triple green Yorvo to start. Not saying you can't do that. You can easily play 10 forests, 7 plains, and play a green-white deck and play Sir Olin and Yorvo, but it's not ideal. Shepherd of the Flock, pretty good card, another 2-mana 3/1 with a bunch of relevant text. If you have other 2-drops to drop on turn 2, you hold this, and then you use it to save your best creature. And it doesn't even have to be to save from removal. I find time and time again when I'm a white aggro deck, and I have Shepherd in my hand, I'm able to just make an attack with 3 creatures into 1 bigger creature. They block. I just Shepherd back my creature that would have died and deal them 4 or 5 damage that I wouldn't have been able to deal them if Shepherd did not have that adventure ability. So don't sleep on Shepherd. This card does not look super powerful, but it's really flexible. It's a 2-drop when you're an aggro deck, and you would have missed your 2-drop otherwise. It's a spell that allows you to just return a creature that would have died to your hand, either to give you an alpha attack that you wouldn't have otherwise, or to save your best stuff from opposing removal spells. Trapped in the Tower, also solid removal. I think Trapped in the Tower tends to be a little worse than Sir Olin, but it really just depends on what you're drafting. So, not really sure what to take here. I think Shepherd and Trapped are pretty close. I think Sir Allen is probably the best of the three, but it is a double white 5-drop, and we started with Yurvo. And then there's nothing wrong with Marrowleaf and Garenbrig, because it's not like there's some busted white cards here. The white uncommons in this pack and Trapped in a Tower are fine cards that you're happy to play in your deck, and they're early picks. But there are no S tier, there are no A tier cards in this pack. These are like B to C tier cards. They're fine third picks, but there's nothing special here. So not too sure what we want to take out of this pack. Unfortunately, there isn't much in the way of giant payoffs. If there was, that would definitely push us towards the Paladin a little bit, because the Paladin is a reasonable choice here. But it's not like we're going to get a bunch of cards that say if you have giants, get X or Y. There isn't much of that in the set. There's only the Realm Cloak Giant that destroys all non-giants, really. Yeah, I think Shepherd is probably the pick. If you do go green-white, that deck tends to want to take advantage of adventure synergies. And so I think Shepherd goes better with Yurvo than Sir Allen. And I don't think there's much of a difference in power. Like I said, I like Sir Allen maybe a little bit more than I like Shepherd, but not a lot more. Not even, like, it's not that substantial. And I think Shepherd's enough better than Paladin or Marrowleaf to take here. And Shepherd and Trapped are close as well, in my opinion. So I think Shepherd is probably the right pick. Because if you do go green-white, that's when Shepherd's going to be at its best, because it's an adventure creature, and it can gate other adventure creatures, and that's what green-white tends to build around. Okay, we're going to go back, though. So we have one white uncommon and one triple green rare that's a nice build around. Now there's a Heraldic Banner. This card is awesome in mono green. I'm not going to take a Searing Barrage over it for a third different color. I think that the best we can do here is a clear Heraldic Banner, just in case we're able to go mono or heavy green. Doesn't have to be mono, just has to be heavy for the card to be good. All right, that said, I don't think we can take Treefolk here over Fairy Guidemother, can we? I mean, maybe we can. Treefolk is a nice card for mono green aggro decks. You draft a lot of those 2-drops that aren't very good, and then you Treefolk onto them. And if you Treefolk onto a Wildwood Tracker, that card becomes a lot better, or onto a Marrowleaf Rider with Food to Sack. That can be a pretty sick combo. And yeah, we could just drop Yurvo. We could end up going heavy white aggro with the Heraldic Banner. Heraldic Banner is good in any aggro deck that is heavy one color. Doesn't matter if you splash a second color, but you want the vast majority of your creatures to be the same color for Heraldic Banner to be a good card. So I think Fairy Guidemother is enough better than Treefolk to be taking it here this early in a draft. And again, we'll just see what comes the rest of the way. You don't decide what you draft. The draft decides what you draft. And so far, it does seem like we're seeing more white than green. We haven't really seen a lot of green this draft. But there's an okay white card here in Outflank and another one in Prize Griffin. They're not great cards, but there are no great cards in this entire pack. And a meta really heavily impacted by aggro. Unexplained Vision isn't great. We might get less of that here in the best of 3 queue. I'm not really sure. I've been playing mostly best of 1 lately. But I think here, clearly there's no real reason to deviate elsewhere. We can just take like an Outflank, another solid little white card to go with the white stuff we were already drafting. Similarly here, I'm just going to grab a Flutterfox. We already have a banner. There's plenty of artifacts and enchantments in this format. If you're a aggressive deck and you have plenty of enchantments and artifacts, don't sleep on Flutterfox. 2 mana, 2/2 flying, good card for an aggro deck. 2 mana, 2/2 not flying, not a good card. So just got to prioritize artifacts and enchantments the rest of the way. Easy Youthful Knight here. Even if I knew we were going to end up mono white, Hengewalker as a 3 mana 3/3 is fine. Youthful Knight is just a better card. So this is just a nice pickup for us with a good late 2-drop here. At this point, I think we're probably going to end up dropping Yurvo. We saw no green this pack. Pick after pick, these packs have had solid white commons, playables, but no green cards that we could even consider. Thanks for subscribing, O Scout. Appreciate the support. I see that's 9 months too, 3 more months, and you hit the 1 year mark for the Champions badge. So thank you for supporting my stream for 9 months, almost the full time I've been streaming. Really, really appreciate it. So I'm going to go without flank here, of course, because it's over nothing. Don't think these cards can really matter, but there's a good chance we're going to try and end up mono white now that we have Heraldic Banner and so many white cards. So let's grab Knight of the Keep just in case we need a filler white drop. Silver Flame Squire, always a serviceable white 2-drop. Similar to the Shepherd, just worse, but the same concepts apply. If you have a different 2-drop, you can play the other one. If not, you can put it out there. These cards don't matter. Sorry, cards. Well, this is unfortunate. Feasting Troll King, unlike Yurvo and all the rest of these cards, is S tier. This card is totally broken, but it's 4 green to cast. If this was the same card and Yurvo was the same card, but Yurvo was like 2 colorless and a green, and Feasting Troll King was 4 colorless and 2 green, I would still look to just play these green cards in my white deck, because there's not going to be much of a difference if I play 12 plains, 5 forests, or 11 plains, 6 forests, versus playing like 15, 16, 17 plains. But of course, we can't play Yurvo and Feasting Troll King in a very heavy white deck. This card is 4 green to cast, and this card is 3 green to cast. So we're going to have to take one of the white cards and pass on the S tier Feasting Troll King. There's just no way to do it. It's unfortunate that it costs 4 green to cast, but I actually kind of like that. It means the broken rares show up in less decks less often, or people have to switch colors or take the color that's less open to play them, and then their deck ends up less busted. So I actually like when Wizards makes the casting cost of these S tier cards like Feasting Troll Kings. Unfortunately, though, we're not in a position to play it. Our curve is nice and low, and we even have a banner to ramp out a 5-drop, so I think this is a pretty easy Sir Allen. I like Useful Knight. If I already had an expensive high curve, I could see myself taking it over Sir Allen given the right conditions, but we're the opposite of that. We have a 3-drop that ramps out a 5-drop a turn early, and we have all super cheap creatures. So this is an easy Sir Allen, in my opinion. All right, not much to see here. Again, if we were considering red or green or other things, this could be a close pick. But we've got a Shepherd, we've got a Guide Mother, we've got a Squire, and it's only pack 2. So I'm going to grab a Lucky Clover, and we'll prioritize the adventure creatures a little bit higher. So now I think we have a close pick between Trapped in a Tower and Venerable Knight. I think Trapped in the Tower is a better card than Venerable Knight, but I also think getting 1-drops for your aggressive decks is really valuable, because otherwise you're going to do nothing on turn 1. That said, we have double Flutterfox, so getting enchantments is valuable for us too. Trapped in the Tower is a nice enchantment that doesn't die, that really just sits around on a creature, giving flying to your Flutterfoxes. We've got a Clover, we've got a Banner, so we're currently on 2 artifacts, 2 Flutterfoxes. Let's take a look at our Knight count. It's not that high. Useful Knight's a Knight, Knight of the Keep is a Knight we're hoping to not play. White does have plenty of Knights, and we're going to prioritize Lonesome Unicorn pretty highly now that we have Lucky Clover. But I think Trapped in the Tower is the right pick, given we have double Flutterfox. I think it's pretty important. The difference between a 2/2 flyer and a 2/2 out of a white aggro deck is huge. If these fly, they're almost always going to be able to attack and can easily win us a game. If they're stuck on the ground, they could easily get blanked and do almost nothing. So we want to prioritize enchantments and artifacts when we can. Easy Fairy Guide Mother here. Great card for a white aggro deck. And we have a Lucky Clover. This pick isn't close. Now we got to take a look at a bunch of OK stuff. We already have 2 outflanks. Doesn't mean we can't play a 3rd, but the card does go down in value as you get more and more of it. If you draw multiple copies, you won't necessarily have enough creatures out. Our creatures are pretty cheap, so I think Silver Flame Ritual will be pretty good in this deck. We have double Fairy Guide Mother, 2 1-drops, a bunch of 2-drops. Almost no creatures that even cost more than 2 so far in this whole deck. Gingerbrute is also very good with the foxes. Good point, whoever said that in the chat. I think it's net N10. Whereas Gingerbrute is normally a pretty mediocre card. The fact that it gives flying to our foxes is definitely going to push it forward. That said, I think Silver Flame Ritual is still the pick here. It's our first copy of Ritual. This is another one of those cards with pretty heavy diminishing returns. But given we have really cheap creatures and no copies of it yet, I think we want the first Ritual here pretty badly. All right, so now we have a close pick between 2 very different cards. Fairy Godmother and Fireborn Knight are both going to be excellent in this deck. We have a Lucky Clover, we have a very cheap curve, and a hyper-aggressive deck, so Fairy Godmother is going to be excellent. But we're also mono-white, so we can cast Fireborn Knight turn 4 every time we draw it, and then we can pump it anytime we want. And don't sleep on a 4-mana 2/3 double strike. I mean, if we untap with this, we can Fairy Godmother it, pump it, hit them for 10. I mean, both these cards are excellent in our deck. We would like Fireborn Knight, and we would like Fairy Godmother. While we want to keep our curve down, we've already been doing that very well. We have 1 4-drop, and it's not even a creature, and 1 5-drop. That's it. So we're definitely in a position where we can take Fireborn or Godmother here. Godmother can definitely win you a game, but it wins a game nicely with Fireborn Knight. If you're just jumping like 2/2s for 2 extra damage, that's a lot less impressive. I think this is a close pick, but we do want some power. We have a really low curve, so I think I'm going Fireborn Knight. The advantage of playing mono in this format is you can use these quad cards in any color, and if you really take a look at our deck, we've already got 2 Godmothers to jump it, we've got Shepherd to protect it. I think that, and Double Strike gets better if you're pumping. I think that Fireborn Knight with Heraldic Banner, with Silver Flame Ritual, with Silver Flame Squire, and with Double Godmother has the potential to be really strong in our deck. Don't get me wrong. I want as many copies of Fairy Godmother as I can get in this deck, and I think this is a close pick, but I think my choice is Fireborn Knight for a little bit of power here. All right, we're firmly committed to mono white at this point, so Beloved Princess, if we need playables, is serviceable. This is an easy Squire. It's another nice adventure creature. I've talked about it already during this draft. Youthful Knight over nothing, of course. These picks are easy and not close. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. These cards don't matter. Maybe we'll play Paladin, maybe we won't. This is one of the poorer designed adamant cards, in my opinion. I don't know if they didn't realize that white was just going to be a very aggressive color in this format. But, I mean, it's weird because a 4-mana 3/6 is an excellent card, but we're going to be a hyper aggro deck, so we may or may not want a 4-mana 3/6. So we opened my invitational card, Charming Prince. As you can see, just at a glance, this is me. I designed it after, you know, winning Worlds. Obviously, none of that happened, but it's my invitational card anyway. I mean, just look at it, look at the name, look at the picture. That said, Charming Prince is a good card. The fact that you can blink things is useful. Scry 2 on a 2/2 is a good 2-drop, but it's still not as good as Ardenvale Tactician. Especially if you're a mono-white deck, Ardenvale Tactician goes way up. Part of why I'm not as sold on Tactician over Trapped in the Tower in every deck, like a lot of people are, is because of the double white casting cost. If I have 16 planes as my mana base, I'm going to take Tactician over Trapped in the Tower most of the time. But a lot of times I have an 8/8 white aggro deck. My deck is 8 forests, 8 plains, 8 mountains, 8 plains. Don't get me wrong, Tactician's still a good card in an 8/8 aggro deck, but you're not going to be able to play it on turn 3 or 4 when you want to a lot of the time, if your deck only has 8 planes. If your deck has 16 planes, you're going to tap something, tap 2 creatures and cast this. You're going to cast it turn 3 when you don't have a different 3-drop. The casting cost is not prohibitive in any way, so Tactician is excellent. I would take Charming Prince over Youthful Knight. Like I said, that might be a little bit of bias since Charming Prince is my invitational card and all, but I think that the Scry 2 is a pretty big deal on a 2-drop. It makes it a much better draw in the late game. But I think Charming Prince and Youthful Knight are pretty close, and I think Tactician is a clear choice here. Thank you, JoJo's Mythical Adventure. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you to everybody who does support to my stream. I really appreciate your support. You are the reason this is possible. All right, we're committed to mono white. Fortifying Provision sucks. So this is a very bad second pick, but we're going to take Idyllic Range. I am hoping to pick these lands up. These lands aren't the best when you have 9 or 10 of the basic in your deck, but when you're going to have 16 and you're a 1-color deck, they're excellent. I don't really want to be second picking it, but there's no white cards in that pack, so I didn't really have a choice. Now there's Carriage and Grange. I think we're going to probably want Carriage. We haven't done a great job getting artifacts and enchantments for our double Flutter Fox. Additionally, we do have Silver Flame Ritual, which is really good with Carriage, and it's just a strong card overall. What Mono White does is attack. As you can see, we have a nice cheap curve. We've got creatures that are pump spells like Silver Flame Squire, Tactician to tap stuff. So this will end up just being a pretty standard white aggressive deck. Okay, so we're not going to take Outflank number 3 over these playable artifacts, I think. Like I said, we haven't done a great job getting artifacts and enchantments for our double Flutter Fox, but we have an opportunity here. I don't know if we want Cauldron or Gingerbrute. Let's take a look. Do we have ways to enhance Gingerbrute? We can pump it by 2. We can pump it by 2 with these. Also, we can pump it by 4 if we have Clover with either Squire or Guide Mother. We've got 1 Silver Flame Ritual and a Grange to put a counter on it. Just target creature, right? Not target white creature. Yeah. So, yeah, I think Gingerbrute here probably a little better than Cauldron. I don't really like Cauldron. It can be a removal spell, and we don't have many, but we're not that worried about killing things. We're just looking to attack. And we have double Outflank to remove a big blocker in combat, Tactician to tap them, Trapped in the Tower to kill them. So I think Gingerbrute's the pick. Okay, similar to what I said last time, Oakham Ranger, it's 4 white to cast. Don't sleep on this card. It's not a great card. It's a little slow, but it's still a powerful card. We're a little white aggro deck. We want ways to pump our team. This card is good with small creatures. It's good with Carriage. Also, we have Lucky Clover, so we can make 4 1/1s on turn 4. Should we spike that combo? So this is an easy Oakham Ranger. Not a great card. This card is worse than it looks, but it's still a good card if you're a deck full of cheap aggro creatures and it's like a curve topper for you, which it clearly is in this deck. All right, going to pick up 3rd Flutter Fox here. Definitely better than Beloved Princess and basically over nothing. Hey, Adam, 0-0. Okay, Ranger. That is a good way to describe it. I think that OK Ranger suffers from people think it's worse than it is because it looks so much better than it is. OK Ranger's not a great card. I would have took Tactician over it, for example. But if you have a really cheap white aggro deck and this is like a curved topper for you, it's a good enough card that you should be taking it and playing it every time. Assuming you can cast it easily, like if you're mono white or white green or mono green. Okay, I think it's a pretty easy Silver Flame Squire over Youthful Knight, given the Clover. I think they're both good, but we have plenty of other 2-drop delay, double Youthful Knight, and we don't have Knight synergies at all. So I'm going to prioritize the Squire just a little bit higher. Now we have to decide between Hengewalker and Gingerbrute. So let's take a look at our curve. This is 25 cards because the Grange is the land. I think at a glance, our worst card is pretty clearly Knight of the Keep. So that makes 24. So this is what we'd probably submit. We've got 3 1-drops, 3 Flutter Fox, 3 Squire, 2 Knight, so a bunch of cheap creatures, 4 4-drops, that's about the right amount, 2 5-drops, basically a perfect curve, actually. We don't have a lot of 3-mana creatures, though, and we already have several 1-drops, so I actually think we want the 3-mana 3/3. I know that the Gingerbrute is the better card in general, but we're mono white, so this is a 3-mana 3/3, and it's an artifact for the Flutter Foxes on curve. And we already have a lot to spend our mana on. So I actually think the Walker's better for us. The suit, if we had a ton of artifacts enchantments, but we don't. We have a medium amount. We have enough, but with 3 Flutter Foxes, we're definitely looking to get more, but this is towards the end of the draft. And the suit's going to be a 1/3 or a 2/3 most of the time, whereas the Hengewalker's going to be a 3/3. It's pretty rare Shambling Suit's going to be a 4/3 in our deck, which is what it would have to be better than Hengewalker. So I think this is Hengewalker over Gingerbrute by a very small amount. It's a close pick. Nothing wrong with taking Gingerbrute there. Oops, that would have been a horrible pick. I forgot there was an Idyllic Grange here, which we want pretty badly for our mono white deck. That's a nice pickup. Outflank over nothing. Don't know if we'll play 3 or not. These cards don't matter. Okay, so I think we need to make like 1 cut, 1 or 2. This looks like a 16-land deck, almost for sure. We have a pretty standard curve. We've got some 4s and some 5s, not a lot. This is not a 15-land deck. This is not a 17-land deck. This is a pretty clear 16-land deck, in my opinion. Now, that's not accounting for the hand smoother, which won't be on because we're playing best of 3 anyway. But if I drafted this deck in a Mythic Championship, in person, in paper, I would for sure play exactly 16 lands. I do not know how to properly change land counts based on the hand smoother, and I'm not going to claim to. All right, so we got to make 2 cuts. What are we going to take out? An outflank is cuttable. None of the 2-drops are really cuttable. We have plenty of artifacts and enchantments. Not a ton, but more than enough. The Flutter Foxes look good. Ardenvale Paladin is cuttable. Well, that's about it. So I guess this is easy. We'll cut 1 outflank and 1 Ardenvale Paladin, because that puts us right to 24 and 16, and those were easily the 2 weakest cards in our deck, I think. Clover's definitely worth it. Clover's not busted in this deck. Unfortunately, we didn't get any Lonesome Unicorns, but we still have 2 Fairy Guide Mother, 3 Silver Flame Squire, Shepherd, though that's not always great to copy, and then Oakham Ranger to make 4 1/1s instead of 2. Plus, Clover's an artifact or enchantment for 3 copies of Flutterfox to sit around giving it flying. So this looks very solid to me. Pretty easy couple of cuts, because I think the worst card was Paladin and the next worst card was Outflank. Hey, thanks for sharing that, Ekinar. Always love a nice success story. Congratulations on hitting Mythic. Hope you do it again and more next year. Okay, I'm just going to curve right out. The problem with 1-mana 1/1 flyers out of aggro decks, in most, if they don't have this adventure ability, is that they're still good plays on turn 1. There's nothing wrong with putting out a 1-mana 1/1 flyer on turn 1 when you draft aggro. It's that if you draw it any other time after turn 1, then you don't necessarily have a good turn to play it. It's not going to deal that much damage or be that effective, right? So this is a good card on turn 1 out of an aggro deck. And Fairy Guide Mother solves that problem with the adventure, but if you draw it later, you jump a ground creature and get in that damage that you missed by not playing it on turn 1. In this case, we have a choice whether to attack with Guide Mother or not. They're red-white, so they're probably an aggro deck too, and Guide Mother can block dummy, so I don't think we want to. I think we just put out a Squire and pass back to the opponent here. So like I said, I want to block with the 1/1, not the 2/1. Keep out my better creature. And if they're planning to put out something to block or blank the Squire, we have a second Squire to use the pump spell. Turns out they had a Squire of their own, but so be it. They were on the play. We can't just race the whole game ignoring pump spells. What we can do, though, is attack back. If they block, we have a Squire of our own. So we're going to get a free kill just like they did. And we flip board advantage now, because even though they were on the play, we put out a 1-drop and they didn't. What I really want to know is when these ranked Dominaria drafts come on. I mean, I'm excited about Theros too, but I heard we were getting Dominaria in January. Okay, so if we attack and they block, we could go for Squire, but if they had like Outflank or something, it would be a huge blowout. Plus, we have some really good things to do this turn. We could either make 2 1/1s, we could put out a 2/3 double strike. We could even cast Flutterfox and Squire and double spell. So I'm going to attack because I'm happy enough with the trade if it happens. And if they go for a trick, maybe our Squire will then work. We'll see. Like if they outflank, we can Squire in response, and that's going to be pretty good for us. But if we Squire, they can outflank in response, and that's going to be really bad for us. Okay, so they're going to tap it. We can't do anything about that, but we do have to decide what to drop post-combat. Fireborn Knight actually represents the best threat, but it doesn't go wide. It's going to be the worst play if they have removal. I think what we want to do here is just cast Flutterfox and Squire, because we have a second Squire in hand. So it's highly unlikely they're going to play any card that stops us from attacking next turn. It has to have 5 toughness to do that. If they play a creature with 4 toughness or less, we can still attack and just use Squire to get in. We do know they have Ardenvale Tactician. So if they were to play that and leave 2 mana up, we might not want to attack into it at a fear of getting blown out by a Scorching Dragonfire or something. But also if they did that, we could always just play something else, not attack, and then they strand 2 mana. Okay, no decisions here. Surkar is really bad for us. It's going to start pinging off all these 1 toughness creatures. So we're going to attack. If they block with Surkar, we can use Squire on whatever it blocks. If they don't block with it, then I think we'll just let this trade happen, deal them 4, and put out our good 4-drop. So we were looking good before Sarkara, but that's going to kill half our team, so that's a pretty big problem. We only have 1 out in the deck trapped in the tower for it. But we do have a lot of ammunition here, and we are 1 land away from Sir Allen. So just going to start putting stuff out and attacking and hoping for the best. Okay, Sir Allen, really strong card. If we attack with both, they block Squire. We Squire our Squire, nothing happens, our Squire dies, that doesn't work. They block Fireborn Knight, we Squire it, it becomes a 4/5, it wins the fight, unless they have Red Cat Melee here. They have 1 card in hand, or like Rimrock Knight, we have no reason to put that in their hand, and this is going to be a tough game for us to win with all these 1 toughness creatures versus Sarkara anyway, so we definitely have to go for it. We're not in a position to be playing around that last card in their hand, being Rimrock Knight or Red Cat Melee. So hopefully they don't have anything, and this goes smoothly. I'm all but ready to concede if they have something here. So it's going to be a tough game, but we can still win. We've got Fireborn Knight, which if they can't answer, represents a very real threat. Sir Allen, which represents another one. So Sarkara is good, but we're not out of this fight yet. Assuming they don't have anything for 1 white, we can attack. They can't block, because we could just pay 4 and pump it, and then we would eat their prize Griffin. Even though they're just going to ping off all our 1 toughness creatures, it's not just saving us a point of life. It's saving us them getting an extra card. If Sarkara does damage to the opponent, they get to exile the top card of their deck and then play it. So I'm not going to pump. I'm just going to put out 2 more 1 toughness creatures for now. Keep Sarkara tied up. This way it can't interact with Fireborn Knight in combat. Additionally, they're not drawing extra cards if they're pinging off all these 1 toughness creatures. And I would rather tie up Sarkara and prevent them from drawing extra cards while we try and ride Fireborn and Sir Allen of our own here to victory, than let them start pinging me and drawing 2 cards a turn effectively. I don't think it would be right to play the Ranger just to pump to make it a little harder for them to ping. I think we want to keep the pressure on and accept that our 1 toughness creatures are mostly going to die. Like, I can even Oakham Ranger for 2 1/1s. That's 2 more things they have to ping. Okay, for now, we want to play Sir Allen this turn. We don't want to have to outflank the Tactician here. So this is an easy turn. We can attack with Fireborn Knight. If they block, we eat their Tactician. If they don't block, we let them take another 4, and then we just slam Sir Allen. A great threat that's in our hand, and it's going to be a really nice attacker next turn. Yeah, the Ranger's Adventure would have had a similar impact, but I'd rather put out two 1s than 2 1/1s. We can always adventure the Ranger later, plus we might draw Lucky Clover, and then we'll get 4 1/1s instead of 2. So I agree it would have a similar impact in that it would tie up Sarkara for 2 turns, but why start with the Ranger instead of the 2 1s? We want to give ourselves time to draw Lucky Clover. Also, they may have like a Scorching Dragonfire in hand for Oakham Ranger itself when we cast it. We want to wait on our more powerful effect if we can, and tie up Sarkara with our 2 1s that aren't going to do anything. But even though they've Sarkara away half our creatures, assuming they don't have a removal in hand, this game's looking pretty good. They can't really stop this 3/4 double strike and this 4/4 first strike. They can't stop either of them. So I don't hate my position here. All right, so let's see. They're going to have to double block one of these. They can't double block Sir Allen unless this last card in their hand interacts with Fireborn Knight, because they would just be dead to it. So let's... Oh, they can't double block Sir Allen either, because I'll first strike one of these out. So they basically have no ability to stop our creatures. So I think, assuming we still have plenty of life and we have outflank, we're not in a hurry here. So we just want to Oakham Ranger pre-combat, I think. That when Sir Allen attacks, it's going to make Fireborn a 3/4, and then a 3/4 double strike can't be beat even by a double block. So, and then we have outflank to boot. We're kind of telegraphing the outflank a little bit by doing this pre-combat, but that's all right. Assuming the last card in their hand doesn't really interact, then the information isn't going to be particularly valuable to them. They have no blocks anyway on this board. They're just going to chump Fireborn Knight with one of their creatures. Okay, well, they had their own outflank. Can't do anything about that. Can't outflank in response because none of their creatures are attacking or blocking. That's unfortunate, but there's nothing we can do to stop that. Yeah, we're not threatening lethal this way. That's the downside, but I think it's worth it. I don't think they were ever going to... They were going to chump the knight anyway. They weren't going to let themselves go to 2. Like, as you saw without threatening lethal, they still chumped with a 3-3. So I wasn't really worried about threatening lethal there. Thank you, Kiki Tucson. I can't possibly pronounce that. Kick it Tutson, but I appreciate the subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream for 3 months. It is very much appreciated. So I took that attack because we can use outflank on the attack back. I guess we're probably not even going to need to because they just have to chump Fireborn Knight. So maybe... Oh, what am I saying? I couldn't outflank Prize Griffin anyway. I only have 3 creatures. But we're in closeout mode now. It's really near impossible for them to win this game. We still have an outflank online. We're threatening lethal up and down. You saw them. They're in desperation mode. They can't control our board with Sarkar anymore, so they started pinging us to try and find a good spell to remove Fireborn Knight, because pinging our 1 toughness creatures just isn't doing enough to get them back in this game. So unless this card in their hand is really good, we win. They're not going to get to outflank anything. We're not going to be attacking or blocking with any creatures on this turn. And they only have until end of turn to play it. Nothing really to sideboard. I mean, we could bring in Ardenvale Paladin. We wouldn't bring in another outflank because they have plenty of removal. I mean, Ardenvale Paladin is maybe something we could consider on the draw. Maybe sub out like a Ginger Brute for it. Yeah, I was getting a phone call. No, it wasn't you. You're not my sister, Crown of Dreams. It was my sister. But she'll shoot me a message if it's urgent. I don't know if she knows my stream schedule. She's not a Magic player. Probably just wants to see what I'm doing for New Year's. Siding Yervo? Yeah, I'm actually not hanging out with my 660 best friends for New Year's. I'm going to be signing off tonight between 9 and 10 and then making my way over to the Hard Rock Poker Room. If anybody lives in South Florida, you're welcome to come say what's up and spend New Year's with me there. Rachel has work tonight, and I want to spend New Year's with her because even though you are my 660 best friends, my number 1 best friend trumps everyone else to me, and she has to work. But so I'm going to make my way over there and play some poker, and so I can be in the Hard Rock Poker Room with her when we hit midnight. But my normal stream is 5 to 10 or so. I usually go well past 10. But tonight I'll just sign off sometime between 9 and 10 and then make my way over there to celebrate. No, you're welcome, Fluffy Face. Thank you for supporting it. I really appreciate it. I know a lot of people go for the memes, go for the action pack and the excitement. So I'm just glad that there's enough of you out there that really appreciate the methodical, like analyze and explain everything style that I personally like. Obviously, I didn't choose that because I thought it would be more or less successful. It's just how my mind works. And I'm just glad that a lot of people seem to enjoy it. Okay, we got a mulligan this 1-lander. Of course, we're going to keep this. Easy choice of shipping up planes to the bottom. This is a great example of why the London Mulligan is so good and it's subtle. Our chances of winning this game after a mulligan with 3 lands and 3 spells are pretty close to 50-50. This is a good hand, and who cares that we're missing a land? But if we had to not have one of these spells, and we had to have 4 lands and 2 spells, our chances of winning the game would be much lower. This is where the London Mulligan really lets you play good close games of Magic instead of possibly getting screwed by having your 6 have the wrong cards in it. This is a cheap aggro deck. We drew a 4-lander. We can bottom a land that would have been pretty close to irrelevant. And now we'll have about a 50% chance to win. Had we had 4 lands and 2 creatures instead of 3 lands and 3, our chances of winning would go way down. Thank you again, whoever came up with the London Mulligan. I love that rule. I don't know yet about MF Reno. Ask me again at some point in the future. All right, so we can play a 2-1 first strike. That blocks a 2-1, so that means we don't need our 1-1 flyer back to block, so we can attack. Happy New Year, Central Europe. Tony 179. I don't know where in Central Europe you're from, but I have a lot of ancestors from that part of the world. My ancestry is like, roughly speaking, it's like a quarter Polish, German, Italian, and Romanian. So pretty much all Central Europe. Okay, just going to attack them back. I'm going to drop my Tactician. Okay, never mind. Now we'll use Shepherd. We can save our creature so it doesn't die to that outflank. I was going to drop Tactician, but now we'll get to hold on to Tactician. And instead, which one of these should we play? Do we play Youthful Knight or Shepherd here? Shepherd has more power, but Youthful Knight is a better attacker or blocker on this board. So I think we go with that first. Well, I don't know who came up with the London Mulligan, but thank you to you, whoever you are. I love that rule. All right, so we have an outflank. So what happens if we attack? The 1-1 flyer can't be blocked, so that's going to connect. But what about Youthful Knight? If they double block it and we outflank Ogre, we can first strike it out, but we'll still die to the Squire. So that doesn't work great for us. But if we put out 1 more creature pre-combat, again, we kind of telegraph it. But if they double block then, we get them good. Because we can do outflank on the Ogre and then 1 and 1 first strike. And we're looking to race. We have a Tactician, we have an aggro deck. So I think we want to play as aggressively as we can. And that means put out the Grange, pump the Flyer, put out the Shepherd. Now we can attack with both creatures. They have no good block. If they block Youthful Knight with Ogre, we kill it with outflank, and Youthful Knight lives thanks to first strike. If they double block it, we still outflank the Ogre for 3, and then we kill both, and Youthful Knight lives thanks to first strike. If they take it, post-combat, we drop a Flutterfox. Life is good. Yeah, there's consideration for that. I would have probably played Tactician because I think a 2-3 flyer would just keep attacking turn after turn. And I think we're out in front and we wanted to be aggressive. Also, they're a little red-white creature deck, so tapping blockers is useful if we get to hold Tactician. But putting out a 2-3 flyer is likely going to do more damage. But given the way this played, of course, shepherding back Youthful Knight was a no-brainer. It saved one of our good threats. Okay, so the attack situation on the ground hasn't really changed. If we play Tactician pre-combat, we can then attack with all 3. If Youthful Knight blocks, we just outflank it. We could use Tactician's tap here and tap 2 creatures, but then we hit for 7, but we don't really have anything else to do. Again, tapping things is sweet, but let's pretend we wanted to hold Tactician and just play Fireborn Knight. We don't really have much of an attack this turn. The only thing we can really attack with is Youthful Knight for 2 points of damage. So I think we just cast our 2-3 flyer. There's no need to hold it to tap blockers. Now we can attack with everything. Silverflame Squire can trade with like Shepherd, and Ogre Errant is just going to get outflanked away here. And they know we have outflanked because we played this pre-combat, so they didn't even block with the Ogre Errant. We have no reason to outflank away a squire, though. We can hold outflank to remove errant or to remove, like, prize griffin if they have that. So let's just let the fox and the squire trade. We got in 5 points of damage, and we save outflank for another turn. Okay, so similar to last turn, we have to decide what to do. Now they have their mana up, so I'm not really dying to use outflank in combat this turn. We could get blown out by a pump spell or a removal or something. So I think this is a great turn to just attack with our flyer and then play our second threat that we've been holding on to here, Fireborn Knight. No reason to enter combat when the opponent has spells in hand because they've missed land drops. So because the opponent has missed land drops this game, we know these 2 cards are spells. And they have 3 mana up, which means they have access to Outflank, Silverflame Squire, Redcap Melee, Scorching Dragonfire, lots of cards. So instead of giving them the ability to blow us out, let's just hit them with the flyer. They can remove it or not, but there's nothing they can do to own us. And then we can put our other threat out. There's not a right or wrong answer to that, Thunderwunk. It depends on exactly what's going on and what all your options are. Why I love Magic so much is because you don't always play around things or never play around things. You really have to evaluate each spot. Okay, so again, they're leaving their mana up, so I definitely believe they have something. That said, we now have an extra good attacker, Fireborn Knight. So we have to figure out what our attacks look like. If we play the Flutterfox pre-combat, we can outflank for 5. So even if they have removal, we'll still be able to do it for 4, removing Ogre Errant. But we won't be able to pump Fireborn Knight. Fireborn Knight on its own is a pretty sick threat. I think the best thing we can do here is play a little bit carefully since we're in a really good position and attack with Fireborn and Tactician. They shouldn't end up having any good blocks on Fireborn, but I believe the opponent has Silverflame Squire or a removal spell, so I don't really want to attack with Youthful Knight and let them make some blocks that force me to use the outflank proactively, and then I get blown out by their removal or pump. By playing it this way, we put maximum pressure on them to do things first, because they can't really kill Fireborn Knight. If I pump it, if they triple blocked it even, I could pump it, put the Jousting Dummy and the Wintermoor Commander in front. 1 to the Jousting Dummy, 2 to the Commander will kill both because the Commander's toughness will shrink when the dummy dies because they're all knights. And then I could just let the 2/3/4s bounce. So the reason I made this exact play is because it puts the onus on the opponent to act first. And then we can blow them out with our outflank instead of them blowing us out with theirs. As you can see, unless this last card is a second removal spell, now we get them good. They're outflanking Fireborn Knight in response to the pump. We can outflank Ogre for 4 in response to that. Now the outflank will only deal 2 to the knight and it won't die. It was still blocked, so they won't take damage, but we 2-for-1 them and we work through their outflank. The whole key there was getting them to have to play their card first, so we could blow them out with ours, instead of letting them make blocks that forced us to play our card first, and then they could blow us out with theirs. Yeah, I played some War drafts. I like War. I think it's fun. I don't think it's like an all-time great set or anything, but I enjoy it. So our cards in our hand are cheap, but we still have a 1-lander on the play. We can't keep a 1-lander on the play and just put out 1-drops and pray we draw lands. Got a mulligan. Oops. I mean, we should have kept our 7 because it at least had 1 land, and our second hand has 0 lands. So now we got a mulligan again. Pretty good 5, though. Think we just keep all the cards we can cast and hope for the best, right? We're on the play with 2/2 drops and a removal spell. Hopefully the opponent has a really slow hand and the top of our deck cooperates and we can maybe win a game on a multi-5. It's never easy to do. Okay, so we don't want to trap in a tower or squire, but we also don't want to trade with it because our fox will gain flying when we cast trapped in a tower. So we've got to chill for this turn. I'm not in any way unwilling to trap their squire. Like, let's say they just pass back and don't play a land and don't have anything. Then if I don't have any other better options, I would trap their squire because I need to play aggressively here on a multi-5 with my white weenie deck. But nothing wrong with waiting one turn to trap a better creature. Unfortunately, we can't trap the tactician because it has flying, so still nothing we can really do. Just cast a third fox and pass back to the opponent. There wasn't one massive play, Netton. They just basically telegraphed that they had a removal or a trick because we knew they had spells in hand since they missed land drops, and they kept playing 2 drops and leaving mana open. So just chose to play kind of patiently and play around what they had and set up a situation where they had to use their card first, and then we could blow them out without flank instead of us using our card first and then them blowing us out with whatever they had. So it's just patience. No one huge play or anything. All right, this game's going about as poorly as possible given the hand. Their best threat that's stopping us from attacking has flying, so we can't trap it. Also, now their second best creature, if we trap it, we shut off the 2/2 aspect, but it will still be pumping all their knights. So not much we can really do here. Probably going to have to switch gears. We've drawn all spells. We can maybe draw one land and then squire, ritual all our stuff. And then our foxes will be big enough to stop squire. So again, I'm not going to trade. I probably would trade if I didn't have ritual, but a 3/3 beats a 2/1, and we still have plenty of life. So for now, I think we just take another hit. Hopefully we'll draw a land, then we can slap down ritual. Well, still no land, but at least our Flutter Foxes will have flying. And we haven't drawn any of our adventure creatures yet, and we have a lot. Still can't possibly attack because they have a 3/4 flyer out. The real stable genius emerges. Okay, so I'm scared, but we can only take so much damage. I think I'm going to triple block the Youthful Knight. If they have Squire, well, no, because at first strike, if they have Squire, they're going to kill 2 of our creatures, and then we won't kill theirs. Maybe I'm better off at this point, just like triple blocking the Squire or something. I'm not really sure. I don't know. We could take 5, wait one more turn, and try and draw a land. Well, I wouldn't single the Squire. We could always double it. This way we'd finish it off, I think. Triple block Knight works if they have removal. It works against Scorching Dragonfire. 3/2 just first strikes 1, burn 1. We still have 1 alive to eat it. But if they have Silver Flame Squire, then it's really bad for us. But it works against like a Rimrock Knight or a removal spell just fine. I mean, we waited as long as we can, I think. I think we now need to accept that we're just going to lose if they have something. I think I'm just going to triple block the Squire here. Can't really go that bad for us. Not super happy about losing some of these foxes. I wish that we had just drawn a land last turn, but it didn't happen. All right, better late than never. So now we can pump a fox, pump both foxes. The 4/4 can even attack into the 3/4. Of course, the 3/3 cannot. We're still in pretty bad shape because they didn't have to use whatever trick they had. That was one of the upsides of triple blocking Youthful Knight, potentially. But if it was Squire, it would have worked out really bad for us. If I knew they had like a removal, I would triple block the Youthful Knight last turn. But I was kind of scared of like a Squire or something like that. All right, that's a good target for trapped in a tower, so I don't think I'm going to block. If they +2 it, they'll put us all the way down to 3, but 3 isn't 0. Hey, what's up, Wyatt Darby? How you doing? Thank you, Reed Snake. Appreciate the subscription. All right, so we drew Squire. So now we have 2 choices, right? We can trap in a tower red cap. That's fine. Fine turn. Or we can attack with both. And then we have Squire. So if Tactician blocks Flutterfox, we can deal them 6 and save it and pump both. And kill their 3/4 flyer. Also, if they take it, we could pass the turn with Squire up to use defensively. So this is an interesting spot now. I'm not sure whether our turn is better spent on trapped in a tower or Squire. I think I'm going to start by attacking and see what they do. I'm not going to play around a 1-mana removal. If they have that, we can just lose. It's fine. So if they draw a land and tap a creature we untap, I think we're just dead if they all out attack. But they don't necessarily know what we have or don't have, and this is a near impossible game for us to win. So I'm trying to sneak out a victory. The spinning wheel interacts pretty well against the Squire regardless. So going to make them go for it. Plus, they could be scared of an outflank, so they might not go for it because they obviously have other tricks in removal. But yeah, we're probably dead. We weren't dead on board. They had to play a land, and they weren't holding land, so they had to top deck a land. But of course, with Red Cap Melee and Slaying Fire in hand, we were never going to win this game. So we were playing to beat like a lone Squire or something like that, but we were never going to beat 2 removal spells when we had 2 creatures. Not bad for a multi-5. All right, so based on what we saw, we don't want to board in True Love's Kiss. We didn't see things for that. We're going to be on the play, so I don't think we want Paladins this game. Maybe we'll consider them when we're on the draw if they line up well against most of the opposing creatures in red removal. I don't think there's really anything to change. Yeah, that's true. Jeffer Pinho was a little bit sloppy targeting the 4/4 first with the Squire. Losing to the removal was right. Playing it like that is right, but I should have targeted the 3/3 Fox with the real Squire and then used the copy to target the 4/4 for the reason Jeffer Pinho is saying. So take note of that. It is good advice in closer games where it's more likely to matter. Thank you, Thomas CT. Appreciate the subscription. Thank you for supporting for 11 months. Better hand here, so hopefully we'll get to a game 3. No, I'm not planning to do War of the Spark tonight. Think tonight I'm just going to do like 2 traditional drafts and call it a night. Like I said, I'm not going to make it a long night. I want to get out to celebrate New Year's with Rachel. So 2 traditional drafts. All right, so we could use Outflank to untap and then attack. I mean, Silver Flame Squire to untap and then attack or not. If I had anything else to do this turn, I probably wouldn't do that. But we have a Ginger Brute. We're on the play. We're out in front. I think it's worth it to just deal them the 4 damage as opposed to just doing absolutely nothing. So let's see. We have to set a stop, right? Because I need to untap it after it taps and before we move to the declaration of attackers. So stop before next combat, maybe? Yeah, let's just control. Now we have priority to pump and untap our Youthful Knight. Then we can hit them for 4 and pass the turn. So if I had even like a 2-drop I wanted to cast, like I know I could cast Squire, but that one's so easy to blank. But if I had like a Youthful Knight or a Flutterfox, I would not have made that play. I made that play because I had nothing else to do. So it looks like they're probably going to Tactician again here. And this time I'm not going to make that play because now I do have something else to do. I can put out another 2-1, and I still have Squire now in hand and outflank to make sure it can attack next turn. So unlike last turn, I'm just going to let that happen, and I'll spend my turn casting a Squire. And I mean, they're mana screwed now, so we're just going to lay carriage, and they're going to concede. This game is officially over. If they block carriage, we Squire one of the other creatures, and that makes exactly lethal. It looks like they chose death before dishonor and just didn't even block. Like I said, the game was over once we cast carriage. So now we'll get to game 3. Okay, so this game we're going to be on the draw. So if anything, that means you want to take out your most aggressive cards and lower your curve. Silver Flame Ritual is not the best in this matchup. They're going to force trades, and they have Pump. We could consider taking that out for like another big body that blocks pretty well and lines up well against red removal. Most of our cards are pretty good. Ginger Brute and Guide Mother aren't the world's best in matchups like this when you're on the draw either. We could cut one land. We are on the draw. Could definitely see cutting a land. Remember, we're not using the hand smoother. We are playing traditional here. Yeah, Fortifying Provisions might actually be okay. I think it's a pretty bad card, but we do have a lot of cheap small creatures, and so do they. I think it's definitely... You all are definitely correct that this is the kind of matchup where you would want Provisions, if you would want it. But we're still an aggro deck. We do want the ability to flip it and go aggro, not have a 3-mana defensive card in our hand, potentially. At least Paladin's still a 3-power creature for 4 mana. I think I like cutting Ritual. I think just cutting one Ritual for one Paladin is right, and that's pretty much it. We certainly could take out one Plains. It might be right to do so. I've talked about from time to time how you can always go down a land when you know you're going to be on the draw. But our deck's on the more mana-intensive side because we have all these adventure cards, 2 really good 5-drops, and several really good 4-drops. Okay, that doesn't really change anything. Our knight can still block theirs, but I'm not going to because we have Trapped in a Tower, and we don't really want to Trapped in a Tower the Inspiring Veteran, because then it just sits there giving all their knights +1/+1 for the rest of the game. So we'll go ahead and Trapped in a Tower their Youthful Knight. Occam Ranger is quite expensive. It's quite slow. It's still pretty powerful. If it's like a curved topper for you, you should never be cutting it, but it's not a first pick. It's not a great card. In a deck with Silver Flame Ritual, Lucky Clover, and a ton of 1 and 2 mana creatures, you're definitely going to play this card. Just because it's not as good as it looks doesn't make it unplayable. Though this hand, it's going to be very poor because we're on the draw against an aggro deck and didn't draw Clover. Oh, yeah, we could have considered taking Ranger out. Sure, maybe this should have been another Ardenville Paladin, if that's what you're suggesting. Thank you, Azuraio Ribo. Appreciate that subscription. All right, so what happens if we block with a 3/6? They get 2 points at first strike. So if they have Red Cap melee, they'll eat the Paladin, but they'll have to sack a land, and melee was going to eat carriage anyway. Other than that, I mean... If they have, like, +2/+2, they'll eat the Paladin, so that's not great. What happens if we throw the Youthful Knight in too? They can first strike it out with 1 point of red cap damage, but we get our 2 points on it. So then they have to have effectively 8 to kill both or 7 to kill both. And a Squire does that. So I think I'm just going to block with Paladin. They can use their removal. I don't really mind. If it's Slaying Fire, I'm going to 2-for-1 them. If it's red cap melee, they're going to eat the Paladin and the red cap's going to live. But their Raging Red Cap's still going to die. If they have something like Rimrock Knight, their Red Cap's still going to die. And we're on the draw. We've got plenty of firepower here. We're not looking to race. Hopefully we can take this game over with Enchanted Carriage now. Okay, so if we Idyllic Range the Youthful Knight, that accomplishes nothing. No, if they had melee, the Red Cap wouldn't have died because they would have gotten the 4 points and the 2 first strike to take out the Paladin. But again, they'd have to sack a land. We'd work through red cap melee, and then we have a 4/4 to put out for next turn. So granging the Youthful Knight doesn't do anything, but we could attack with it. We'd be happy to trade it for their 3/2, plus a 4/4 stops their 3/2. The only problem is then we don't have a blocker for this 4/2 because we don't want to trade our carriage for it. So it looks like we have no attacks, no blocks. Just play a land, play carriage, and pass the turn. Because Youthful Knight is stopping Rimrock, and carriage stops Youthful and Veteran. That's cool, Dr. Silly Scopes. I've never been to New Zealand. Been to Australia twice, but never New Zealand. Okay, so I have to imagine at this point the ground is going to be pretty stalemated for the time being. So we're going to want to pump the Flutter Fox since that's going to be attacking in the air for 3 every turn. So that makes this turn pretty easy. We're going to play Flutter Fox, pump it, make 2 more 1/1s, and shift back to the opponent. They're on a 6-turn clock. I mean, they don't have any cards in hand, so if they don't draw removal, they die in 6. Actually, a little quicker maybe with Oakham Ranger. We'll see. We also may have an attack if Oakham Ranger comes online. For now, though, we're definitely not considering attacking on the ground until Oakham Ranger comes online. So this turn is easy. Attack with our flyer. They have no flyers. We have plenty of blockers. And then use all 7 mana and cast our 2 creatures. Yeah, I don't think they can give Oakham Ranger Vigilance. The fact that it would pump itself, allow itself to attack is a little too much. I think Oakham Ranger is a nice design. Cards don't need to be busted or horrible. It's cool when cards are interesting, like Oakham Ranger. So they drew removal, but the ability to pump all our creatures between Oakham Ranger and the carriage was pretty scary to them. So they made the choice to kill that over the Flutter Fox, which means we're just going to keep attacking in the air. No reason to think about the ground because it's really cluttered up right now. But we've got our clock on them, so they have to top deck a 2nd removal or a flyer big enough to block Flutter Fox, or a spinning wheel to tap it every turn. But if they have to use all their mana tapping it every turn, that's not a bad situation for us. Okay, so now we drew a pump spell. So now we have to think about attacking on the ground. This 4/2 can't even block. Any block they do with the veteran is going to work out good for us. So their real blockers are 2 3/3s and a 3/2 first strike. A 3/2 first strike beats a 1 toughness creature, even if we squire it. So we can pretty much eliminate our 1 toughness creatures from attacking. But if we send a 2/1 first strike, a 3/3, and a 4/4, what happens? Well, they can put a 3/3 on the 2/1 first strike and a 3/2 first strike on the 3/3, and then that commands a pump spell in 2 different places. So that doesn't work out well for us. But what if we send like the 4/4, the 3/3, and the 3/3? Then they can't force us to use a pump spell in 2 different places, and we don't mind even trades. So I think that's an attack we want to make. Because we want to use the Squire profitably if we can, since that's going to... Actually, then they can put the 3/2 first strike on the 3/3 and double block the 4/4. Yeah, but who cares? We'll trade a 4/4 down 1 power and toughness for a 3/3, and our Hengewalker will just eat the Youthful Knight with the help of Squire. So yeah, this attack looks good. There's no way we can get really, really punished. If they double block only, we can pump, and then we'll kill both 3/3s. If they make this block, then we use the Squire over here on the Hengewalker. We trade our 4/4 for a 3/3, so we trade down 1 power and toughness, and we had to crew this to even attack with it anyway. And our Hengewalker will eat the Youthful Knight, and we can add Squire to the board. So this is a pretty profitable exchange for us. And with Youthful Knight off the board, that does open the door for more attacks. Now, if they don't add to the board, they spinning wheel the Flutterfox. We can trade Hengewalker for their 3/3, and then that clears the way for even more attackers. That was until they drew Idyllic Range and gave it +1/+1, but okay. We've got lots of pump. We've got outflanks and Squires galore. 2 Fairy Guide Mothers. Whoa, they're attacking? This is unexpected. That 4/4 is basically stopping our team from attacking. This is not a good attack by them. Now we can take out that 4/4, and that'll basically clear the way for all of our smaller attackers that were being blanked. So let's go ahead and put exactly 4 power and toughness on the 4/4 that's attacking us. I really liked the way NZ Girl had played this game. Played this match up until this, but this attack is bad. Now we're going to trade that, and that's going to really help clear the way for us to attack on the ground. They can't even have anything. They don't have any cards in hand, right? Yep. All right, I don't see anything to do pre-combat with Shepherd. I guess if we really want 1 counter, we could bounce Grange and replay it. Rimrock can't block. So assuming they tap Flutterfox, we get to attack with Hengewalker and Youthful Knight, and they don't even have any good blocks. And then we can save Shepherd to protect Flutterfox now or something. So now we'll attack with the 2 creatures that can attack, because we're way ahead. And I'm just going to hold on to the Shepherd to save my better creatures from removal. Okay, so we do have to check if we want to Shepherd the Grange, play it, and pump something. Let's say we pump one of these 1/1s. Does that make a big difference? If they tap Flutterfox, they have just Veteran to block with. If they wanted to put it on the 1/1, they would die. They should be dead pretty much no matter what. Let's say they wheel the Fox, and then the Veteran blocks like a 1/1, and then they use the removal on Hengewalker. They take exactly 3. So there is some value in pre-combating with the Shepherd and some value in holding Shepherd for in-combat if they have removal. Ultimately, I think I'd rather save a 3/3 Hengewalker than finish the game this turn because we're not really under any pressure. I guess they could top deck Realm Cloak Giant, but if they top deck that, they can always just put the Veteran on the 2/2 instead of the 1/1, kill the Hengewalker, and they still only take 3. So yeah, I think that we should hold Shepherd. Because if anything, we can use Shepherd to save our best creature from a sweeper or something like that. Like Realm Cloak Giant. Oh, they're dead if they don't have anything. We're playing for if they have removal now, and then top deck Realm Cloak Giant. If they're holding no cards in hand, they're dead. And we're going to alpha, and we're going to make them have it, of course. We're not, like, afraid to lose a 1/1 here. But the question is, what if they have outflank? If we give the counter, that doesn't make us threatening lethal. They still put the Inspiring Veteran on this 1/1 that we pump. They still use their removal on Hengewalker, and then they take 3. So that's why we didn't do the counterplay with the Shepherd and the Grange, because we still wouldn't be threatening lethal. All we'd be doing is forcing them to trade off the Veteran, and while that's a profitable trade for us, they would still have to top deck Realm Cloak Giant or die on the following turn. If we could lethal them through a removal spell by using the Idyllic Range Shepherd, then I would have done it. but all it doesn't lethal them through removal. It just forces them to trade off Veteran, and that doesn't matter much because they have to top deck a sweeper or die regardless. So I would rather hold the Shepherd. This way, if they do have removal, we could save one of our best creatures from the removal spell or from the sweeper, and then have it to play afterwards. I'm excited for Theros, but not because of anything Theros specific. The most exciting and fun time in Magic to me is every time a new set comes out. I love figuring out the new limited formats. It's by far the thing I love the most in all of Magic. So I look forward to every set coming out until the set proves itself awful. But every time a new set is coming out, I get excited. All right, they're telling us they have Carver. I believe them. I'm not going to block. Yeah, we have an army of foxes here. This would not be a particularly good trade, not a particularly bad trade. There's no reason to offer it here, though. We can always double block on the tracker, and then even if they have Carver, they only trade with one fox right now, and they still lose tracker. Or even we can... well, I'm not going to double block the Squire, because if they have Insatiable Appetite, it's way too big of a blowout. But if they have Insatiable Appetite, we still kill the tracker, so it's just a 2-for-2. And if they have Carver, we kill the tracker and only lose one of our foxes. So we're going to double block Wildwood Tracker. There's no way this can work out too bad for us. Either they Insatiable Appetite and both their cards go to the yard and both ours do, or they Carver, and then the Carver goes off on its adventure, and so on. Oh, the sets have been pretty good lately. I was just saying I look forward to every new set coming out, and then after it comes out, I either love it, like it, hate it, whatever. But I'm not looking forward to Theros because of anything I've seen from Theros or heard about Theros. I'm just looking forward to Theros because it's another new set coming out. And, well, every time a new set comes out, I get excited. Okay, so what do we want to do now? We want to get this Heraldic Banner in play because then we can make 2/2/1 white creatures and be able to use our Oakham Ranger. So we have to decide whether we're going to attack or not. If we attack and they attack back with Swordmaster and we go for Outflank for 1, they can use Pump in response. If they attack with Swordmaster and we block with a Hengewalker, we can use Outflank in response. We're on the defensive with a pretty strong hand. So even though we're an aggro deck, I don't think this is a position where we want to be attacking. So now this is an easy block. They have to have 2 tricks or this goes really bad for them because we have Outflank in response to their first trick. Oh, looks like they did have 2 tricks, so they're going to gain a lot of life, and this doesn't go especially well for us. Still a 2-for-2. 2 Appetites in the yard, Outflank and Hengewalker in ours, but not what we were hoping for, of course. That said, we make 2/2/1s, and right back to you, opponent. And now we can play Oakham and Fox, or we could play Oakham and leave Shepherd up to protect it. I think we really want to Shepherd or Oakham if they have removal. So I'm going to play this game slow because we're not really looking to attack. I'm going to hold the plains in case they have Reaper and just prepare to win this game with all the extra creatures we're making. That card's not scary at all. Only Shepherd can trade with it. So for now, like I said, I'm going to play this game slow and pick back up the Oakham so I can make 2 more 2/1s. Did I say 2 more 2/1s? I apologize. I meant 4 more 2/1s. Thank you very much. So now, if they attack with the Paladin, we'll have a nice attack back. If they hold the Paladin back, we can't attack yet, but we've got triple Squire or so to draw into, Outflank, plenty of good cards. We don't want to take extra damage And we're up a lot of resources. So even though that would shrink down, I think I'm going to trade 2/2/1s. Can't block the Paladin because of its ability. But Shepherd can block it. All right, so now with their big creature tapped, we can attack with whatever we want. Shepherd is going to block Garenbrig Paladin. We probably want to put the counter on the Fox. So that means it'll stop the Swordmaster. We don't want to block with Oakham Ranger. So we need to have like a 2/1 back to throw in front of Jousting Dummy. So I think we're in a position to send 3 2/1s, but not 4. I love Mia Clover, Oakham Ranger. We'd have 2 more 2/1s if I had already had the Clover, but of course I couldn't count on top decking it. So now we've got the Shepherd to block Paladin, the Flutter Fox as a backup blocker. All right, well, the Spider stops us from hitting for 4 turn in the air for now, but the Ranger will allow it to start attacking again. And we just drew Outflank. But we don't want to Outflank Spider. Outflank could stop Paladin, or we could use Outflank in response to them having a trick. So we just got to take this turn off nonetheless. Because even just the threat of Oakham Ranger unlocks the Flutter Fox. Because if they blocked it with Spider, then we would just tap and pump. Ouch. Well, they peeled that Outflank out of our hand at the right time. But we're still on an even board where we can attack every turn with Flutter Fox. And there goes that. Now we drew a Trapped in the Tower, so we can Trapped in a Tower the Paladin if we want to. And then I think we can just attack and Oakham Ranger. Life is good. I mean, we can't necessarily turn everything because we're not necessarily going to win the race here because it's 25-9 at the moment. But they don't have any really, like, great blocks or anything like that. So if we trap the Tower Paladin, I think then we can send what? We don't really want to send Shepherd because they'll just get to block it with, like, Falmer or even, like, Squire or something. But so I think what we can do here is send, like, 2 2/1s and a Flutter Fox. Hold back a 2/1 and a Shepherd to block. And we should pretty much be covered both ways. And there's no real need to hold trap for anything better. Spider isn't doing that much now that it can't stop Flutter Fox. And we still have a 2/1 back to trade with Dummy and things like that. So this is a race that looks promising. If they don't draw something to blow this open, I think that this is going to go pretty well for us. Hey, that's my job, Shredder Shane, but keep thinking because I have missed plenty of things, and whenever I do miss something, I really appreciate when the chat points it out. This is not one of those streams where I don't want you to correct the things I miss. I want you to ask everything you're thinking and correct anything you think I miss, because if you're thinking it, other people are thinking it, and everyone, including me, makes plenty of mistakes and misses plenty. Magic's so hard. Hey, Real Freebie. Okay, so let's look at what the board looks like now. Jousting Dummy can trade with any one of our creatures but die. Sporecap Spider will just blank something small. Falmir Knight can still trade with Shepherd. I don't think we can send everything in tap. They're not really threatening lethal back, though, so maybe we can. I mean, I'm not really looking to trade Shepherd for Falmir, but can't really stop that from happening. I guess we could theoretically hold back just Shepherd, and then we can trade Shepherd for Dummy. I'd rather trade a 2/1 for Dummy, but I might have to accept that my top-heavy creature is not of particular importance now that the Paladin is locked down. So I think, because it's nice to have one blocker back in this spot, and our creatures are all about equivalent in their ability to attack, whereas Shepherd is a better creature because it's a 4/1 and these are 2/1s. I think I'm going to send like this. If they block a 2/1 with Spider, I'm going to have to tap Ranger, but that's okay. I don't need Ranger on tap for defense right now. And if I trade a 2/1 for either Falmir or Dummy, I'm happy about that. And if they take it, then I'm getting in 3 more damage. If they swing back, I'll trade Shepherd for Dummy, but I won't trade Shepherd for Falmir. I'll just take 1 point of damage. Okay, so they're attacking. We have the choice whether to block or take it. I don't want to risk dying to a Smitten Swordmaster or something. We're up pretty good on board. This is a trade that basically was going to happen one way or another, so I'm just going to block. Even if they have Carver, it still dies. No big deal. Okay, so what do we do with this Grange? If we pump this into a 3-2, Spider's still stopping it. Spider's not really stopping anything at the moment. We could attack with all 3 creatures then, and then if the Spider blocks Fox, they take 6. Right now, Spider can't block Fox, so they take 5. So it's 1 extra point of damage. I don't know that we can really expect to do better than that with Grange, so I think it's fine. 6 is more than 5. Just get in as much damage as we can. I guess the downside here is like if they drew a pump, but even if we gave +1/+1 to the Flutter Fox, it would have still died. It was a 4/3, so it would have been a 5/4. And so +3/+3 to this Spore Cap Spider, making it a 4/8. It would have still beaten us. So now they're on a 3-turn clock. So I still think that play was probably right and worked out. Plus, there was no reason to put them on top decking another pump spell. Their attack didn't represent one or anything like that. Okay, well, this opponent's got a never-ending supply of pump spells, and now we're out of threats, so we're back to an even board. No real choices. We're not going to chump block here earlier than we have to. Just go to 3 and hope we draw something decent here. With Banner and Clover, we have a lot of pretty good draws. Plains is not one of them, so now I think we're just dead. If we block the Witch Stalker, we take 2, 4, 5. If we block the Swordmaster, it's the same 5. So, yep, we are dead. All right, so let's think about what we saw when we're sideboarding. We saw, like, Lash of Thorns and 4 Insatiable Appetites. So anything we have that can interact in combat is going to be really good for us. So we definitely want Third Outflank to interact at instant speed. Not much reason to change much else. We didn't really see much for True Love's Kiss. We don't want a high toughness creature. We saw some Death Touch and just big pump spells anyway. All of this looks fine. Probably just want to take out something small that's easy for them to blank. Did they have things to stop Gingerbrute? Not really. I think while we're on the play, I'm going to take out Carriage. The 1/1s don't seem particularly effective, and the 4/4 isn't super effective against Death Touch, big green creatures, and pump spells. I'll probably end up taking out a land and bring it back in for game 3 on the play should we manage to win this game. I mean, for game 3 on the draw should we manage to win this game. But Carriage, even though it's a great card and a good card in our deck, I don't think it lines up that well against them. So now we have a 5-lander with no Granges on the play. We do have a 2-drop and one of the most powerful cards in our deck. But I think we have to go for 3 lands, 3 spells. I mean, we even just boarded out a 5-drop. Okay, and that's what we found. Thanks to the London Mulligan. We'll definitely ship a Plains. At least now we have 1 more spell to work with. Plus, we can curve out. You almost always play it turn 1 drone. The reason Guide Mother's good is because it's not dead later in the game, but I'm almost never looking to hold it. Okay, so for now, we can attack. If they block, we can outflank. But the Grange still comes into play tapped. We're 1 plane short of putting into play untapped. And honestly, I'd rather just play Flutterfox this turn and hold on to my 1 mana card. So I think here we just want to hit them for 2 with Guide Mother and play Flutterfox. No reason to play the Grange now before it's giving up a 1/1 counter. The only spells in our hand are 1 mana spells, and our deck is all planes. So even with 1 on the bottom and 1 more Grange, that still leaves what, 14 total planes, so 11 planes we can top deck. Okay, now I will attack. We have 2 outflanks, so we can still have a second one to use in response to a pump spell later if they block. If they don't block, just going to put out a Guide Mother to block Swordmaster, and then if they go for Appetite, we've got our outflank. If they play Forest and have double Appetite, we're not going to succeed in killing it, but we have a second outflank to try and get them again later, and again, it's not particularly scary. Sweet. Looks like they didn't have it this time. They may also only have 1 copy and just be holding it so they don't get blown out by outflank. See what happens. Piper's pretty scary. That's a different way for them to win. Okay, so I think now we're, of course, not scared of them blocking with Piper. In fact, we'd be ecstatic if they did it. But we want to have the Squire online as a pump spell. So what we're going to do is attack with the 2/2/2s. They're probably going to take the 4 here. And then if they block with Piper, of course, we'll outflank it. They can't do anything with 1 black. What I should do, though, is do it after damage inside of combat, because if they have Lash of Thorns, which we saw last game, there's no reason to have our Fox die. If we outflank now and they give +2/+1 and Death Touch, Piper will end up dying when it takes 2 from Fox, but it will kill our Fox. If we pass and we resolve the 2 damage, we can still outflank inside combat, and then if they Lash of Thorns, our Fox won't die, which is the only trick they can even play with 1 black mana. So inside combat, after damage resolves, we're going to outflank. So we play around the Lash pretty well doing it that way. I'm going to go ahead and play the Grange now. I was holding it, but now, in case we drew planes, but now we have to change our plan because we drew a 3 mana pump spell. So exit combat, put it into play tapped, and pass to the opponent. Yeah, you should be able to do it with Embercleave. A creature is considered attacking and blocking until combat is over. Okay, so now I'm going to block. If they play a pump spell, I'll outflank. If they don't, I won't, because this is a fine trade. Even though this is kind of ugly. Oh, wait, they have Lash, so I can't attack and outflank. So there's a decent chance they have Lash in hand, and they have Goose and a mana up. If they did not have access to that, I would have attacked and outflanked for 3 and 2 for 1 myself to work through a scary 5/5 that's potentially a 3-turn clock. But given there's a good chance they have Lash, because we saw it last game and they got priority, I can't just let them Lash there and eat Fox and outflank and have Squire Paladin still live. So now we got to just hope we top deck Trapped in a Tower, or we can use Squire, Useful Might, and Outflank to beat Paladin if we draw a land. Okay, well, that's 10, but 5 isn't 0. So that play makes perfect sense for them because they're putting us on a 1-turn clock. For us, though, we can attack, and then if they don't have anything, we use Youthful Knight, Squire, and Outflank to take out Paladin. We don't really have any choices or any ability to play around any of that now because none of our creatures can block the Paladin except the one that we Squire. So there's nothing we can do. We just attack, and then hopefully they can't interact with this because if they can, we're probably going to lose. So again, I could do something good now, but I don't actually care about this Flutter Fox. I care about this, or this Goose. I care about this Paladin because it's going to kill me in 2 turns. So I can't use my Outflank now because then I'll just be Squiring Youthful to chump block. But if I have Squire and Outflank, I can afford to lose this Fox. I still take out the Paladin if they don't top deck something on their turn. So even though we have Outflank here for the true blowout, we can't use it, unfortunately. We just have to pass to the opponent. But if they don't top deck a Pump Spell this turn, we're okay. We take Paladin out. Our Youthful Knight lives because it has First Strike. So we know they have a lot of Pump, but as long as they brick here, we're not in bad shape. Just a top deck battle. Do our First Strike damage. Then before regular damage, let's finish it off with Outflank. Hopefully they didn't top deck one of their many insatiable appetites here. And they didn't, but they did draw a Spider, which stops our beatdown, which means we're definitely back to being an underdog because of Gilded Goose making 3 life a turn, plus Lockwayne drawing extra cards. But nothing we can do about that. Hopefully we'll draw well. Speaking of drawing well, if they brick this turn and we get to attack with 4 creatures with Sir All-In, this is going to be pretty sweet. So this is a big draw for them this turn. Sir All-In, of course, because you turn all your creatures all-in, aptly named. Well, there goes that plan. Now they're going to have good blocks. Even if we pump all these small creatures, Witchstalker would still take one out, and they have plenty of extra life. So we're kind of back to a stalemate, I think. If I attack with just All-In, they put the Spider in front of it. If I attack with All-In and something else, the Witchstalker eats the something else. So we do not have an attack. Just back to a stalemate where they're drawing extra cards. Not where we want to be. Hopefully we'll top deck Tactician or Trapped in a Tower, Silver Flame Ritual or Oakham Ranger, or Fireborn Knight. We have plenty of draws that are relevant, but they're drawing 2 cards a turn, so I'm not exactly loving life. Happy New Year, Mage Market. The Fox can't really get through because of the Spider. I could attack with, I guess, All-In and Fox, but I don't think that would have been great. I could have gotten him for 2, maybe. Then they'd attack back. I could, like, double block the Witchstalker, but I'd lose 2 creatures. It seems pretty bad. So if I had attacked with All-In and Fox last turn, Spider can block All-In, and they take 2. But then they get to attack back with Fierce Witchstalker. I can't double block it, like with a 3/3 and a 2/1, or I lose both. I mean, I can, but I lose both. Or I can double block with 2/2/1s, and I lose both. So I don't think that would be great. Now that we drew Grange, it's a little different. Now we could potentially attack with the 5/5 All-In, and then we still have the Hengewalker and the Fox to double block Witchstalker. So I think we want to Grange up all in and then just attack with just it, force them to either chump or take 5, and then we still have a double block for Witchstalker. Can't imagine pumping one of these small creatures really makes much of a difference. Thanks, Socks. Really appreciate the support. How did you like the Mage Market experience? Actually, answer that honestly after Mage is not actively in the house. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, you can be honest. But what did you think of using Mage Market? Because honestly, I feel like most people just aren't even that exposed to Mage Market. But, you know, I really like their technology. I think their service is great. Their site is great. But by all means, be truthful. Yeah, maybe this attack wasn't great because they can block with all. It's not really a great trade for me. I mean, by clearing out Spider, I get to start attacking with Fox every turn. So I'm trading Sir All-In for Spider here. But I didn't really consider that they could kill a 5/5 first strike kind of by Xaxes in combat. So that attack was probably bad. That was probably my first punt of the night. Oh yeah, we can't attack all. Yeah, there's no way because like Witchstalker could still block one of these like small ones, and like Spider could still block like the Walker, and they'd gain life, and then we're at 5. That was not an option. I probably shouldn't have attacked at all. The attack wasn't horrible. It does now give me the ability to start attacking back with Flutterfox. Like what we do now is trade these, and then Hengewalker stops the other 2 creatures, and Fox can attack every turn. So it's not really clear whether the attack was right or wrong, but it wasn't a great trade, trading all in for Spider there. I could have waited until I drew Shepherd or like a Squire or an Outflank, and then I could have started attacking with all in, and that would have probably been better. Okay, well, now we're just dead. We can chump this 4/5 Reaper, and like I guess go to 1, and then the following turn, if we draw trapped in a tower, I guess we're not actually dead on board. So rather than just concede, I'll pass. But I don't think there's any way for us to beat Reaper. Yeah, it's true, Quanta Ray. But also, I think I should just wait because I have a lot of draws that really activate that attack. If I drew Outflank, Squire, Shepherd, Silver Flame Ritual, etc., Oakham Ranger. So I do think it was wrong to attack, but that was the reason I was looking to attack so bad, because we're not going to beat Castle Lackwing Goose going in the long run, as Quanta Ray said, and Dr. Goldhead. Yeah, this is a really sweet black-green grindy deck. I mean, I don't know about all the pump spells, but other than that, I really like the opponent's deck. I mean, we played 2 extremely close games there. Oh yeah, we were an underdog regardless, for sure. I think it was slightly wrong to attack. I don't think it was wrong to attack by much, because we are looking to attack, because as Quanta Ray and Goldhead said correctly, we're losing very badly each turn, since they're drawing extra cards and gaining life every turn. But like I said, we had like 6 outs or something to activate the attack. So I think it's better to hope to hit the 6-outer than to trade Sir All-In for the Spider there. But not by much. Like, I will call that a punt, but it wasn't wrong by much to attack. Hey, sweetie. See you later at the Hard Rock.
Yep, see you later. Happy New Year's, everybody.
Rach is off to work. She works 8 to 4. Okay, so what do we want to do? Given we have Clover, we probably want to hold on to Squire if we can. It does block Fox now, though. And we are on the draw, so I'm not sure whether we play Clover or Squire this turn. So if we play Clover, next turn, if we play Banner, we still don't have a blocker. We could play Hengewalker, but we already have 3 lands. We kind of want to play Banner and then all in, so I think it's better to just play Squire here and save Clover for the late game. Just shove Squire in front of the Fox if they don't play an artifact or enchantment, and then next turn we can play Banner. All right, so they played that, so we're not going to be able to block, but that's all right. We're going to be able to attack back anyway. We'll see what we draw now. Okay, we drew a land. That makes this turn definitely Banner, because it means we have land 5, which gives us turn 4 all in. So that's a 3/6. We can't attack into that right now. So yeah, just going to cast all in and see what else they have. With the +1/+1 from Banner, and then Ritual, Grange, or both, we'll be able to attack past the 3/6 with our big first striker. Okay, so this turn, if we put the Grange counter on all-in, we can attack with it. And then we have enough mana to cast Fox and Hengewalker. We want to get our other creatures out before we use Ritual, so that looks pretty good. Well, they can only double block all-in here if they have a pump spell, right? We have first strike, so we eat the 3/6, and then the 2/1, sure, it'll deal 2 damage, they'll gain 2 life, but it's not killing all-in. Thanks, RJP. Yeah, I'm very big on speaking my mind, calling things that I think are bad, bad, things that I think are good, good. But I really, really do appreciate everybody who works at WotC. I know that the vast majority of people there took that job because they love Magic and want to work on Magic, not for some exceptional pay or because it was some kind of great financial opportunity. So they're going to hear all the criticism and complaints, and they're not going to stop for me either. I'm going to speak my mind and talk about the game I love, but I did want to send a little shout out because I really do appreciate the choice to work there and to work on Magic the Gathering. Okay, so now it's time to go all in honor of Sir All-In. We have 6 mana, so we're going to play the Useful Knight first so that it gets pumped. Then we can use the Ritual to take our smaller creatures up to 4, and then we can attack and use Sir All-In. The Paladin still kind of trumps the Squire, but we are connecting for 12 otherwise. So this is kind of what I expect. They're double blocking. They'll trade a 2/1 for a 5/5 and then take 12 and gain 2 and take 10. Or they'll eat a 5/3, but then they'll take 12 and go to 3. Remember, it looks like we're trading down, but we're not really trading down that much. Those creatures are pumped by all-in, and then they go back to getting -1/-1. Plus, we want to keep clearing the way so they never end up with a profitable block on Sir All-In. Because if they can't kill Sir All-In in combat, and they're not holding removal for it, then they're going to lose to it really quickly. We're not that concerned about each of our small creatures. Same as last turn, just going to keep turning, forcing them to chump all in. They can eat a 5/3. I don't really care about those creatures very much. I guess technically they could double block, kill the squire, and go to 1 because of the 2 points of lifelink, but then we should swarm them to death with the carriage. So this is a 2 for 2 where we deal a bunch of damage. Oh, no, they die because of first strike before they even gain the life. I missed that. But the most important thing there was keeping them off of any profitable block on Sir Allen. Okay, so they had an egg. We didn't see a lot for True Love's Kiss, but they also had a fox. So there's a decent chance we want True Love's Kiss. What's Soldier 76, Ace of Swords? Hey, we got a raid. Thank you, Gel77. Appreciate the support. Welcome to any of Gel's viewers. You came in at the right time because we're in sideboarding, so you can take a look at the deck. We've got a white weenie aggro deck here. We won game 1, so we're about to go to game 2, I believe. Currently 2-1 in this draft. Thank you for the raid, Gel. How you doing? I'm sure I'm not pronouncing your name right. Feel free to correct me. Cool. Okay, so do we want to sideboard in True Love's Kiss? Against what we saw, no. But against Fox, there's a decent chance they have more and you can get some real blowouts. All right, jelly it is. I do love peanut butter and jelly, so that'll be easy to remember. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with Overwatch. Obviously, I've heard of it, but I haven't really played it, so I don't know the character. So thank you for the explanation, Ace of Swords. Of course, we're not going to mulligan 4 lands. We'd prefer to have 2 to 3, but when you're only 1 over, you're not mulliganing. 5 landers, you can think about mulliganing. How do you like Magic, Jelly? Welcome to the game. Okay, well, we know we don't have to put our Grange out early because we have tons of lands. It's going to be a tough game to win, though, when we're a little flooded and we're facing a turn 2 Piper. Well, you're already starting off right. Limited is way better than constructed. Oh, that's awesome to hear. Well, welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. This game, if we draw more lands, we're almost certainly dead, as we have virtually nothing going. They have a pretty slow start, even though they played 2 cards in terms of dealing us damage. So maybe if we draw really well, we can turn this game with Carriage, Sir Allen, and then some help from maybe like an Oakham Ritual or something else powerful. Silverflame Ritual or Oakham Ranger. I just combined the 2 cards I wanted to draw. For now, I think I'm happy to just put out a 3/4 flyer since we have nothing else going, and that'll let us start clocking them. Oakham Ritual would be an interesting card. I wonder what that would do. Oakham Ranger and Silverflame Ritual are 2 of the most powerful cards in our deck that would go well with Sir Allen and Carriage to try and beat this Piper. Oh, that's cool. Akinar. Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense if you play a lot of Hearthstone and get good at it to get into Magic. I mean, Hearthstone's a good game. It's basically just like a simpler Magic, in my opinion. And I don't say that derogatorily. Magic is the hardest game. Like, Magic is so complex. And I think Hearthstone does a good job of just being like 70% of Magic in terms of decision-making complexity. And it uses a lot of similar mechanics and things like that. That's a pretty awkward card for us because we can't outflank it. We also have 5 drops we want to play. And of course, it's pro-white, so attacking and blocking into it is pointless. So this turn, we'll slap down our Carriage. Well, I mean, I started playing Magic first too. It was my first TCG also, but it was also basically the only TCG because I started playing Magic in 1994. Like right now, if somebody told me they wanted to get into TCGs, I would even recommend like play some Hearthstone, you know, as you're learning. And like I said, I think Hearthstone's a good game. I think it's fun. I play it on when I do cardio, I put my phone on the treadmill and play Hearthstone. I enjoy my time playing Hearthstone. But I think Magic is more complex. So if you are looking for the most complex strategy game, you're in the right place. Okay, for now, we could attack with the 4/4 and the 3/4 profitably, but we'd have to pay 2, and we have 6 mana this turn, and we want to play Sir Allin. So it only really makes sense for us to attack with 1 creature. 4 is more damage than 3, so I think I will send Enchanted Carriage only here. We can pay the 1. If they have a trick in combat to try and kill it, we have Outflank available. If not, post-combat, we'll play Sir Allin here. All right, well, they tap them with Tactician. No big deal. No attack for us this turn. Now it's Sir Allin. And back to you, opponent. I do know a literal god, because it literally happened to me. I apparently am in the middle of a ranked Eldraine draft, and I'm still just in it, so I guess it just rolls to next season. Yeah, same answer with Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, it's another great TCG. I think a little simpler than Magic, but like I said, I didn't start with Magic because it was the most complex. I started with Magic because I started in 1994, and the other games didn't exist yet. But games are awesome, and gaming is awesome. So if you're gaming, you're doing the most important thing right. Try out all the games, try out whatever it is, and find the ones that you like the best. I have tried a lot of the other games sporadically over the years and found them almost all to be fun, but I have found Magic to be the most complex. So hopefully we can draw one of those Fairy Guide Mothers or Silver Flame Squires or Oakham Ranger to go with this Clover. It's not doing anything for us right now. We do have a pretty nice attack, though. It would have been really good to at least draw a 2-power creature to crew up Carriage, because these 1/1s can attack. They're going to get pumped by Sir Allin here, assuming the opponent doesn't have another Tactician. I think what I'm going to do here is not crew the Carriage. This way, if they have Tactician, I can use whatever they're tapping to crew the Carriage. And if they don't have Tactician, I'll just attack with the 2 1/1s because they'll get pumped. So let's go to combat. Attack. And then we got to pay for them all, but we can afford that. We got plenty of mana. Kind of a landlord here. I've played almost all these other TCGs that are being named. Like, I know the rules. I've never played any of them, like, professionally or, you know, competitively. But, like, I've played some games. I mean, I play Hearthstone somewhat regularly, like I said. And I've played, like, someone taught me how to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Once. I played a little bit of Versus when that came out. I played Legend of the Five Rings back in the day. I've basically tried, like, every game. Just generally, really honestly, like Magic the best. So there was not really much reason for me to do other stuff. All right, similar to last time, there's no reason to outflank this Piper before damage instead of after. So let's set a stop after damage inside combat and then pass to the opponent. If they go for a pump spell, of course, we might outflank in response. Otherwise, we'll resolve damage, and then we'll go ahead and outflank the Piper while we're still in combat and can do so. So this is one of those tricky things. A creature is still attacking or blocking until the end of combat. So if, for example, your 2/2 is being blocked by a 1/3 and you want to outflank it, resolve damage and then do it, since your 2/2 isn't dying anyway. Now we got a little bit of mana, nothing to do with it. Might as well cast our Clover, and we're done. I am a Pokemon trainer. I play Pokemon Go a lot because I like collecting things. As far as the Pokemon card game, I did play it a little bit back in like the mid to late 90s when it had like a year where it was really popular, like when everybody was chasing Charizards for Christmas that year. But then I pretty much gave it up after that. But I'm a pretty active Pokemon Go player. Piper's very good. It is a little slow, but it's also a 2-mana 1/3. The whole slow ability is all upside. Yeah, Piper's excellent. It's like A tier. It's not S tier. It's not first pick. It's not Windmill Slam first pick. It's like about an average first pick. It's a good card that you're happy to first pick, but it's not like a broken card. I mean, it can be too slow, but remember, it costs 2 mana. So if your opponent's attacking you with cheap creatures, if they have an aggro deck, you can just put it out and block. So when your slow win condition only costs 2, that's a pretty good place to be. You know what I mean? It can definitely be slow, though. All right, for now, no real choices. We'll happily trade Carriage for Archon. We can't really attack with Tactician. Archon is pro-white, so it would just block it. Need to draw some more spells. Game's starting to slip away because the screw beats flood generally, and the opponent's got all this ammunition. So we really need to draw like something powerful like Occam Ranger right now. Not by command, although that's a good idea maybe for next set. If I do a set review again, me and Desi did one for Throne of Eldraine, which, you know, of course, when you do a set review before you've even seen all the cards and played with them at all, you're going to get plenty wrong. But I think we did a pretty good job. But I don't know how to bring that up by command or anything like that. It's up on my YouTube channel. Yeah, I'm considering whether to do one again or not. It was a lot of fun, and if I do it, I'm going to do it with Desi again for sure, similar to how we did it last time. I just don't love set reviews. I'm not huge, like I said, on opinions before you learn. I like to kind of go in with a blank slate and learn, and then formulate my opinions. But it was a lot of fun. Okay, so do we want to attack with Carriage? If they're going to chump with a 1/1, yes. Well, it's not that big of a deal to ask, because even though it's a lot of work, we would just be doing it like on stream instead of streaming the old draft formats like the week before Theros comes out or something. Like I said, for me, it's more that I don't really like forming opinions about cards until I've played with them. Yeah, I think there's a good chance they have Bake, and this attack is pretty marginal anyway, so I'm just going to ship to the opponent. Leverathon pointing out they left up 4 when we know that they have like things they could potentially do tells us they probably have something. Nothing we can do about that. If we change it into a creature, it's an artifact creature, so it's going to die anyway. So, good beats. We're like almost certainly going to lose this game. I mean, they have a nice deck, but also, I mean, we just drew 9 of 16 lands with an aggro deck and a Clover with nothing to copy, so we effectively have drawn like 10 lands and a few spells. I don't know the answer, Walk Without Rhythm, but if you post your picture of your deck in the Discord and ask the question, then we can see everything you have, and then you can get some good feedback. Okay, well, if we were going to have a shot, it was drawing Occam. It's the most powerful card in our deck. But they played Revenge of Ravens, so that's probably not going to end up working anyway. I'm not afraid to show it to them. And seeing Revenge, that means we know we can board in True Love's Kiss for next game, because we were already kind of on the fence about it for this game. So for now, not much reason not to just play it and show it to them, but I can't imagine we're going to win unless maybe we top deck Silver Flame Ritual. But even so, because of Revenge, I don't think that's going to work. Flooding is how we beat Archon. Yeah. I mean, flooding will kill any aggro deck, but not much you can do. Sometimes it's going to happen. Our deck can spend its mana okay. We've got some 5-drops, Oakham Ranger, a lot of adventure. So we can afford to draw like 6 lands with this deck and win, but we're not going to draw 9 lands and win, unless the game goes super long. Anyways, like I said, we're dead. We can't swarm even with the Oakham Ranger because of Revenge, and we can't interact with Archon. They even have a Piper out. Let's get to game 3. As y'all know, I don't come from the never concede school. I consider time a resource in life, and when I can't win, or even in 1% to win sometimes, I'm cool with going to the next game. All right, so I'm going to bring in the True Love's Kiss. We saw Fox, so they probably have a few artifacts, enchantments, and we saw Revenge, a card that's really good against us. Outflank looks medium. We're not looking to take out our tricks, but I don't think we want the 3rd. We might even cut one. We don't want Ardenvale Paladins against them. They're white-black. Ardenvale Paladins good against red, not particularly good against Death Touch or targeted removal or tap effects or things like that. We're going to be on the play, so we're not boarding out a land, so 16. So what's our worst card against them? All of our power cards look good. We could take out Clover. We could take out something small. Take out like Gingerbrute. I don't necessarily want to sit around paying 1. I think Gingerbrute is a good takeout against them. You know, I didn't think about that at the time, Stenja1. It's a good question. Archon is really good against my deck. I'm both swarming them and mono white. So yeah, obviously you're not going to value Cauldron super high because it's so rare you're going to play against Archon. It's an uncommon. But yeah, maybe I should have valued it slightly higher. Like, I took Gingerbrute over it in what felt like a really, really close pick. And it's entirely possible that because of Archon's existence, we should have went with Cauldron over Gingerbrute on a really close pick. Obviously, don't get nuts with that. You're not going to take Cauldron, a pretty inefficient removal spell, super high because there's this uncommon out there that your opponent could have. But when it's a really close pick, that is a reason to tip to Cauldron. Good question, Stenja. Thank you for asking. So now we're attacking because we know if they block, we have Squire. If they don't block, we have a 3/3. If they attack, we can block. If they've got Squire or Outflank, Hengewalker will still trade with the Swordmaster, so we're not really scared of anything, or Lash. Basically, the tricks that Black-White has available are +2/+2, +2/+1, and 1 damage. Now, we can attack with both because Flutterfox has Flying and Hengewalker's a 3/3. So if they have something, they have to use it first, and then we can use Squire. If they take it, just curving right out. This game's looking really good. We have 3 cards to interact with the board, and we're way up on board. It's going to be near impossible for them to win this game without, like, Realm Cloak Giant. Archon is probably the best card they could play that we saw. That would definitely be a problem. We could pump the team and then attack into it, but if we don't draw a land, we can't attack into it the turn we pump the team. So if they play Archon, we still have a game. If they have a Realm Cloak Giant in their hand, then they may blow us out and win with that. But otherwise, I really like our chances. Again, we can pretty much do whatever we want here. They have to act first. So we're going to attack with all our creatures. The question is, do we want to attack and see what they're up to, or do we want to just slam Ritual here pre-combat? Happy New Year, Pink Lufa. Thank you, Tuner Serio Riba Gorda. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream. So this turn, we're definitely looking... well, we're definitely going to attack with all of our creatures. The question is Ritual first or not. I think there's a good chance they may have Tactician or something, but I also would kind of rather hold Youthful Might. But I guess playing around a Mythic doesn't make a ton of sense. So this is pretty close. I think I'm just going to go to combat. And if they tap 2 of my creatures with Tactician, I'll just untap the good creature like Fireboard Knight with Squire. If they True Love's Kiss here, that's good for them. They'll draw a card, and now they can put Swordmaster on Flutterfox. But we still have the Silverflame Ritual to pump the Fox. So we eat the Swordmaster. It's a pretty good turn for them, but we continue about our business just fine. So now we can pump our Fox, so we get the free kill on the Squire. They take 2. Like I said, it's a pretty good turn for them, but when they have True Love's Kiss and we have a 3/3 artifact creature, it's going to be a good turn for them. No blowouts. We had the Squire to save our Fox. Now we'll see what they do this turn. If we get to dump 2 more creatures, then we can save Ritual for later, and that's really nice. Again, the Archon is the scariest card that we saw in their deck, and then Realm Cloak Giant is something that we always want to have in the back of our minds when we're playing a white weenie deck against a white deck. Okay, so this turn's pretty easy. Barrow Witches doesn't stop Fireborn Knight or Flutter Fox since we have Silverflame Squire, so we can just attack with both. If they block the Knight, we can pump it. If they block the Fox, we'll pump it with the Squire. If they block the Knight, we'll just pump it using its ability and save our Squire. If they take it, we're well short of killing them. If we +2/+2 the Knight, that's 4, 8, 10. Well, by well short, I mean 1 short, but we can't kill them. So we'll just let them hit the 6, take the 6, and then we'll dump out 2 more creatures, preparing for a really good attack next turn with Silverflame Ritual. So if they block Fox, we Squire it, we eat a 3/4. If they block Fireborn Knight, we can just pump it. So no matter what, this can't work out badly for us. That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you like it, Idyllic Odd. Thank you for the compliment. That is what I go for here. If you're looking for super action-packed memes as fast as possible, you're in the wrong place. If you're looking for slow, deliberate, analyze, and overanalyze everything, you're in the right place. As I go on to year 2 as a streamer, I hope to play a little better while streaming. It is kind of a different skill than when you're playing fully focused on the game with the game in your head and not interacting with the chat, but I will not be changing my style at all. I will be slow, deliberate, analyze, overanalyze, and triple analyze every single thing. That will always be what I go for on my stream. So they chose to take it because they know we have something. So now we can just dump out our hand. That 2/1 was on an adventure, another 2/1 in play. Assuming they don't play Archon or a sweeper, I like our chances. Even Revenge is not that big of a deal because we have Ritual to pump our team, and we're still at 20 life. So Revenge is going to basically shrink our creatures by the 1 power that Ritual is going to give it, and I'm not really worried about my life total since it's 20-5. Yeah, I mean, look, they are going to get a slow match, but at the same time, they're going to get great analysis on everything that goes on in the match. So any of my opponents, go check out the YouTube VODs or the Twitch VODs, and you can get your match analyzed, which I know personally, I've had a lot of feature matches over the years, and I consider the single best part having high-level commentary and analysis of my match on camera so that I can then go back and watch the match and think turn by turn and hear what the commentators and analysts said, especially when you have a good analyst in the booth. I don't claim to be the world's best, but, I do think I do a pretty good job with breaking it down. And whenever I've had my matches covered by people like LSB or Huey or, just an expert level Magic player, I absolutely look forward to going back and watching the video and seeing what I can learn from their analysis. Okay, so now it's clearly Slam Ritual time. Thanks to Revenge, our attack is going to be a lot less effective if we don't Ritual. We have Outflank still, so we're not worried about Barrow Witches. I can't imagine this can work out badly for us at all. Math is for blockers. If they block in such a way where they need the 2 life here to stay alive, then we can outflank for lethal. If not, then we'll probably outflank the Witches. Well, the way they blocked, Fireborn Knight is just going to eat Witches and not die anyway. So I see pretty much no reason not to just outflank Swordmaster and press our advantage here. They don't gain 2, and our 3/2 lives. We don't have lethal, but as I said, it's pretty much Realm Cloak Giant, or the game is over, because now we have 4 creatures to their 0, and Revenge is just a life gain spell, since all our creatures have 3 power. Well, to be fair to Cedric, I think Cedric does a great job with play-by-play. So, I mean, Cedric generally is not the expert when he's in the booth. Cedric is a very good Magic player for play-by-play, but he's not an active pro anymore. And to be a great expert analyst, you got to be playing regularly, playing against good opponents, playing with the best decks, because Magic is just so hard that even if you take a very talented play-by-play and you put them in, like Cedric is towards the top end of talent for a play-by-play. He's played on a bunch of Pro Tours, but they're not an active pro anymore. You can't expect top-level strategic analysis from them. That's not their job. But I think Cedric does a fantastic job with his play-by-play. Right, similar to Kibler. Okay, so attacking with everything, of course. We'll find out what they have. We can't interact with Bake, but as of right now, they're still taking lethal, so we'll pass to them. They're going to sack that to stay alive, which means we can then use Squire to push in lethal. I mean, Witch's Vengeance wouldn't have been great for us, but it wouldn't have been that bad. Our creatures were all different creature types. I mean, a lot of different creature types. Like, there were a lot of humans, but the Fireborn Knight was a 3/4 after Silverflame Ritual, so it would survive the Vengeance. So, I mean, they could have killed, like, the Youthful Knight and the Squire, but the Fox isn't human, and the Fireborn Knight would have survived. So Witch's Vengeance wasn't really that scary. Realm Cloak Giant beats us, but that's a mythic rare and good beats. Hey, Papa Fro. I will be enjoying New Year's with Rachel, but right now I'm enjoying it on stream, drafting Throne of Eldraine like we do Tuesday nights. Do you have any sweet New Year's plans? Okay, I'll trade a 2/1 for a 3/1. There's nothing they can have here that I'm scared of. If they have Outflank, who cares? They don't have a 3rd mana for Squire. We have a slow and powerful hand, so of course we're not looking to race. We're just looking to block. Happy New Year to you, too. Deck's doing pretty well. We're 3-1. We lost that one match to the Black-Green Food in 2 close games, and they had a really nice deck. And then we won some close games against New Zealand Girl and last match. Thank you, Azrith. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for supporting my stream for 7 months. This would not be possible without all of the great support from the community. And I know I'm a relatively new streamer in the grand scheme of things, streaming for only 1 year. So thank you to everybody who's made my stream one of the most popular streams in Magic in year 1. I look forward to seeing what year 2 brings, and thank you for your support. No thoughts to Clover here. Next turn we can Fireborn Knight, and then we have whatever we draw next turn and the turn after to play on turn 5. And then turn 6 we can probably go Clover Oakham Ranger. We may have to adjust from that depending on what we draw, but getting out a 3/3 on turn 3 has a lot more value than putting out Clover to Oakham Ranger for 4 1/1s on turn 4. Fireborn Knight is more likely to attack or block successfully in the early game. Oakham Ranger with Clover is like cleanup mode, basically. I actually think Venerable Knight's a higher pick than it looks, because you kind of get something unique when you get an effective 1-mana card. It's a lot easier to have effective 2-mana cards than it is to have effective 1-mana cards. And when you're an aggro deck, if you can do something effective on turn 1, that's great. Okay, so now we dump our hand. We're pretty far ahead, so I don't mind attacking with the Brood, even if it means taking 4 back. I know next turn I'm going to make 4 1/1s, and we're trying to close out after that. Hey, thanks, 19 Nevermore. Yeah, that was a fun match. I don't think there's anything you could have done differently in the games you lost, or I could have in the game I lost. It was a pretty sweet deck, though. Piper Revenge and a black-white grindy type deck. Okay, so Outflank for 3 is already enough, so this turn is pretty easy. We're going to make 4 1/1s, so we're not worried about having any blockers back. And we have outflank if they block. So all we're going to do here is just attack and let the opponent do whatever they want. And unless they have Witch's Vengeance, Realm Cloak Giant, Archon, or Revenge of Ravens, I expect to beat them by swarming. They're going to have to do something that stops the swarm. They're not going to beat the go wide strategy here without something that reins it in. Those are the cards that come to mind: Witch's Vengeance, Revenge of Ravens, Realm Cloak Giant, or Archon. It's important to be thinking about what your opponent can do that could really matter. Because, for example, let's say Outflank interacted with any of those cards. I might want to hold on to it last turn because I'm winning by enough that I don't really care about this 3-3 and that 3-2. Now, so if I can interact with one of the 4 cards that actually could swing this game, I don't want to spend... I want to be very judicious with something that interacts with those 4 cards. Now, if it doesn't interact with those 4 cards, and those are the only 4 cards that really the opponent has to have in order to be able to win, then I don't need to, save the card. I can just use Outflank on a 3-2. So because it doesn't interact with those sweepers or Archon because it's pro-white, I'm just like, okay, I'll Outflank their 3-2 and get further ahead. If this killed Archon, I might have wanted to save it. So you always want to be thinking about what your opponent can do to get back into a game when you're winning by a lot. This way you can make plays that cut off those outs. Again, I'm just going to attack with everything and slap Carriage down. I'm going to go with Carriage over Occam Ranger because it's better against the cards I just named. If they sweep the board, they won't kill the artifact here. I can play Occam, crew it, and hit for 4. Okay, so we saw Glass Casket and some creatures. So I don't think we can bring in True Love's Kiss just yet. We're going to be on the draw against another aggressive white deck. So we probably want stuff like the Paladins, because these can block those aggressive white creatures reasonably well. Outflank tends to be pretty good in these kind of matchups too, because there's all kinds of combat tricks like Squire. I think on the draw here, maybe we want to board out like the Ritual, maybe like the Clover, and then we'll bring in like Outflank, the Paladins. Maybe slide out that Ginger Brute too. That looks pretty good. This is a close one on the draw. So we have a 2-drop, a 3-drop, and 2 1-mana cards we can play with a 1-color deck. Before the London Mulligan, I think I keep this hand on the draw. I'm inclined to mulligan it now, I think, but only by a little bit. Well, good hand. I'm glad I did. What I'm going to do now, I think I'll be greedy and put a land back since 3 of our cards cost 2 or less and we have 1 3-drop on the draw. But I'm not going to be super greedy. I'll put the Grange back, I guess. Because we know we can't put it into play tap turn 1 because we have a 1-drop to play. And then another 1-mana card and a 2-drop. So I think I'll put back my tap land and just keep my 2 planes, 3 cards I can cast, and 1 card that I'm 1 mana away from casting. Again, why I love the London Mulligan. Instead of keeping a very risky hand, we mulligan, and then if we draw 3 or more lands, we can put back a land from our white weenie deck, and if we draw a 2 or 1 lander, then we can put back our most expensive spell. The London Mulligan is seriously one of the best things to happen to Magic in a very long time. I'm very grateful for the London Mulligan. Probably Dr. Goldhead. If it were up to me, I would just pass a rule. Mythic rares are not legal and limited, only in constructed. And then they could print all the broken stuff that ruins games of limited at Mythic. design all the uncommons and commons for limited, and limited would get better. I mean, I don't personally like Garrux and Okos. I understand why cards like that are pushed so that they can show up in standard decks, but they generally just ruin games of limited, in my opinion. All right, so sadly no lands yet, but we can always just put out Squire this turn. So I'm going to attack, play Squire. We actually don't mind a race with this hand. With Tactician and Outflank, race is not really a bad spot for us. Of course, we need to draw a land or two, but it's not like we need 6 lands. With 1 land, we turn on Tactician and Hengewalker, and then with 1 more land, we turn on Oaking Ranger. I don't know if I've heard the LSV argument in particular. I mean, I've certainly talked to LSV about it. I think that it is very good in Standard. I don't know if it's making Modern better or worse. So if they attacked with the Commander, we could block. They didn't. They sent the Youthful Knight. We have no block there, so we have to take our 2. Yeah, and listen, I play my Questing Beasts. I play my Garrux, of course. Those cards are legal. You have to play with them. But I would prefer if me and nobody else could play with them in Limited. All right, so we'll trap their better creature and attack here. No real decisions. We're not scared of the Youthful Knight's first strike. We have Outflank to take care of Youthful Knight if they ever leave it up to block. So by trapped in a towering the Commander, they now have no blockers, nothing they can really do. Maybe they'll outflank one of our creatures. But we're not really afraid of anything here. Yeah, see, that's just nonsense when people say things like that, Socks. I think LSV is completely wrong. Here's why. He's right that it points in that direction, except going down a card in Standard is a way bigger disadvantage than having a little bit better of a start. So it's not like you look at your 7s and go, oh, this is not perfect. I'm going to mulligan a 6. I'm going to mulligan a 5. Oh, I got a good 5? Cool. Your opponent has 2 more cards than you in Standard. That may be the case in Legacy. I don't know about... Modern is kind of the borderline. But for Standard, I think that people are only going to mulligan a very small amount more than they would have previously, or they're just spewing tons of value. When people were first talking about the London mulligan, I tweeted something like, looks like I'm going to do really well this year because all my opponents are going to start with 5 cards. Like, you can't mulligan that aggressively just to get better hands with normal decks that play fair Magic. Obviously, in Vintage and Legacy, it may be a different ballgame. And some modern decks like Tron don't care about exchanging resources. But when you're talking about Standard and when you're talking about Limited, most cards are trading 1-for-1 with cards your opponent has. So going down cards is a massive disadvantage. Okay, so this turn, we have Outflank, but that's only. But I think that they don't have any flyers, and we'd like to add a 3/3 to the board if we can. So what we do here is just put out Hengewalker, which allows us to attack with Flutterfox and Guide Mother over their ground defenders here. Yeah, I mean, Once Upon a Time is a modern card. I think that Once Upon a Time was really exacerbating that in Standard. Also, Oko just being so beyond broken was exacerbating that because you can start with 5 cards in Standard if you are going to go turn 1 Goose, turn 2 Oko. But if you go turn 1 Goose, turn 2 Domri, and now you have no cards in hand, well, your opponent's probably going to come back and win because you mulligan to 5. But if you play turn 2 Oko, then you just win because it's Oko. It's just totally busted. So, I mean, Oko and Once Upon a Time being like, you know, modern quality cards in Standard were kind of impacting that a bit. Okay, so we can't lethal them this turn, but if we tap 2 creatures and we grange something, we force them to chump block. So that looks pretty good. We can't really do that either, though, because whatever they have up can still just block Squire. So we're not actually forcing them to chump block. So I think we're better off just adding to the board here and actually being somewhat conservative. We don't really want to trade off creatures when there's a Doom Foretold going and we have Tactician. So I think what we want to do here is just pump the creature that's going to get through, attack in the air, and make our 2 1/1s. We can sack Squire next turn to Doom Foretold, and Squire's doing almost nothing. We have Tactician to try and push in lethal should that window open up, but we weren't there yet last turn. Sacking the Flyer instead of Squire may have been a mistake. We were so close to lethal that I sacked a 1/1 instead of a 2/1 because I was like, well, we'll Tactician things. Maybe we can force them to block. In retrospect, I think that might have been wrong because we would have gotten in 1 more damage if I had sacked the Squire instead of the Guide Mother. I say confidently, Standard as a whole is better off for the London Mulligan. I will not say that confidently about Modern Plus. But it's amazing for Limited, but I also will say confidently that Standard is better off for the London Mulligan's existence. For Modern Plus, I honestly don't know. Okay, so they're at 9. If we use Tactician here, that opens up a Hengewalker attack that's profitable, but that's it. I think that we're still just better off hitting with the Flutter Fox. They still don't have any flyers. We're under no pressure. I'm going to put out the Ranger. And next turn, we can actually set a stop on our upkeep because we might tap the Ranger and then Tactician 2 of their creatures and then sack the Ranger to the Doom Foretold if we have lethal. If not, I'll probably sack the Hengewalker. But it's very likely with them at 6 that we can go tap Ranger, tap 2 creatures, and then sack the tapped Ranger and have lethal. So let's see what happens. Well, there goes that option. So you can't sack tokens, so now we sack Hengewalker because 3/3 flyer. Well, it's going to lose flying, but it's still right to sack Hengewalker, of course, because if we play another artifact or enchantment, it can gain flying again, and there's nothing I could have done about that. As far as the board, we have double outflank, so if we attack, we can take out these creatures that can stop our Fox. Trading 1/1s doesn't favor us because we have outflanks and Tactician. So let's say we were to tap these 2 1/1s and attack with all 3 creatures. They'll put one of these 2 on the Fox. We'll outflank it. But then we can't cast Squire. So that doesn't look great. So I don't think we want to tap anything. I think what we do here is just attack. And then we can use Squire on one of the 1/1s that gets blocked by another one. And outflank on whatever blocks the Fox. This is getting pretty tight. This Doom Foretold is doing a lot of work. But if we can run them out of things, then they'll have to sack it. So there's always that. So for now, we're definitely going to outflank the Shepherd. Yeah, we're going to lose our Fox now. No way around it, but their thing isn't going off yet. They're losing their Wintermoor Commander here too. Remember, they have to sack every turn also. Unless they sack the Doom Foretold, but then we won't lose our Fox. So we're fighting a bit of a resource war while trying to push in damage here. It's a really good game. I think we're currently 3-1. We might be 4-1 already. I'm not 100%. We definitely have 1 loss. Okay, so this turn, I just want to put out my 2 creatures, I think. This way I can sack the Squire, not the Tactician. Tapping stuff is irrelevant. The Doom Foretold made it so the Tactician was not going to be impactful this game. Happy New Year, the name of the Father. It's a pretty nice draw. Because we got value by clearing a token for free, basically, and playing Squire the following turn. The Fox was no longer flying anyway, and if all of our stuff is going to get sacked before it does them lethal, we need max value. I mean, this is a super close game. So now we can sack Carriage or Tactician. It's a close choice. We could crew the Carriage with the Tactician and then sack it. And then they'll be forced to chump the Carriage. And then we could send everything else and we have Outflank. So this is pretty interesting. Or we could hit for 2. And then if we draw a permanent to sack to the Doom Foretold, we kill them next turn with the Tactician. But if we whiff, then we lose. So I'm not really sure which of these plays is better. If they double block the Carriage here, we outflank, and then pretty good for us. If they triple block, they'll kill the Carriage, but we'll kill 3 creatures. I guess they could block the Carriage with, like, Knight, Venerable, but then we would outflank one of the Knights, and then their other Venerable blocks one of these 1/1s, or they take 3. So I think I'm not going to be greedy. This attack looks good enough. And if we draw anything else, then we have that too. So I think I'm going to sack the Tactician, not the Carriage. Hopefully we draw a creature here. This is a big turn. So the brick is really bad for us, because now we're not necessarily going to have anything, or we're only going to have the Carriage to sack to the Doom Foretold next turn. Let's say I attack with everything, and they put 2 Youthful Knights on 2 1/1s, and double Venerable on the Carriage. If I outflank one of the Venerables, that's pretty bad for me. In that case, I would probably end up outflanking one of the Youthfuls. So I think we just send Carriage. Oops. And then this can't really work out too badly. If they triple block, we can outflank one of the Youthfuls, trade it for their other 2 creatures. Then they'll sack their other one of the Doom Foretold. They get to get the Doom Foretold off, but when it goes off, they get a 2/2 and draw a card. It's not like we lose the game. I chose not to keep the flyer because if we drew another thing to add to the board this turn, we were going to be in a pretty good position anyway. But even though we would have had actual lethal with the flyer in 2, if we whiff this turn, then I think this is the better play, because the Carriage is going to eat something here. I held the Plains because you have to discard one when the Foretold goes off. And we don't know what we're going to draw when it's going to go off, but I don't want to have to discard this outflank. So now we have to sack Carriage. So if we play the Paladin, we're going to have to sack it to Doom Foretold, but then the Doom Foretold doesn't go off, and they have to sack another Youthful Knight. Or we could hold the Paladin for after Doom Foretold goes off. So this is a close choice. I would play like some silly 2/1 or something, but given how much better Paladin is than Youthful Knight, I'm not sure whether we hold or play. One of the big advantages of playing, though, they're only going to have one Youthful Knight next turn, and we have Outflank. So we get to start swarming them. So I think it's right to play for that reason. Because we're going to get to start swarming them, I think it makes sense to play it. They can castle, but that's going to block one. Youthful Knight blocks one. They take one. And then we're going to outflank the Youthful Knight. They'll have to sack the Foretold, and they won't get the 2/2, and they won't draw a card. So I think it was right to play it, but it's super close. All right, we can play our Fireborn Knight post-combat. We're going to let Jousting Dummy trade with a 1/1. If it blocks it, we're going to outflank Youthful Knight. So this turn, we're definitely attacking with all three. When they block with Youthful Knight, we'll outflank it. If they block with Jousting Dummy, cool, they take one, and then they sack Doom Foretold because they have no more permanents. If they don't block with Jousting Dummy, cool, they take two. We play Fireborn Knight. They sack the dummy to the Doom Foretold. We have the Fireborn Knight to sack, and we're trying to swarm them for the win. So this is going well for us now. So no question here, outflank the first striker. And now they're going to have to sack their own Doom Foretold, so they can't even make us sack Fireborn Knight. After these two trade, I don't get to trigger anything because Doom Foretold does make you sack it to itself if you have nothing else. But we ran them out of permanence, and this game is pretty much over, aside from things like them top-decking Realm Cloak Giant or something like that. I guess, or Witch's Vengeance, because they could kill these two humans, take one, and then they untap with Castle, potentially. But if they don't draw a sweeper, I don't think we can really lose here. And that's game. Enjoy, Ixo. Happy New Year, and thank you for spending so much of 2019 with us in this stream. Really love your insights. Enjoy the show. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have clicked good game until after I chose white. All right, so we're 4-1. Last match of this draft. Then we'll do one more on the night. Like I said, I'm going to make it a short night, but, you know, my normal stream is scheduled for 5 to 10. I just usually stay on way past 10. So I want to spend New Year's with Rachel in the Hard Rock Poker Room because she's at work. So, but I'm going to do one more draft. New Year's is a midnight holiday, not a 9 p.m. holiday in particular. So after this, if we do another traditional, we'll just play a couple of rounds, and that should work pretty well. Or I can do a ranked best of one if people prefer that. What do y'all want to see? This hand's slow, but we're on the play, and we have two good power cards. This isn't even a land. I mean, it's a land, but it also gives +1/+1, so I'm definitely going to keep this. Okay, it's like all best of one, so we'll do a best of one after this. Do you want War of the Spark or Throne of Eldraine? I want to see Ranked Dominaria too, but it's not an option yet at the moment. Given how slow this hand is, but how powerful it is, I'm just going to trap their 1-drop. This is basically a 1-mana 2/2, and we have a slow, powerful hand, so I'm not that worried about them blanking my stuff. I more just want to slow them down so I don't get run over while I'm developing. It's pretty split like always. See more Throne, though. So we'll do a Throne ranked best of one after this. I'll just drop from the one I'm in and then start a new one. No big deal. Because I only played like one or no games in the previous one. Okay. So this turn we can play Fireborn or Tactician, but not both. Fireborn commands an answer, or it's a really scary threat. So I think I'll just put out Fireborn and grow it. Hopefully they can't remove it because we don't have much going. So I don't mind investing in this Fireborn. And I really like ranging it here because it gets it out of Reeve's soul range, which is one of the commons they could have had to kill it. Now they have to have Bacon, Opie, or Outmuscle. There's basically 3 commons, Outmuscle, Bacon, Opie, and Reeve. And by putting the +1/+1 counter on it, that takes Reeve out of the equation. I'll have to rewatch it, Mathis, but all your plays made sense. I mean, that was just a good game where I drew some cards down the stretch. I didn't see you make any plays that I thought were just mistakes or anything. Like, obviously, without seeing your hand on each turn and stuff, I can't necessarily say every play was optimal, but nothing you did on any turn seemed bad. Everything you did seemed fine. Bacon Opie, Reeve Soul, and Outmuscle are all commons. Okay, so no reason to ritual 1 creature. They can't stop a 4/4 double strike in combat here. So let's go to combat. Now, assuming they just like chump or take a lot, we're not going to pump. We'll just play Tactician. It's a 3/3 flyer. We want to add that to the board. So we'll eat their creature. Add our Tactician. Oh, we're still in combat. I was like, why is it doing that? I guess I could have tapped to not give them the option to chump. Although, to be honest, I'm pretty happy with them chumping. So I'm not sure which play was right or wrong there. Yeah, it seemed like you played it well, Mathis, from my perspective as well. Okay, that doesn't change anything. We can't outflank it yet, though, so we'll take it. Now we have 6 mana. So if we go Guide Mother and Ritual, that means we're 14, 7 double strike, plus 4, so they'll be at 2. That looks nice, but then the Guide Mother doesn't get pumped. Our other option is to play Guide Mother and Ritual, and then they take 13, so they take 4 less, but then we have a 2/2 flyer instead of a 1/1 flyer. So the decision this turn, well, I guess, a 2/1 flyer instead of a 3/2 flyer. So the question is, do we want to deal them an extra 4 damage in exchange for having Guide Mother be -1/-1? I think the answer is yes, because it turns the Tactician into a lethal threat next turn. So I think we just go Ritual here. And now we're hitting them for 18, which means this Tactician must be answered next turn, or they die. Assuming they can answer it, then they have to chump block the Fireborn Knight, and then this Guide Mother as a 2/1 flyer, thanks to Heraldic Banner, represents another lethal threat anyway. So I think it was right to put them to 2 here, because that means it's deal with flyer or die, and if they deal with the flyer, then their 3/3 Death Touch has to just chump block Fireborn Knight, and then they have to deal with the Guide Mother and the Fireborn Knight or die. All right, I don't think we saw much to sideboard. We didn't see anything that interacts in combat. We're on the draw. Like I said, a lot of times with decks like this, I cut a land on the draw, but we have 2 good 5-drops, a 4-drop that's a mana sink, a 4-drop that you play twice, bunch of adventure. Our deck's pretty mana hungry. We saw Foulmere Knight. We don't particularly want these 3/6s against green-black. That's not where they line up well. They line up well against white and red and poorly against green, black, and blue, just as a whole. Just as a whole, this is a heuristic. It's not always true, but it is a good guideline. Something like a 3/6 is going to match up well against white and red because red has small creatures and damage-based removal, and white has small creatures. And it's going to line up poorly against black and green because green has big creatures and black has destroy. So usually it doesn't care that much about how much toughness the creature has. So stuff like Ardenvale Paladin tends to be at its best against red and white, and at its weakest against like blue and black, with green kind of in the middle. Yeah, so I don't see any reason to really swap anything here. Yeah, there are green pump spells. There's Insatiable Appetite and Garen Brig Carver at common. All right, I prefer one less land, but again, we're never mulling 4 landers with 3 spells we can cast, a 1-drop and a 2-drop. Just have to hope you don't flood. 12 lands left out of 32 cards means we're about 2/3 to draw a spell every turn, about 1/3 to draw a land. No, there's nothing for single green in this format. Hey, thanks Klaus Rayner for gifting out 5 subs. Appreciate the generosity, Klaus. Welcome to the generous gifting subs community we have here. Thank you for supporting my channel. Thank you, Akner, for showing off those money bags. 5 subs gifted out is very generous. Thank you for the great support. Okay, so if we attack with both, and they block Piper and Youthful Knight, we have to proactively Squire. Now, we don't have anything else to do this turn, so we don't really mind doing that unless they're going to kill it in response. And there's no way at common, or even uncommon, that I can think of for a black-green deck to do that with a black and 2 green. They may have Carver or Insatiable Appetite, and then our Youthful Knight will die, their Piper will live, and it'll be a pretty bad turn for us. But since we have nothing else to cast, we don't mind that. Let's pretend I had a Hengewalker in hand. I would probably just attack with Guidemother and drop Hengewalker. But if I get to Squire and then they spend their turn using Carver Appetite, that's better for me than just passing the turn and doing nothing. I don't particularly care about this Youthful Knight. So the only real blowout in this situation would be if they killed the Youthful Knight in response to the Squire, and they can't really do that with a black and 2 green mana. Now that they took it, we have to choose whether to Squire or not. A 2/1 isn't going to do anything on this board with 1/1 rat tokens and a 1/3, so we want to hold it so we can keep attacking in the future with this Youthful Knight, and or use it when we attack with Sir All in our carriage to keep that alive. So there's not any reason to do anything, we'll just pass. Also, if they attack, Squire untaps the creature, so maybe we get a good block that way. I'm not sure exactly when I said that, Hash, but games often swing based on one card. So I may have been winning on board, but thought it was close, because if they had a single removal spell, it would have put them up on board. I generally consider a close game one where one common or uncommon can swing the advantage. If it's going to take like a combination of cards or somebody really grossly outdrawing, then I'll generally not consider that a close game. Okay, well, there's nothing for 1 green, and they're attacking into the Squire, so no complaints here. We'll go ahead and eat a Piper of the Swarm. Super happy about that. And this is just perfect. They can't do anything. Now we can drop our 2/2 drops, and we are rolling. No, I wouldn't have attacked with Piper if I were the opponent. They could send the 1/1 rat because it has Menace, so I can't even eat it with Squire. Obviously, they don't really care if I outflank the 1/1 rat. So if I were the opponent, I would attack with the 1/1 rat, and I would not attack with Piper. Good question, Akanar HS. Okay, so for now, I'm not worried about making All-in bigger to attack. It should be able to do that anyway since they're stuck on mana. So I think we just want to Grange up like our flyer. Actually, I don't want to give them these trades. So maybe I won't attack this turn with much on the ground. I'm actually, because I don't want them to trade their 1/1 for my 2/1 and their 2/2 for my 2/2. When next turn, I'm going to have Sir All-in attacking, pumping the team. So for this turn, I'm just going to attack with Fairy Guidemother and play Sir All-in. If they kill Sir All-in, next turn we can play Enchanted Carriage, and then we can attack with the Flutter Fox in the air, the Squire, and the Youthful Knight on the ground, and they only have 1 good block. If they don't kill Sir All-in, we attack with everything on the ground and all of our creatures because Sir All-in is pumping everything, and the blocks are going to be much worse. So we definitely wanted to sit back a little bit here for 1 turn. While I was playing Squire pre-combat, a huge... Oh, you're saying the opponent. I was like, I don't know if I played it pre-combat or not, but I had nothing to do but two ground creatures. Okay, so they didn't do anything particularly meaningful. Let's put the carriage out so that the Fox gains flying. And then now we'll definitely attack with everything. I'm not worried if they get one slightly favorable trade because Sir Allen's pumping our creatures. So they can't kill Sir Allen. It's a 4/4 first strike. And other than that, they're more than welcome to double block Youthful Knight to take it out or to trade something with Squire. Thank you, Smaller73. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for the support. So they did double block Sir Allen. Okay, order doesn't matter. We're first striking both of those out. They also said good game, so I think they know that this is lethal. Cool. So we got 5 wins in the first traditional run I've done in a while, all the way through. Good stuff. Pretty sweet white weenie deck, 5-1. Played a lot of close games. Now I'm going to do a ranked best of 1 to finish the night. I'm going to do Throne of Eldraine. I'm technically already in one. I'll just drop. I don't really mind. Let's take a look at what I drafted first, though. Oh, it looks like a sweet mono green. A bunch of Ginger Brutes. A couple Thunder Snappers with a couple things to play after it. That's okay. I don't mind dropping. It's not that big of a deal, y'all. Like I said, y'all support my stream incredibly well. I'm super grateful that y'all have made me one of the most popular streamers in Magic year 1. If people would prefer Throne, I don't mind. It is not a big deal. Y'all are too nice. Now people who voted Throne are switching to War. It's up to y'all, but I really don't care about resigning and doing another draft in Throne here. I'm not even going to leave this up to you because now y'all are too nice. I'm not worried about the gems. I'm a professional Magic content creator. Y'all support my work and my stream incredibly well. I'm not worried about a couple hundred gems. Let's get into another ranked draft. Okay, so Outlaw's Merriment could easily be the best card in the entire set for Limited. Its casting cost is extremely prohibitive. You basically have to be white, and then you can splash red or have to be white-red. But it's pick 1, pack 1, so we can try our best to draft white-red if we open it. And white and red are the 2 colors that the bots are undervaluing the most in this format right now, so it's pretty easy to see and end up white-red. Drown is a nice card once you're already blue-black, but not exceptional. And if we're going to take a gold card, Outlaw's Merriment's a lot better than Drown. Savvy Hunter's similar to Drown. It's a very nice card for a black-green deck, but not anywhere near as good as Merriment. The best comment in this pack is Outmuscle. Again, it's not even bacon to a pie. I think this is a spot where you're not looking to stay open. You open possibly the #1 card in the format in terms of a combination of casting cost and power, or maybe second to Oko. So let's start with Merriment and hope we can see red and white. All right, this pack doesn't have anything too exceptional. It leaves us the ability to stay open. And I love taking Enchanted Carriage early because you can play it in any deck. It's fine in control. It's fine in aggro. It doesn't really matter. And it's not an exceptional card, but it does dodge sorcery speed removal and give you 6 power and toughness for 5 mana. So Carriage here is a pretty clear pick. I would definitely take Maryleaf Pixie over Carriage for a blue-green deck, but following a red-white mythic, this is just an easy Carriage here. So while I don't want my curve to get too high, this is pick 3 of the draft. Again, we don't have colors. I might be inclined to take like a Trapped in a Tower over Carriage because we already have a 4 and a 5. But I'm not going to take a Flutter Fox over Carriage. And this pack is horrible. The best card in the whole pack is Carriage. And then the second best card in this pack is maybe like Fox or 7 Dwarves, or I don't know. This pack is just abysmal. So again, it's a pretty easy Carriage. But we do need to prioritize cheap cards over expensive cards very heavily the rest of the way. Okay, so there's 2 choices for us here, really. We can take Wintermoor Commander, by far the best card in the pack, and it goes fine in decks with Carriage, but we'd have to look to splash the Merriment. Or we could take Trebuchet, which is on color, a fine 3-mana blocker to stop some flyers while we win with our power stuff, and a fine card for a red-white knight aggro deck. Personally, I don't like Spinning Wheel that much. It's fine if you're a deck that wants ramp and then might end up flooding out like a black-green mid-range deck. I like Spinning Wheel, but I don't like Spinning Wheel in like a red-white aggro deck. Even though we do have 2 5-drops to ramp out already, I don't necessarily want to take turn 3 off. I think Trebuchet here is just the right pick. While everybody knows my drafting style is way more on the side of staying open, Outlaw's Merriment is just that broken. So I think we just take Trebuchet. It blocks well, goes well with winning the game with these power cards, and look to draft a red-white if we can around Merriment and Carriage and all of that. Okay, no real choices here. Take a Rimrock for a red-white aggro Knights deck. We're nowhere near Deathless Knight, which is the only good card in the pack. So easy Rimrock. So now we have to decide between All That Glitters and one of these white cards. All That Glitters is a little dicey, but we've drafted 5 picks, and 4 of them are artifacts and enchantments. So there's a chance that All That Glitters ends up really broken in our deck. Doesn't look good in our deck at all right now because we have a slow, powerful red-white. But if we end up drafting a lot of cheap stuff the rest of the way, and some more artifacts and enchantments, artifact, enchantment, artifact. So given we'd be missing out on something filler like an Outflank, a Princess, or a Gingerbrute, I'm going to grab All That Glitters because I think it has a lot of potential upside. Yeah, like, if we get, like now, we're going to take the second All That Glitters. We can try and draft artifacts and enchantments as much as possible. Beloved Princesses to put the glitters on, Foxes. This deck is very different than most red-white aggro decks. Yeah, they count each other. They count themselves. It's just +1/+1 for every artifact and enchantment you control, including it. Most red-white aggro decks in this format are all just really small creatures. They're not looking to do the artifacts enchantment synergy. They don't have late game. We're going to look for a very different red-white deck where we prioritize artifact and enchantments very heavily now. And we still want small creatures because small creatures wear buffs better than big creatures. But we have late game, and we'll see what happens. So Fox is going to be excellent in this deck, of course. I'm not sure if it's better or worse than Youthful Knight. Youthful Knight's a Knight for Trebuchet. So I don't know if we want a 2/1 First Strike Knight or a 2/2 Flyer. I think that's a close pick in this deck. What do y'all think? Assume that the Fox will just always have flying, because it should. You're talking about a 2-mana 2/2 Flyer that's not a Knight, or you're talking about a 2-mana 2/1 First Strike Knight. I think it's extremely close in this deck. Yeah, flying is good with All That Glitters in particular early, though. Alright, I'm sold on the Fox by a little bit. And now we can grab Youthful Knight anyway. We don't have to grab Jousting Dummy over Youthful Knight to have artifacts and enchantments. We're going to end up with plenty. Of course, our whole deck is not going to be artifacts and enchantments, so we still want stuff like Squire. These cards don't matter. True Love's Kiss for the sideboard, but this is best of one. Beloved Princess wears those glitters great, and I'm happy to get 2 of them. Let's move on to the next pack. Oh yeah, maybe I should have took the Slipper just in case we end up wanting it for the artifact enchantments with the glitters. Okay, here it's Youthful Knight over Ogre and Weapon Rack pretty clearly. We can't use Stolen by the Fae, unfortunately. It's one of the best cards in the set as well. It's another S-tier card for sure. Bounce their 4 or 5-drop, get an army of 1/1 Flyers is near impossible to beat, but we have a good red-white deck going, so we'll just grab our Youthful Knight. I like Castle Embereth, but I think third All That Glitters is better. We're now going to be able to play these princesses, expecting to glitters them up. And like I said, we're going to prioritize artifacts and enchantments really heavily. So I'm down for third All That Glitters. Okay, I'm still going to take Fireborn Knight for a red-white deck, though, over Gingerbrute here. I do hope to pick up as many Gingerbrutes as I can. They're an artifact or enchantment, and they wear glitters well, and they feed glitters, but we're a red-white deck. Fireborn Knight is just a power card in a red-white deck. Doesn't look like we're going to have any ways, really, to turn on Sorcerer's Broom, aside from if we get some Gingerbrutes, so let's grab a Rimrock here. So whereas normally I only like Heraldic Banners in one color aggro decks, the fact that it's a playable artifact makes me want it a lot more in my triple all the glitters deck. So I'm going to grab it here. Plus, even though I have some red creatures, most of them are white. The Carriage makes 2 white mice. Fireborn Knight is white. Outlaw's Merriment makes white creatures, right? I think it makes creatures that are red and white, but that's still white. So we only have 3 creatures in our whole deck that aren't white. Plus, our deck wants artifacts and enchantments wherever we can get it. And we have some expensive stuff. Trebuchet, another one of those artifacts that we're going to get as many as we can this draft. Yeah, I've never drafted this deck. This is my first time drafting like a red-white all that glitters artifacts matter deck. In the entire time I've been drafting Throne of Eldraine, which is literally hundreds of drafts. I've probably done, I couldn't even make up a number. This is kind of cool. Yeah, so Princess is good in our deck, so it's definitely in consideration here. Wolverine is not, and we have tons of 2-drops. But Crashing Drawbridge is another card we could consider. It's an artifact to feed all that glitters, and it blocks, and it can give haste to our stuff when it wants to attack. So I think Crashing Drawbridge may actually be a good card in this deck. It takes synergies with Crashing Drawbridge for it to be a good card, but we have that, right? We can give haste to our Trebuchets and ping. We can block with it. We can give haste to these power creatures like 4/4s, and it's going to pumper all the glitters. So I think I want Crashing Drawbridge for this deck. Okay, we'll grab another Flutter Fox here. I'll definitely play Dummy in this deck because it's an artifact, but I think we have plenty of artifacts and enchantments. We'd rather get the Flyer. 2 mana, 2/2 Flyers, a pretty impressive card for an aggro deck. I don't know about Weapon Rack or Ogre Errant. I'm not sure that either is going to make our deck. We don't want to prioritize red creatures since we have a Heraldic Banner. We do have 2 Trebuchets, so Knights are pretty good, and we have 2 useful, 2 Rimrock. So yeah, I guess Ogre makes more sense. All right, these cards don't matter. I really doubt we're going to play any of them. Ginger Brutes are good in this deck. It's a good artifact and enchantment for an aggro deck if you have all the glitters to feed. I actually don't even like Ginger Brute very much, but I like it in this deck. Bargain's just never going to find its way in. Okay, I don't care if your deck's aggressive or not. Harmonious Archon is a busted card. Plus, we have plenty of expensive stuff, so we're going to play Banner and probably 16 or 17 lands, which means we're going to hit 6 sometimes. So we'll just Windmill Slam this busted Archon here. Maybe we'll table out of this pack like Jousting Dummy or Clockwork Servant or Lonesome Unicorn or Squire. But this is a Windmill Slam, second non-color mythic, always a good place to be. So this isn't a deck that wants to sack lands very much, but we don't have very much removal. I'm okay with not having much removal in decks like this. It's a proactive deck, but I think we should pick up a red cap melee where we can. Tactician is still a great card in this deck, but this is going to be a pretty split mana base. So I think this is a pretty clear red cap melee. Okay, speaking of clear, we have a lot of Knights. We're not an all Knights deck, but this is a 2 mana 2/2 on color anyway, and it still pumps 2 useful Knights, 2 Rimrock Knights, Ogre Errant, and Fireborn Knight. So I think we're definitely taking Night Lord here. It's not like it's busted in our deck. We're not an all Knights deck by any stretch, but we still have time to pick up a few more, and we're a red-white deck. Okay, well, we definitely want Ferocity, I think, unless we have a lot of humans, because if you make something giant and then you give it trample, that's really powerful. Beloved Princess is a human. We don't necessarily have to play it, but it does wear glitters well. Ginger Brute is not a human. Fox is not a human. Squire and Useful Knight are, but Rimrock is not. Veteran is. Doesn't matter because Trebuchet can't attack. Ogre Errant's not. Fireborn Knight is. What does Merryman even make? I don't even know. They're all humans. But Carriage is not. So we're pretty split between human and non-human. So I'm not sure how I feel about Ferocity here. I don't think we want Outflank. Almost all of our spells are either going to have to be like really good direct removal, like Red Cap Melee, or artifacts or enchantments for all the glitters. So this isn't a deck that really wants to play Outflank, I don't think. Archon does not make your creatures non-human. It does not change their power, their type, I don't think. So I think this pick is either like Hengewalker, which will be a 3/3 once in a while, a 2/2 a lot of the time, but it's still an artifact creature. Or Ogre Errant, just for another 4-mana Knight to go with the Night Lord, double Trebuchet, and all of that. Or Ferocity, because it's an enchantment or artifact, and Trample works really well with all the glitters. But we do have a lot of humans. I mean, I can cut the princesses, but if we're not going to play a lot of removal, I don't necessarily want to. This is already over, so some of these cards are going to have to leave. So I'm not sure exactly what synergies we're going to lose. I mean, I could cut Squire. This isn't like the last deck. I don't need to pump my stuff. It's not a Knight. I could cut, like, the princesses. So that would be a lot of humans. Oh, I agree one outflank is okay. I'm just saying we don't want to take it over serviceable cards that have positive synergy with our deck. I think Ferocity is just going to be good. I mean, Carriage makes mice. They're not humans. I think I'm going to take Ferocity. It's just with 3 all the glitters, Ferocity pumping them, and then also giving Trample to big creatures is just a huge deal. Okay, Cauldron is an artifact or enchantment that can sit and play, and it's a removal spell, so this is exactly the deck that does want Cauldron. So let's grab that. Now it looks like another pretty easy Rimrock. It's a non-human. Works pretty well in this deck. I think there's almost no way we're going to end up playing Squire. Let's move that out. Glass Casket's another nice removal spell that will sit and play the whole game while feeding all the glitters. I would gladly get more Trebuchets, but Glass Casket is a windmill slam for this deck. That's a really nice late pickup. That is an actual windmill slam for this deck. Ginger Brute, also a really nice fit. Does basically everything we want. I don't think we're going to play Lonesome Unicorn. I'm going to grab Dummy. It's non-human, it's a Knight, and it's an artifact. So again, it fits all of our deck synergies. I don't think we're going to play Crystal Slipper. We ended up with tons of artifacts and enchantments. We're not short. I don't know if we're going to play Guide Mother or not, but it's a pretty aggressive deck. Flying does work well with the, all the glitters plan. So I'm going to grab the Guide Mother here. We're going to have to make some tough cuts. I don't know that Fortified Provisions, that might be getting too cute. It does give you 2 artifacts and enchantment out of 1 card, because you get a food token that's an artifact and the provisions. But I mean, we're going to have to cut a bunch of cards as is. But we're not, Prize, Griffin, Fling, and Thrill are not making our deck, so I'll take it just so we can think about it. Similarly, I still think Ogre Errant's better than Outflank, but I think it stands almost no chance at making our deck. So these cards basically don't matter. I'm actually going to switch scenes for deck build now because we have to make a lot of cuts, and we have an interesting deck where it's not just like we cut our 1 worst card. So let me go to the deck building scene. This is going to be pretty interesting because we have to maximize our synergies, but we also have a lot of power cards. So easy cuts, are there any? Not really. So let's start with the cards that are the closest. Like, we don't need Guide Mother. We don't need Ogre Errant. Those cards don't really synergize. I think Princess is going to be pretty good with all the ways to enhance it and banner, but we still may have to cut it. I agree. Ginger Brute is definitely better than Princess, and those can wear the all the glitters, and so can any of our 2-drops. I think the Princess is going to have to go too, so I think it's kind of moot. I think the drawbridge was a reasonable idea, but we just ended up with a ton of 2-drops and a ton of artifacts and enchantments, and we still have to make several cuts, so I think the drawbridge has got to go. Yeah, we could cut a carriage, but don't forget, we have synergies galore with it. We have Archon, right, that pumps the 1/1s it makes into a 3/3. We have Heraldic Banner on white, which pumps the 1/1s it makes into a 2/1. We could cut a Rimrock. We could cut a carriage. We could cut a land. We could cut the dummy. But it is a Knight, non-human, and artifact. We could cut Ferocity, but it does go really well with all of our power. And we do have Heraldic Banner pumping power, Rimrock pumping power, and then triple all the glitters. We could also cut a land. This deck is more of a 17 than a 16, but Heraldic Banner is basically a land. So we need 3 more cuts. I think contenders are a land, a Rimrock, Jousting Dummy, Ferocity, or a Carriage. It is ranked. We do get the hand smoother for this one. Foxes aren't cuttable. Oh, I definitely think that strategy is very real, the JRAB. Obviously, this isn't the deck for it, even if it was even if that strategy was the best one. We have amazing power level, a 6-mana mythic, totally broken 4-mana mythic. And I don't personally, like I said, draft to best exploit the arena system. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I don't like the word exploit even because it has a negative connotation. But I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that. I'm just not personally super interested in it. But yeah, we could cut one land. We do have the hand smoother. 16 with a banner is certainly fine. We have a ton of cheap cards. I could definitely see cutting one land. I really don't know about cutting Ferocity. We have a lot of cheap cards, and all the glitters is going to make some things pretty big. Well, yeah, you'd have to be mono to play 12 lands. If you're two-color deck, you can't play 6/6. You're just not going to cast your spells. We do want to err on the side of cutting more expensive cards if we can, since we did cut a land. Ferocity's good with these Ginger Brutes. Why does everybody want me to cut Ferocity? I guess there's a lot of aggro in the best of one ranked, and we are going to be on the draw in half the games. So that's a reason to cut Ferocity. But Trample is really good in this deck. But we do have a decent amount of flying and unblockable. And we are going to be on the draw in half the games. And there is a lot of aggro in best of one right now. No, Trebuchet is not cuttable. We have plenty of Knights. It's an artifact, so it pumps our glitters. Yeah, Banner's not necessary, but it's giving us lands towards Archon and Carriage, and it's an artifact towards 3 glitters. And we have mostly white creatures. We're not, I mean, we have some red too, but we're not cutting Banner. Banner's not cuttable. Carriage is cuttable, but I think it's too good to cut, but it is cuttable. Dummy is cuttable. It's bad, but it synergizes with everything. Rimrock is cuttable. We have plenty of 2-drops. I like Cauldron because it's a removal that can, like, it's an inefficient card, but if it's sitting in play, it's pumping all the glitters. So that's why I kind of like Cauldron here. I'm down with 1 Rimrock out. Banner's going to be on white. I think 1 Rimrock out makes a lot of sense. Actually, though, if we cut the Ferocity, that makes being a human a little less of a drawback. Do we want to consider taking out any more Rimrocks for Beloved Princesses? I know we already have 1-drops, and being a knight triggers Trebuchet, but Beloved Princess does wear all the glitters really well. And I mean, Trebuchet is fine even if it's only pinging for 1 a turn, because it's also pumping all the glitters and blocking flyers. I don't think the Cauldron is that good in this deck, but I think we want to run it. Yeah, Rimrock buffing Youthful Knight is good. I think it's close. Princess is good with Banner too, that's true. I don't think we change the lands. Even though we're more white, we're still a 2-color deck with lots of red cards. I think this is just the correct mix. I'm going to roll like this. Actually, we have a ton of artifacts and enchantments. Maybe we can cut the dummy, put in 1 princess, and try it like that. Knights do matter. I agree. We have the Lord, too. I kind of want to see how 1 princess performs in this deck, though. I think it's going to be pretty good. Archon has no synergy with Merriment and double Carriage. I know you're joking, but I'm just pointing out that obviously it's a busted card that you play with or without synergy, but it actually has great synergy in our deck too. I think Princess is better than Godmother in this deck. It's pretty rare I would say that, but I think this is the deck for it. All right, so I'm going to start with the youthful because next turn if we play the veteran, it'll grow and deal more than 2. See what they do. That said, that doesn't stop it. I think we want to get our Trebuchet down, and then the following turn, we can play our Flutterfox and our Night Lord, so that we'll get the extra ping, so we'll make up the missed damage right there anyway. Plus, of course, the veteran will pump the Youthful Knight. Oh, yeah, maybe I should have played the Fox because it could fly, so that would likely allow it to get in too. I think you're right, Socks. I think I should have played the Fox turn too, because it will likely get in, and then we would have an extra ping when we play the Youthful Knight. I think you're right. I think the Fox was a better play. All right, for now, go ahead and put out our Night Lord. They actually could double block Youthful Knight here somewhat successfully, but they might not do it because we have mana up for tricks. And since we have Trebuchet, they can't know whether we have a pump spell in hand or not. So this is the kind of situation where it's worth the attack, because if they take it, we get in 3 important damage. If they double block, we just trade for a 3/3, which is a very small trade down. So the upside of sneaking in the 3 damage is certainly worth the risk of such a small trade down. So it's definitely right to just go veteran, attack with Knight, with red and white up. Especially, one of the nice things about Trebuchet on Arena is you can always ping, so your opponent doesn't know whether you have pump spells in hand or not, because Arena won't auto-pass to them. I have not done any Vintage Cube, no. Yeah, we could consider Dummy over Scalding Cauldron. Does have a lot of synergy. We do have very few removal. We have 1 red cap melee, 1 glass casket, and 1 cauldron. So I think it's close. I think it's a reasonable suggestion, Duron. Okay, for now, Ginger Brute's unblockable, so we want to play that and give it haste because we have plenty of mana. Other than that, we can attack with the Flutterfox. We can't send the Youthful Knight or the Inspiring Veteran, so we don't really have any decisions. Just play our creatures that can attack into their board, and of course, that's it. If they have an outflank, good beats. There's no real way to play around the 1 mana card in this situation. Just, we would never let them blow us out with it, but it's going to trade with Fox. Not going to sit around not attacking with Fox to make them strand 1 mana. Yeah, you're right, Stenja. Of course, that's somewhat laziness. If I have nothing to do with the mana either way, then I'll activate it pre-combat. But if I'm squeezed on mana or something, I'll try and do it at the exact right spot. Okay, so I don't think anything's changed. There's no way we can attack on the ground this turn with Youthful Knights. There's no way they can stop Flutterfox, aside from if they have an outflank and good beats. They can't kill Trebuchet for 1 mana, so pre or post combat doesn't really matter. Let's just hit them with the Fox, put out our carriage, and ship back to them. Yeah, Trebuchet wasn't cuttable from the stack. We're in an aggro deck, and it just pings them out, and it's an artifact for all the glitters and all that. Treb is a good card. Just all around, like, a very solid Magic card. Okay, well, that looks like game. Oh, never mind. Sorry, they have a flyer now. I was going to say I could just slap that on the Fox and they were dead. I can still slap that on the Fox and they're forced to chump block, but they're not dead. Let's see what happens. They have 4 blockers. They've already played an outflank. They probably aren't holding another one, or they would have outflanked Fox. So we could have 6 attackers, plus we can ping them. So they're effectively at 5. I think it's going to work out pretty well for us. We can crew the carriage using the veteran. All that glitters like one of the mice, and then just turn all our creatures. The 4/7 will eat something, but other than that, they're taking infinite, and we're kind of wrecking their board. I just want to make sure I don't die on the backswing. Plus, they could have Tactician. So I don't know if it's better to play it that way or to play it more slowly and grindy. Because, I mean, we're pretty well protected from Tactician right now because of Carriage. And, I mean, you can't Trapped in a Tower a Flyer. So a mono white deck really can't do anything about this giant fox with all the glitters on it. So I think maybe that's just the right play. Or maybe I just put all the glitters on a Youthful Knight. How many artifacts and enchantments will I have? 1, 2, 3. No, it's not big enough to get through Paladin. Okay, let's all the glitters the fox and just attack with that. I'm just going to play it slow and conservative because, I mean, mono white's removal is only Trapped in a Tower, basically. Glass Casket at uncommon, which, I mean, maybe they have one, maybe they don't in their deck. So we force them to... Whoa! I didn't see that coming. That might be the first time I've gotten Righteousness in this entire format. Well, that worked out very poorly. I wish I had went with the other line, and we still have a game now. Wow, and now they have a Ritual. Now this is a really, really tight game. I mean, I still have a massive life total advantage, and there's certainly ways I can win, but what a swing. Okay, so I do want to remove this 5/8 if I can, because that might open up attacks, plus there's no reason to take mad extra ground damage. If I block it with, like, the 4/4, a Youthful Knight, and a 1/1, that looks pretty good, right? They can't even kill the Youthful Knight and the Carriage. So they can, like, kill a 1/1 and a Youthful Knight or a 1/1 and a Carriage. So that looks pretty strong. And then Trebuchet can block Guide Mother, 2/2 and a 1/3. For 1 white, there's only Outflank or Shepherd. We're not putting an Outflank in their hand at this point in this game. So, yep, these blocks look pretty good. Assuming they don't have anything, this works out quite favorably. I am. I mean, I don't know about partying. My girlfriend has work tonight in the Hard Rock Poker Room. She'll be there working at midnight. So after this draft, I'll be going to join her there. So I'm there well before midnight. We're still in position to ping them out. I mean, this board is still pretty even. Now that their giant thing is gone, can we attack? No, they still have a 5/5. So just going to keep trebucheting them and see where this game goes. Thanks. Okay. So they blew us out with that Righteousness. Totally got me by surprise there. Didn't see a Righteousness coming. For now, Princess can't be blocked by creatures with 3 or greater, but they've got a 2/2. 5/5 stops the other stuff. Maybe we can alpha, but I think we're still at least a turn away from that. If they don't draw a creature and we do, then we can use the fresh creature we draw to crew up the Carriage, and then maybe we have an alpha attack. But for right now, I think it's just ping and sit back. Okay, this attack is interesting, given we were already close to alphaing and we're way up. We kind of want to block because we're pinging them out and we don't even need to race or make a risky attack. But they, of course, might have drawn a trick. The relevant cards are Outflank and Silverflame Squire. So let's say we bring up this Carriage and we double block with Carriage and Youthful Knight. Squire doesn't really work. I mean, they kill both of ours, but they lose theirs. If they outflank the Carriage, they'll eat the Youthful Knight, but the Youthful Knight's not doing a ton anyway, so that looks like a pretty good play to me. If they have nothing, they're trading their 5/5 for like a 4/4 we have to crew. If they have Silverflame Squire, we still kill the biggest creature here, the 5/5, and keep our life total up while we're trying to ping them out with Trebuchet. If they have Outflank, it's kind of bad for me, but throwing on one more blocker doesn't really stop that, so I don't think we can play around Outflank in this situation. And we're still easily winning the race. Like, if they outflank, we stay at 14, we ping them to 3. Like, we're going to ping them out before they're going to attack us out if they don't draw an answer to Trebuchet. Okay, all the glitters. So that looks like a pretty good draw. We can slap that on the princess, and then they have to block it with the guide mother. If we send in the 4-4, it's just going to trade with the dummy plus pump. So yeah, this looks like a pretty easy choice. Now we can gain some life, and this forces them to block with guide mother. Even if they have squire, it's still just a trade and we gain 4. If not, they have to chump. Well, that's some life gain. It doesn't really change anything except it gives them a chump blocker and some life. Oh, or they could triple block for the trade, which makes more sense, yeah. But good beats. They keep having these surprise uncommons that we weren't really playing around. Okay, so if I trade with that card, then the Enchanted Carriage is turned online. We don't have that many knights anyway, so I'm definitely going to put Inspiring Veteran here. Hope they don't have Squire too, because now this clears the way for the 4-4 to attack into a 3-2 on board. And cool, we're way up on board, and if I get to trade carriage for both their creatures, that's awesome for me. So this turn, going to crew the carriage. Hitting with the unblockable Gingerbread is sweet, but it's worth missing 1 damage because this trade would be quite good for me. Next turn, it clears the way for the mouse, plus it just removes their whole board. And they can't really take 4, or they die to Trebuchet Gingerbread super quick. So I definitely want this trade. Don't think those creatures have haste, so they shouldn't be able to block Gingerbread. Unfortunately, another couple points of life. And, of course, they can trade off with the 1-1, slow my clock down again. Draw some lands, y'all. This opponent might be on the 12-land strategy. But we're going to keep grinding. You are right. Thank you for reminding me to switch scenes. Always appreciate the heads up on that. I get so focused on what I'm doing, I like forget everything else exists in the world. Oh yeah, we've been pinging them. I mean, we have 20 cards in our deck, so that means it's like turn 13, give or take, because I haven't really drawn any extra cards. And Trebuchet came out on turn 3, and it pinged an extra couple times. So Trebuchet, for some quick math, if you assume it's turn 13 and it came out on turn 3, and we pinged a couple extra times, it's probably done about 12 to them. But if they don't have anything, they're dead. I mean, we're pinging them to 2, attack with brute to 1, ping them to 0. So for now, they need to have something or they're dead, and it would be highly unlikely that they'd have something because they must have drawn Guide Mother this turn. So let's finish them off. I like how the box knows. That's a picture of Merriment, right? Just the best card in our deck and one of the best in the format. No big deal. We were in the driver's seat the whole game except for that one turn where they went Righteousness into Ritual. The Righteousness was a pretty big blowout, and then the Ritual, pumping 5 creatures, was really strong. But we had enough of a life total advantage and plenty of creatures, so some profitable double blocks, put the board back to even, and then we could get right back to pinging them out. Yep, we first picked Merriment this draft. Combo! Turn 2, attacking with a 3/3, and then it grows to a 4/4. Hope they can't interact with this. This is why I hate the designs like this, because I want to play interactive Magic, and like if our opponent doesn't have a Reeves Soul or something to stop this, we're now playing limited, attacking with a turn 2 3/3, and then it's going to go to a 4/4. That's just disgusting. Well, that does stop it this turn. So instead, let's give it unblockable, pump it, and then we can evaluate for later. Get in some damage where we can. Then we can play Trebuchet, and then we'll look at what the board looks like when we're deciding what to do with all the glitters. Yeah, they can give their creatures haste to block, but it's going to be big, so that's not necessarily going to be a successful strat for them. Okay, so if we put out Glitters and Brute, then they don't have a block on the Brute this turn, so that looks fine. We can't make the other Brute 1/1 haste because they'll just unblockable except by haste creatures. They'll just give the Paladin haste with the drawbridge and block it. But we can dump on to the 1 Brute. We might rather dump on the Fox, though. So I'm not really sure what to do here. Because every creature they have, they can give haste with the drawbridge. So if we build the Fox up, it's going to be harder for them to block it profitably. So I think that might be better. So I think let's just put out our creatures here. Yeah, maybe I should have double spelled to resolve the Trebuchet. That play might have been wrong. Oops, I didn't mean to click up my friends list. The Trebuchet was a pretty good resolve against a mono blue deck. The 2 cards that I could have double spelled would have done less in play than the Trebuchet, but it would have been better to play around the counter maybe. Yeah, they milled 2 land and a Youthful Knight. That's good for us. But I think you're right that since I had the other options, I went with the one that was better if they didn't have a counter, but because they were on the play with a pretty good start. But I probably should have went with like 2 little creatures there and then tried to resolve the Trebuchet the following turn. Really? I drew the Merriment and I don't have a second Plains. I have 4 mountains and 1 Plains. Okay. So what are we going to do here, though? We can still all the glitters up the Flutter Fox, play the Ginger Brute. It's not exactly bad. It's not as good as resolving Merriment. We can't attack with any of these small creatures because they can put the Paladin in front of them. If we send the Rimrock, it's just going to bounce off the drawbridge. But we do want to put out the Ginger Brute first, since it pumps the Flutter Fox. And I'm not too worried about the race. The Ginger Brutes do gain life. So we'll see if they can deal with this Fox or not. There are ways. There's Runaway Together, So Tiny, and Charm Sleep. I think there's almost no way if I send the Rimrock, they're not blocking. I know it can't block, so it's a free roll, so it's probably right to send it technically. I just don't see that happening. Okay, that's not great, not horrible. It turns it into a 1/1 non-flyer, but it'll still keep the enchantment bonus. That's unaffected by that. So unfortunately, now that they have their mana up, we draw the Plains, and I don't know what to do. Resolving Outlaw's Merriment last turn would almost certainly won us the game. I wish, Mirror's Cowslayer, I wish. So if we attack with the Flutter Fox, it's going to trade with the Paladin, A 4/4 ground creature that could grow to a 5/5 if we draw an artifact for a 3/3 is pretty even. Because, I mean, I'd have to play 2 more before it grows to trade with both. I mean, they only have 5 lands out. These are probably spells. They could very easily be a counter. And it's a pretty even board. I don't think we play Merriment. I think we just have to chill and let them cast a card. If they tap, Merriment is so good. Like, somebody was suggesting on turn 3 to, you know, to play around a counter for Trebuchet a little bit, and Trebuchet is good. But Merriment, if this resolves, we are going to win. Like, if this card's out at 17 life, the game is over. So I think that we should wait. Well, now this is going to be a game. I mean, Gadwick is incredible out of a mono blue deck, but now we'll get to resolve Merriment. So, game on. Well, they just drew 3 cards and the ability to tap down stuff, so I'm not going to declare us a victory because that was an incredible play by them, but I am overall pretty happy. Okay, and now that we're going to resolve Merriment, we have to decide if we want to send Flutterfox as a 5/5. It will trade down with a Paladin, but I kind of want to trade with their flyers, because if they don't sneak in a victory, they lose, because now we're going to have Merriment going. So I think we play our Outlaws Merriment, and then we attack with Flutterfox. I'll send the Rimrock here because if I don't want them to chump with the drawbridge. And, of course, I would happily trade the Rimrock for any of their creatures. The Gingerbrutes can't really attack because the drawbridge gives haste to all their creatures. And then they'd be able to eat my brutes. But so even though we're trading a 5/5 for a 3/3 flyer here, and I am going to trade with one of the flyers, not Gadwick, I think it's worth it. The reason being, we have Merriment going, so our biggest goal here is to not die now. We get a creature every turn for the rest of the game. I think it would definitely be wrong to kill Gadwick and not a 3/3 flyer. We need this game to go... Gadwick is broken because it drew them 3 cards, but it's just going to tap 1 or 2 creatures on their turn. Maybe they'll play like 1 opt. We don't really care that much. Like, Gadwick's ability is good, but not as good as flying when we auto-win the long game. We have inevitability. They may be able to deal with this in the short term, but unless they have a bounce spell for it, they are not going to beat it in the long term. Like, inevitability is definitely ours. Okay, so we can deal 1 damage to any target. So if we deal damage to them, that's cool. Or we could deal 1 to the drawbridge, and then it can't block Rimrock. I would love to trade Rimrock for any of their 3 creatures. So I think we deal 1 to the drawbridge. So now they can tap the Rimrock because they don't have a block on it this turn. We don't have an attack. But again, this 1/2 stays out. Remember, we're not taking damage. So every turn that goes by, the game gets better and better for us. Outlaws Merriment, you're not always going to win. I mean, it takes time before its advantage like accumulates. If you play it on turn 4, you're virtually always going to win. But you have inevitability. This card is just... Every turn, we get a real creature. Either a 2/1 lifelink, or a 3/3... I'm sorry, or a 3/1, or a 1/2 with a ping. So even though we look like we're a Boros aggro deck, we're actually playing red-white control right now. The longer the game goes, the better for us. Yeah, I don't know. J-Rab, no way to know. Thank you, OTR Heathen. Appreciate the subscription. Okay, so this time we got the 2/1 lifelink. We've got Cauldron online to kill their 3/3 flyer. And If we kill the Hengewalker, they still have Gadwick to block our 2-1 this turn. So I think we're chilling. I'm going to kill it on their upkeep in case they have Runaway together, but I don't want to give them more draw steps. So I'm just going to pass to the opponent now. Again, I still would rather kill the 3/3 flyer that's pressuring me way more than Gadwick. Gadwick is S tier. It's totally broken, but it's totally broken because it draws X cards when it comes into play. Even out of a mono blue deck, the tap ability is good. It's relevant, but I'm much, much more interested in killing the 3/3 flyer. If I could have stopped them from drawing 3 cards with Gadwick, that would be a different story. But they've got a lot of ammunition now, so definitely still a good game. I have no idea if I'm going to win or lose. They're drawing a bunch of extra cards. They've got Gadwick. I'm making a free creature every turn plus my draw step. So this is a good game of Magic. No clue who's going to win or lose. If we spike a 1/2, we can shut off their only flyer remaining. And we've got 6 life sitting here on the board. Yeah, that wasn't a great Charm Sleep. I mean, the only thing is there's no good target for Charm Sleep. If they Charm Sleep a Brute while it's on tapped, I get to just sack it. Otherwise, they're locking down a 2/1 lifelink or a 1/2 or a 3/1. So I agree that Charm Sleep was not necessarily the right play or great, but they didn't really have a good target for Charm Sleep, to be fair to them. Also, if this makes 3/1s, it makes sense to lock down Rimwreck Knight by a little bit more, because with 2 3/1s, I have a little bit of an attack. They at least have to trade off a 3/3. Which is stopping other creatures potentially. So I don't blame them. I'm not saying if it was right or wrong, I really have no idea. I don't think it was horrible. Favorite limited format of the decade? Probably Modern Masters 1 or Dominaria. My favorite set is Champions, which was last decade. After that, I think Time Spiral, which was last decade. After that, it's like Modern Masters 1 probably over Dominaria by a very small amount. I consider Modern Masters 1 probably my 3rd favorite, I think. And then after that, I think M20, Dominaria are pretty close. All right, we can't stop the flyer, but as soon as we spike the 1/2 off of this, we can ping the flyer. They're definitely something we're considering, but we're not doing it yet. If I keep taking to a turn for a while, I definitely could send in a 2/1 just to gain 2. But don't forget, I have the 6 life in play. I have 2 Ginger Brutes out also. So my life total is really more like 16 than 10. So I'm not exactly looking to throw away creatures for life earlier than necessary here. Oh, yeah. Oko sees play in every format that it's legal in. Oko sees play in Vintage, Legacy, Modern. Like, Oko is the best Planeswalker ever printed. It's probably like a top, like, it's hard to compare like a fair type card to a combo type card. But honestly, it's probably like a top 50 card ever printed in the history of Magic. It is disgusting how good Oko is. Like, it's up there with Deathrite as one of those cards that, like, when they printed it, you're just like, okay, like, this card is, like, legacy quality, and you're just printing it, like, ain't no thing. It was not a treat, the J-Rab. Oh, Oko's way better than Mind Sculptor. No, Nissa is a powerful standard card, but Nissa is what the top end of standard power cards should look like. Oko is Broko. My kingdom for the 1/2. All right, these aren't knights. The 1/2 pings when it comes into play, so I shut off the sprite as soon as that happens. Like I said, the clock's not that threatening. I mean, we're really at like 14 still, plus some 2/1 lifelinkers. But I shut off the 2 damage a turn as soon as I hit the 1/2. Decking them might be how we win. They have 10 cards left in their deck. I guess Inspiring Veteran isn't really worth sandbagging. We have 18, so even if they counter this here, we're still decking them well before they're decking us at the moment. So there's another 3/3 flyer. So like I said, we really need to hit like the 1/2 sooner or later so we can shut off this 2 damage a turn. They're at 9 cards left in their deck. So if they don't have like Midnight Clock or a bunch of more mill, I think decking them is a more likely way to win here than damage. Although that's another 5/4 flyer they could attack with. So the plot is thickening for sure. Still have that red cap melee to deal with the Vantress. And the Glass Casket. We haven't used either of those yet. 15 cards left in our deck. 5, 8, 10. All right, I guess I got to sack Brute to stay alive. So finally the 1/2. Let's make sure we don't have lethal here. They have, what, 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers plus a tap. Yeah, there's no way we have lethal. So ping off that sprite. That's a really good draw, but it might not be enough. It might be a little too little too late. Still got the 8 points of flying here. They're letting us attack with everything. So they have 4 blockers, one of which will live through blocking these 4. Yeah, we're going to lose here. I guess we need the life to literally survive, so we have to send the 2/3/1s. That's the only way we're not dead on board to the flyers. So the question is, can we send anything else? Profit's going to eat one of them, potentially. I don't care about a 4/1 compared to a 3/1. In fact, I'd rather lose a non-lifelinker. So let's see how many blockers I need back for ground creatures. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, and they can go tap, tap. So really, I'd like to have around 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I can't send anything else. So we'll send in the 2/3/1 lifelink so that we're not dead on board. But this is going pretty poorly. But I guess if we top deck Glass Casket or Red Cap Melee, we're still making our creature every turn. They only have two flyers we have to deal with. So 14 card deck. So it's definitely looking bad, but maybe it's not insurmountable. We have to sack it to stay alive, to not be dead on board to the flyers. We might still be dead on board if they just tap things. Okay, well, that's definitely going to do it. That plus Gadwick taps our team. Good game, opponent. That was pretty fun. Yeah, it was like a turn 6 or 7 merriment. Turn 7, I think, because we didn't have the double white. If we had resolved it 2 turns earlier, we would probably won. But I'm not in a position to complain. That was a really good game. Yeah, Archon would have been a really sweet draw. Turn 4, Merriment, Organic Chicken. Turn 4, Merriment. Turn 7, Merriment can be beatable by Gadwick. Opponent's deck was very good. That was an excellent version of the blue-white control deck. I mean, sorry, the mono-blue control deck. Okay, so Gingerbrute, all the glitters, so we can give +2/+2 to something this turn. Doesn't look exceptional. They have Cauldron, so we're not really trying to do that. We have mad extra lands, so I think I might even consider just meleeing the drawbridge because it's good against Gingerbrute. But either way, I think we should give them another turn to play Fierce Witchstalker and possibly tap some mana, and then we'll see what we can resolve glitters on. So for right now, I think we mostly just want to play Brute, attack, and pass to the opponent. We don't super care if they Cauldron away either of these creatures, and we don't really want to melee drawbridge. I think it's acceptable to melee drawbridge given the Brute plan, but they could just carver it or something like that. Let's at least wait for the opponent to maybe tap out, drop shield, see what else they have going on. We also don't need the Gingerbrute to be unblockable if we slap double all the glitters on it, because it's just going to be giant. Now, we're then going to lose the game if they have a bacon to a pie or something, but you can't always beat everything, so we'll see what we draw over the next turn or two. Okay, so yeah, I think now I'm just going to double all the glitters. We're going to get in one nice hit. If they have bacon to a pie, we're probably going to lose, but if not, we've got a 7/7. And I mean, there's not a lot here. Reeve Soul doesn't work. Out Muscle doesn't work. There's basically just bacon to a pie. No choices here. Drop our carriage to have some blockers. Hit them for 8 or 9. Sorry, it's going to grow by 2, not 1. Yeah, or Return to Nature, which sometimes people main, sometimes they don't. But as far as commons that people always would main, there's pretty much just bacon to a pie. A lot of cards don't work. Like Epic Downfall doesn't work. Reeve Soul doesn't work. Out Muscle doesn't work. Okay, so while we can't lethal them, this is looking excellent. So if we pay 1 for the Brute, they have to tap the drawbridge or they're dead. We can, well, now with this all the glitters, we might have lethal. We can melee up their Garen Big Paladin. We can pay 1 for the Brute, which requires them to tap drawbridge or be dead. So they're going to have 1 blocker Carver to put on Brute. And then they should die to all the glitters on, like, Carriage or a Mouse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I can even just put it on a Mouse. So yeah, I think they're just dead. So if we red cap the drawbridge, they tap it. They have 2 blockers. If we pay the 1, they have to tap the drawbridge or they die to the Gingerbrute. So now we can melee up this Paladin. Gingerbrute can only be blocked by creatures with haste, so it has to be blocked by Carver, which means they have to tap drawbridge and give Carver haste, and then the 6/6 mouse gets through for lethal. Sure, you can melee before or after they give haste. It makes no difference. They were dead on board, tapped out. They didn't have any options. They must block Gingerbrute or they die. They have to tap drawbridge to give their creatures haste to be able to block Gingerbrute. So we just melee the 4/4. And then if we attack with a 6 power and Gingerbrute, the Carver has to block the Gingerbrute, and then they die to the rest of it. The only thing we couldn't do there was melee the drawbridge, because then they tap it, and then they'd have 2 creatures on tap, one of which could block the Gingerbrute. I mean, don't get me wrong, they would have had to double chump block, so we would still have been in great shape. But, you know, killing them is better than being in great shape. It gives haste to all the rest of their creatures. Also, they were dead on board tapped out if we did what we did. So it by default cannot be wrong because they were dead on board tapped out. Okay. So I think in this spot, we have removal. We have turn 4 Merryman. I think we just want to play the Rimrock. So let's attack with the Brute. Of course, I'm pretty happy with this trade. If they don't block, I'm going to Rimrock and play Cauldron. So I can Cauldron off their engine. If they do block, I'll just play Rimrock. They did not block. Crossing fingers that they don't have a turn 3 memory theft. It's possible I shouldn't have made that whole line I just made, which was optimal because of that card. Because with this card on an adventure, I'm almost like provoking them to play the memory theft before I cast the Rimrock Knight. And I don't really care at all about this Rimrock Knight on adventure, but now I actually have turn 4 Outlaw's Merriment. So all I want is this to resolve and them to not have like return to nature. So it's possible that I should have just took a different line just to not provoke them to memory theft on turn 3 instead of doing something else. But, all right, let's get it going. Of course, I tell you how this card can't be beaten, and my opponent goes 1, 2, 3. So we still have a good game here, clearly. But I like my chances. So I got to take out the 4/4 flyer, because like I said, we're playing for the long game here with Merriment. The 3/1 can block the 3/3. Gingerbrute doesn't need to stay back, but we're not going to attack with the 3/1, even though it has haste, because we want to put it in front of Savvy Hunter. And Sir Conrad. Always magic to be played. So if I ping Sir Conrad, that opens the door for me to attack with 3 power creatures. If I draw a land, I'm going to have carriage and plenty of blockers. So I think that makes sense, especially given I have a Rimrock that can't block, and I would love to trade for either of their creatures. So unfortunately, one of the worst draws, but we can still send Rimrock, and then we've got blockers back, so that looks fine. I think we'll send Gingerbrute. We shouldn't need to sack it yet this turn. Actually, oh yeah, but we're gonna even take a point. Yeah, so we'll send the Gingerbrute. So we'll send those 2. We got to hold the 3/1 back clearly. Okay, so they're telling us they have something. I believe them. We still need to block. We can't just take 8, I don't think. We're not going to kill them from 16 here. Plus, like I said, we have an inevitability. We get a free creature every turn, and we're holding a ton of power here. There's no reason not to make a block that forces them to use something, I think. If I hit with the 1/1, I gain 1. I think I'd rather lose a 1/2 than a 1/1 lifelink. So let's do this, I guess. Make them use whatever they have, or we kill Sir Conrad. And remember, if they use a trick here, they're not casting a 6/5 for the turn, too. So I don't really mind this. Obviously, I'd rather Sir Conrad just die and them have nothing, but it's like a mini blowout. It's more like a good turn for the opponent. 2-1 lifelink this turn would be sweet. That was the worst of the options. The Carver can't block the Princess. We need most of our blockers back anyway, so I guess we're just pinging the opponent here. Hopefully we'll draw a land or something useful we can cast. Okay, so that's pretty good. So now we can't make Carriage unblockable, but we're going to have plenty of blockers thanks to Carriage. I mean, we can't make Gingerbread unblockable, but we're going to have plenty of blockers thanks to Carriage. So I'm going to send the creature that can't block and the lifelinker that they can't block. This is a very good game. But if they don't have any more instants, they don't have really good attacks, because we have Enchanted Carriage now. So our 4/4 can eat Savvy Hunter or trade with Sir Conrad. So this is a really, really good game. No clue who's going to win. And we're gaining 1 a turn here. This still gains 2. We'll take 1 from Conrad, but it gains 3. So they didn't attack, which makes sense. If they don't have an instant, I had a 4/4. They can't attack with a 3/3 into the 4/4 or Sir Conrad into the 4/4. As far as what do I ping now, it looks like just them. I can't really do anything on board, right? I don't have any 3-power creatures. Looks like we're just pinging them. Well, that's an amazing draw. If they don't have anything, they're now dead, or we're just going to gain a ton of life. I don't think they're holding a removal spell, because if they had Bacon to a Pie in a hand, they could have attacked, and if I crewed Carriage, they would bake it. So my guess is they don't have anything. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 artifacts enchantments. So if I put this on Princess and make the Gingerbread unblockable, we can 7 them, but they'll sack food tokens to stay alive. But unless they interact with Princess, we're now gaining so much life, so I'm not really worried about the Sir Conrad pings anymore. So we got to put that on Princess, because we can't lethal them right now. Even if they have nothing, if we put that on the Brute and give it unblockable, we're not going to lethal them, because they can sack these food tokens. But I do want to make them sack food tokens and deal them as much damage as I can, because that's less activations of Sir Conrad to ping me out. And Princess has lifelink, so I'm going to be at 12. Pretty hard to ping me out here. It's not impossible if they run hotter than the sun, but it is pretty difficult. So we'll deal them as much damage as we can. We'll make them spend 2 mana on a food token, so that that's 2 less cards getting milled, 1 less from each of us. And then if they attack back, I've got Carriage to put in front of Sir Conrad. I can chump Savvy Hunter. So that's only a couple more damage, 2 more damage. So hopefully they don't run super hot on all these pings now. It is possible, but we have a lot of life. two activations in, 4 creatures hit so far. Monka-S indeed. This is the definition of Monka-S. They now have 4 more activations. I also have to take 2, because I have to block these 2 creatures. But it's pretty hard to hit 6 creatures in milling 8 cards. I mean, decks are generally about 40% land. Well, or there's that. So now things change again. I still have an 8/8. It just doesn't have lifelink, and they can block it. So the plot thickens. Hey, Dangle, thanks for subscribing for all 12 months. Thank you for all the amazing stuff you've done for this stream and supporting it as much as you have. Glad you have that first badge, and thank you for being a large part of this stream's success. Okay, so nothing to do on a turn. We'll be evaluating the board again on our turn with the opponent at 4, but it's really 7. It's going to be close. So we'll have to kind of untap, draw, and then evaluate. So banner's a pretty nice one. If we play banner on white, we can then pump the team. And what happens if we send everything? Swordmaster's another 2 life, though. So they're effectively at 9. They don't have enough mana to sack 2 food tokens. So can we deal them 9? They have 3 blockers. Let's say they block like the 8/8, the 4/4, and the 3/1. We have to tap like one of the mice to crew the 4/4 or send the mice, but that's the same difference. So you're talking about what gets through. 2, 4, 5, 7. 7's a lot, but 7's not 9. But if we force them to block with all 3 of their creatures, and they have to block like all 3 4-power creatures, we kill Sir Conrad. So if we don't die, that's still a really good option for us. We're at 7, and we're not losing our 8/8. So this should work if I can still count. So we crew the carriage. I don't think it really matters. Now, assuming they don't have anything to play from their hand, they're at 7, 9 life. We attack with everything. They can't let through any of the 4-power creatures, right? Because they would die by Exaxes. Yeah, so this works, assuming they don't have anything. If they let through a single creature with 4 or more, they have to let through 4 creatures, which means they take 9 and die. So unless they have like a pump in hand or an instant, then this works. They lose all their creatures. We lose like the 4/1 and the 4/4. We take 5. They take a bunch of damage. And they have no creatures in play. So we win unless they have something surprising. So assuming that they don't have anything they can do. I mean, I could pay 1 for the brute, but it's irrelevant. They can't block the brute anyway. Unless they have an instant pump or something, they must block the 9/9, the 4/4, and the 4/1. So we'll kill Sir Conrad, and we'll go on to win this game. In the event that they have an instant or something, or like a pump spell for the Swordmaster, then they live and they win with Sir Conrad. But they're lining up their blocks, but this is them taking 9, and 9 is the life total they can reach by sacking a food and the 2 from Swordmaster. So they're going to realize that they can't put Sir Conrad on a 2/2. They're going to have to move it over. It's going to have to block one of the 4 or more power creatures. Assuming the card in their hand does nothing relevant, then this works. Well, they're going to realize in a little bit that they can't make these blocks anyway. There's 9 getting through. 4, 5, 7, 9. So they'll switch it up. If they forget about the trample, then they'll take a few extra. And yeah, they realized they couldn't make those blocks because 9 was getting through. They forgot about the trample. They obviously should have put Sir Conrad on the 4/1. But either way, they were basically dead because they have to lose all their creatures, including Sir Conrad. I'm going to take like 5 and go to 2, but 2 isn't 0. So unless they top deck a haste creature or direct damage, then, I mean, they're going to lose. Now they take lethal. They wouldn't have took lethal if they would have put Sir Conrad on the 4/4 and the 2/1 on the 8/8, but they had to lose all their creatures. So they didn't really punt the game away. They just punted being able to untap with no board at like 2 life. But the attack forced them to block in a way where they lost all 3 of their creatures. Thank you, LX417. Appreciate that 300-bit donation. Thank you for supporting the stream. And yeah, that was a sweet game. I prefer ELD to War by a very small amount. They're pretty comparable in my opinion. Yeah, there's some, like Deathless Knight, the 4/2 uncommon, is a haste creature they can play. But I couldn't hold back a single blocker. If I held back Gingerbrute, then they could have made the block that they lined up, assuming they didn't forget about Trample, because I would have only been dealing them 8. I had to send every single creature because I was dealing them exactly 9. So that was super tight. And yeah, Questing Beasts, Deathless Knight at uncommon. There are cards, but of course we have to make them have and top deck one of those, but as opposed to like not doing what we did, we put ourselves in a very winning position. I wasn't relying on them for getting trample. If they remember trample, they still lose Sir Conrad. They just finish at 2 instead of -2. Okay, we have 2 red cards in hand. I'm definitely going to keep this on the draw. Thank you, Well-Spoken Ocelot. Appreciate that subscription. Oh, I missed LSV rated us with 1,800 people because I was knee-deep in, like, the tightest game ever. But thank you a lot, LSV, for the giant raid. Really, really appreciate the support. Like, I was, like, so focused on the game because it was, like, infinite stuff in play and the tightest game ever that I missed the biggest raid I might have ever gotten. But thank you, LSV, for the really giant raid. I really appreciate it. All right, so what do we want to do here? We have a lot of options. We certainly don't want a Glass Casket. Do we want to play Veteran or Rimrock? We probably want to use white mana because we only have 1 Plains and 3 Mountains. And Inspiring Veteran is not that good in our deck. I think I might even just trade it off here. We have like 6 or 7 Knights. We're more like a red-white control deck or like red-white combo deck. I don't even know how you want to think about this deck. We have Archon, we have Merriment, we have like 3 or 4 removal, we have just like a very good late game, a good curve, and lots of power, triple all that glitters, and like 12 or 13 artifacts and enchantments. So this is a really weird deck. Like I said, it's almost like a combo deck. Okay, so here, let's just put out a 3-1 in Cauldron. We're not in a rush to get the banner out because we're not ramping into anything at the moment. Thank you, ZR Vox. Appreciate that subscription. But shout out again to LSV. Thank you for the giant raid. Really appreciate the support. It was perfect timing since that was one of the best games of Magic I've played in a very long time. It was absolutely awesome. Okay, so for now, I'm going to start out with Gingerbrute. We have enough mana. We're going to play Heraldic Banner on white. We need double white, and we have more white creatures than red creatures by a lot. So even though we're missing some damage with Rimrock, it's more important that we get the second white mana for Archon and Merriment, our best cards. And we just have way more white creatures than red creatures in this deck. We're currently like 2-1 or 3-1. We definitely lost 1 game, and we have some number of wins that's relatively small. I'm definitely not unwilling to kill that dummy, but I don't see a reason to do it yet. We do have plenty of 5-drops we could draw that will require the banner already being in play. Like we have Heraldic, we have double Enchanted Carriage, plus, like I said, the double white Merriment, among some other things. Yeah, the sequencing was lazy. I mean, there wasn't much. There's no, like, flash creatures. There's not really much that can matter there. That's partly why it was lazy, but it was lazy, I will admit. Okay, so for now, I think we do want to use a removal on dummy since I haven't done anything else. I don't want to sack a land, and I want as many artifacts and enchantments in play as possible. I expect Cauldron and Glass Casket to basically be able to hit the same creatures, 3 Casagoths or less, 3 Toughness or less. Since the Cauldron sits in play in case we draw one of our 3 All That Glitters, I think I would rather play the Glass Casket. Plus, they could Reaper me or something, so it makes sense to get the Glass Casket out of our hand and in play. Okay, well, that doesn't actually stop either of our creatures, so I don't know if we want to melee it or not. I'm not going to do it end of turn because it requires sacking a land anyway, and if we draw Enchanted Carriage, I'd much rather do that than melee it. So let's just see what we draw. Okay, so now having drawn a land, I think I am going to melee it. We have 1 6-drop in our deck. The rest of our deck costs 5 or less. I'd rather do it now while they only have a white up and they can't Silver Flame Squire or something. So let's go ahead and melee that. You're 100% right about the sequencing being lazy on that turn. It was highly unlikely to matter, but it was lazy. I definitely acknowledge. I wasn't looking to melee because I didn't want to sack a land when I was on exactly 4 to 5 lands. And I was going to banner white regardless. So I didn't actually cost myself anything, but clearly it wasn't like the correct sequencing to account for all possibilities. I'm not claiming it was. Yeah, that's a good point, Filthy Robot. If they did have an outflank for one, I could have shut it off with land pre-combat so that I had Cauldron mana up. Okay, speaking of, now do we want a Cauldron Jousting Dummy? I guess we can at least take a draw step, because it can't block Flutterfox anyway, and if I draw like Enchanted Carriage, I can hold on to the Cauldron for a little longer. So let's take a draw step and see what we get. So I think now we do have to Cauldron the Dummy. It could be hitting us for more damage, but we can wait. There's very few cards that will punish us here. Silverflame Squire gives +2/+2. I mean, I guess they could draw like Shepherd. It's an uncommon, but there's not really much that they can do to save Dummy here. Cool. Well, that's a card that we would certainly lose the race to, and we can't really block because it gains lifelink and indestructible, but we just drew Merriment, so like my chances now. And while Resolute Rider does a lot, it does not fly. Destraw. Two 1 lifelink, please. That would be the best one for us to hit. 1/2 being the worst. Oh, wait. It has 2 power. Oh, yeah, but we can't kill Resolute Rider anyway. But this does work as a combo. We are dealing 2 now. I thought. Were they at 12 or 13? Did they just take 1? How does it not? Oh, does it just deal 1, not its power? It just does 1. I'm losing my mind. I'm sorry. So, yeah, that was by far the worst one for us to hit because it just dealt 1. But we're still winning the race pretty comfortably. We get a creature every turn from Merriment. Sorry, I thought it dealt damage equal to its power. I apologize. But nonetheless, I'm not fortunate enough to get to play with a mythic like this very often since it's not a constructed card, and I never open cards this good when I'm this color. But nonetheless, the 2/1 lifelink would be awesome. It'll be a 3/1 lifelink. Even if we just keep hitting these, we're still in a position to win this race. Since we did hit that one, I'm not sure what to do now, though. I kind of want to hold back the Flutterfox because I don't want to die to Fairy Guidemother. Let's say I put them to 5. They go back to 9. They have to give it Indestructible and Lifelink that ties up 5 of their mana. So that leaves them 3 to work with. So they can still cast something. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure what to do now. Do I hold back nothing, Flutterfox, or one of the 2/2 tokens? I think I should be conservative and hold back Flutterfox, maybe. But I'm not really sure. Maybe the extra damage is too much more important. I hold back a 2/2 so I don't die to like a +1. But I accept the death to Fairy Guidemother. Because this is a really tight game. So I think I'm going to send these 2. I think I accept a loss to Fairy Guidemother here. But I play around like Squire or other things that would pump it by 1. I don't think you attack with all. I think the debate... I think holding 2 back is way too conservative, and sending all is way too risky when you have Merriment going. I think the debate is whether you hold back Fox so you don't die to Guidemother, or whether you hold back a 2/2 because it has 1 less power than Fox. I would never send... No, I don't have food. I can't sack the Brute because it's trapped in a tower. I would never send all 3 there, and I would never hold 2 back. The debate is just whether you hold back 1 2/2 ground creature or the 3/2 flyer. You can't sack the Gingerbrute. It's trapped in a tower. Can't use its activated abilities. But I think holding back 1 creature is for sure correct. But I think it's super close whether you hold back Flutterfox or whether you hold back a 2/2. Okay, well that should be game. If we all the glitters the flyer, +5, they're dead. Do I miss my old apartment? I've lived in like 10 different apartments, Bubbalo. Oh, since we do have a lot of viewers who jumped in mid-draft, thank you again, LSV, for the giant raid. Let me put the deck up very briefly. So this is what we're working with. We've got 8 plains, 8 mountains, and the Heraldic Banner. Most of our cards are cheap, but we have a lot of late game. We've got Archon 2 Enchanted Carriage, Fireborn Outlaws Merriment, and then we've got like an affinity deck going. We have 2 Brutes, Cauldron, 3 Glitters, Glass Casket, Banner, 2 Trebuchets, Merriment, and 2 Carriage. So we have 13 artifacts or enchantments for triple glitters to put on double Brute, Princess, Foxes, Tramplers, double Strikers, everything good in the world. So we basically drafted like red-white affinity control. Okay, no real choices so far. Definitely rather hold the pump spell. I think without the hand smoother, I would have played 1 more land in this deck. I think that the bot choices and the hand smoother should impact your choices if you're like obsessed with climbing the ladder or something like that. Personally, like I said, I draft mostly the same as I would in person. Naturally, if I draft what I'm seeing, I'm going to play blue less online and red and white more if the bots are undervaluing red and white cards and overvaluing blue cards. But as a whole, I mostly I choose to not let it impact me very heavily. If there's ever a beat the bots serious draft tournament, like a Mythic Championship where everybody bot drafts, I will be experimenting and exploring with how to best take advantage of whatever the bots are valuing and undervaluing. But for now, that's just not something that super interests me. Okay, so Crashing Drawbridge is summoning 6, so if I pay 1, they can't block the Brute, but then I wouldn't be able to use Rimrock and play it. So I think for now, we'll just attack with Youthful Knight. If they block, I've got Rimrock, and it's great for me. If they take it, we can hit them for 4 and then put our Rimrock out. Yeah, Brute can always block Brute. If I said otherwise, I misspoke. Brute pays 1 to be unblockable except by haste creatures, but it has haste. That it doesn't. You don't have to pay 1 to give it haste. It just always has haste. I apologize. Okay, so we don't have anything to do this turn. We could attack with Ginger Brute. Sorry, we can't send Ginger Brute because they could tap Drawbridge and then block it with Flutterfox. We can send Rimrock and Youthful Knight. They could trade Ginger Brute for Rimrock, but that's about an even trade at this point. Seems fine to me. So I'm going to go ahead and attack with the 3-1 that can't block, and I would trade for anything, including Ginger Brute and Youthful, which they don't really have a good block on. They could, like, double block, but I would trade it for Flutterfox anyway and not really mind. So this trade I'm pretty happy about because it lets me trade a creature that couldn't block on the ground for their flyer that would have started hitting me. And hopefully we'll draw a few more power cards. Like I said, this deck has a lot of late game. We have Fireborn Knight, we have Merriment, we have Archon, we have Second Carriage. So this isn't your traditional red-white deck where you're just trying to sneak in lethal. Okay, so I think we can bluff attack with Youthful Knight. If they block with Drawbridge, then I don't have anything. But I'm not really scared of anything with 1 white open. If they have outflank, they can kill my 2-1. I don't care. And I'm about to play Carriage, which means I'm going to have plenty of blockers on the ground. So holding Youthful Knight back doesn't really accomplish anything. So I'm attacking just to try and sneak in a few points, but I was kind of expecting them to block. Do we really have an Archon if we play 9 games with the deck and we never draw it? That's like, you know, if a tree falls in the forest and doesn't really make a sound if nobody hears it. Do we really have an Archon if we never draw it? It's a good question. Hey, I'm not the only one on White Weenie Affinity, apparently. Okay, well, we might end up having to chump that with Ginger Brute, but I'm not going to do it when I can't pay 2 and gain 3 extra life. So we're going to take it for now. We have a Glass Casket we can draw. Melee is not big enough unless we get a single trade. But if we can knock that down to a 4/4, or 2 trades, then we can kill it with Melee. I don't know if there's any way we can force trades, though. I mean, they don't have any creatures that have 2 toughness up, except the one that has 0 power. So I could turn all my stuff here. I could, like, hold the Ginger Brute back, plus I have the Melee anyway, and I'm still at 13. So let's say I crew this using Princess and, like, well, maybe just end Ginger Brute, because my real goal here is to get them to make some trades, and I don't need to block yet this turn anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and crew it like that. I'm going to tap these 2, of course, because the 1/1s are worse creatures. And then if we just push in, we're really trying to get them to make trades. If they trade off 2 artifacts, that's awesome for us. Now, they shouldn't want to do that, but this is a race we can theoretically win, and we still have the Melee to take out a blocker they leave back or something. So this is a very tight game. No clue if we're going to win or lose. Not sure why they're paying 1 when we have no untapped blockers, but okay. So if we do Melee something in combat, we take 1 less. So we might want to do that now. We might want to Melee the drawbridge. That said, they're going to have to make some blocks here. They're going to have to trade off these artifact creatures. So I'm not really sure what we want to do here. I think I'm just going to take the hit and see if they do anything else. Okay, so we can play Trebuchet pre. That gives us another creature to crew the Carriage. We should be fine. We're going to gain 1 from the Princess. So even if they manage to have all of their creatures live, we can always red cap the dummy, which will knock this down to only 6 damage, 5 and 1. And then even if they played a creature that was an artifact, it would only be 7. So I think for now, we're going to continue being aggressive here. I think we have to, or we just lose the long game to this Ginger Brute anyway. So let's go ahead and crew Carriage, tap the Trebuchet, and I guess the Ginger Brute. This is extremely tense, but we've got the Melee if they have a pump spell. And I mean, we're not leaving ourselves dead on board. So we could die to a combination this way, but I think I'm okay with that. Okay, well, they had Tactician. So what happens now? If I kill the drawbridge, Tactician doesn't beat us next turn. Because this shrinks to 5, 6 damage. They'd have to be able to play an artifact or enchantment, as well as paying the 2 mana. So I think that's what we want to do now. I think we want to kill the drawbridge now. This is extremely tight. We can't leave back any extra blockers, but we do need some blockers back, or we would die to the dummy, at least 1. So I think we send Youthful Knight and 1/1/1 Mouse. Maybe we die to a removal then. Do we hold back 2 mouse or 1? I guess maybe we can hold back 2, because we do have the Ginger Brute to block this Ginger Brute 1 time if we need it. So let's go ahead and send just the 2 damage creature and hold back the 2 1/1s. So we die to, like, a 2 mana or less artifact or enchantment. Or we die to, like, a Silver Flame Squire. But remember, even if we don't die, we don't just win. This is a close, tight game. That's why I've been playing as aggressively as I have. The closer the game, the more risks you want to take. And this game is, like, not looking great, even if we don't accidentally die. Okay, so let's see. They're paying the 1 on the big creature. I assume we're going to take 5. Hopefully they don't have Squire. Sweet. Now they can put out Tactician, but remember, we have Trebuchet, we have Ginger Brute, we have Princess, so this is a big turn. Let's see what we can draw. So we want to play Carriage. We have the Ginger Brute back to block, but we won't be able to sack it and gain 3 if we do that. We can't really send Princess or it just dies. We don't need to. Trebuchet on Tactician, Ginger Brute on Ginger Brute. We take 1 this turn. So I think we play this Carriage. And then we don't even die to a random artifact or enchantment. We die to a removal spell, but good beats. And then we can attack them with the Carriage. They either chump block or take a valuable 4, and then we'll see what's up next turn, right? We have plenty of blockers, so we can definitely afford to crew up this 4/4. And so now we die to, like, a pump or a removal, but we don't die on board, and we don't die to a random artifact or enchantment creature either. We die to, like, a pump or a removal or, like, a tap card. Like, we die to another Tactician. We die to a Silver Flame Squire. But on board, we're looking okay here. Ping them to 7. I mean, maybe they survive and kill us in 2 with this, but it keeps shrinking as their creatures leave play. So this is like a super tight game still. And of course, if they want to make these unblockable, they have to spend mana to do that, so that limits their ability to cast things. I have no idea if we're in a winning or losing position right now. So Trebuchet doesn't super help us aside from allowing us to crew Carriage. So we're dead to the Brute now, so we got to just do as much as we can this turn. So no real decisions, I don't think. Let's crew the Carriage. And then attack with everything. We still have Trebuchet back to block Hengewalker. I think we're going to lose. We kill 1 of their artifacts, and we gain a life, but that doesn't look like it's enough. Maybe I shouldn't have played Carriage last turn. But we would have way less out if I didn't play Carriage. So we wouldn't be dead this turn, but we'd probably be in an even worse shape. But we might have 1 more turn to top deck, like, Glass Casket or something. So I'm not sure if that was right or not, playing Carriage last turn. Good game, though. How does anybody not love Magic? So I think meleeing the drawbridge was right. I'm not sure if last turn I should have played carriage or not. If I didn't play carriage, I could have sacked the brute when I chump blocked, and then I would have had theoretically enough life to survive for an extra turn. But I would have been pressuring them way less. Like, I would have had to cast carriage that turn and still have trebuchet in hand. So I wouldn't be forcing blocks nearly as well. So I would have like maybe one more draw step to just draw blatant out, like my glass casket. But I think that I wouldn't have been pressuring them nearly as well. Well, I did that. Oh, right. I didn't need to play it pre-combat. You're right, Socks. I could have just crewed it with the mice that were already in play and then played it. So, yeah, I shouldn't have played it pre-carriage. That's for sure. I mean, pre-combat, even if it didn't change much. We're on the draw. We've got Gingerbrute, Rimrock. Yeah, we got to keep this. Hopefully we'll draw planes. Yeah, I mean, clearly you're right. Socks is pointing out that regardless of whether it was right to play that carriage or not, we shouldn't have played it pre-combat. Because who cares if you crew it with summoning sick mice or not summoning sick mice? It told the opponent we didn't have anything else. Maybe they would have been scared to make that double block if we kept our mana up and played it post-combat. So Socks is definitely correct about that. All right, so what are we going to do here? I mean, we could get aggressive with all the glitters. Certainly a race will win, even though we're on the draw against an aggro deck if they don't have anything. The downside, though, is it's still in Scorching Dragonfire and Reeve Soul range, so I think it makes sense to wait a little bit. I don't mind trading off Inspiring Veteran, so I think I'm just going to attack here. I don't really want to trade off the Gingerbrute, but if they want to block it with their Shield Breaker, I'm okay with that. And then post-combat, I'm just going to play Inspiring Veteran to trade with the Empress Shield Breaker. I haven't started testing Pioneer yet. I need to soon. Yeah, they probably should have shattered it. Putting it out as a very aggressive play. All right, I'm still going to trade. I don't really care about any of this. I don't need to pump the Rimrock, right? Rimrock Knight by 1. I mean, it matters on at the moment against Fervent Champion, but, like, this isn't a Knight deck. We have a powerful hand. Okay, so now we can make the play I talked about last time, because with the Scalding Cauldron in play, this All the Glitters gets the Gingerbrute to a 4-4, so it really limits the amount of cards they can have. There's, of course, Bake into a Pie, Slaying whatever, Fire it uncommon, but Reeve Soul and Scorching Dragonfire don't work. So this limits the chances they have a way to remove this. Okay, seems pretty easy. We're going to win this race, but we're not going to look to sink mana into these Gingerbrutes. So for now, we'll just play Fox, so we have blockers, and we deal them the most we can. We are currently like 4-2 or something in this run. Unfortunately, we couldn't get at a Searing Barrage range in time, but fortunately for us, they didn't have Searing Barrage. And again, we want to trade with this Lifelinker, I think, even if it shrinks us by 1. And then Flutter Fox on that, or Flutter Fox on the Fervent Champion, which we're just eating, is the question. Think, honestly, it's probably better to just block the 5-2. They're probably going to have, like, Barge in or something, but Embereth Paladin doesn't gain Trample. And we kill the Lifelinker, which is pretty important since we're racing. 5, 7, 8. So it looks like now we have to Cauldron off the Embereth Paladin. Next turn we can play Carriage and re-glutter up the board some. This is a pretty tight one. I think we can afford to keep attacking. And then we may as well get rid of the Paladin now. If we let them attack, they can barge in or something. So now we find out. If they don't kill me or Gingerbrute, they die. If they kill Gingerbrute, we have Carriage to switch to plan B, but it's a very tight game, and we're at 4, and they're at 6. If they have Searing Barrage, they're probably going to win. They could chump Brute, but at 6 life, they're not going to hold back Fervent Champion to do that. So, unless their last card is Red Cap Melee, do we have Lethal? No, yes, we have Lethal, because we can hit them for 5 now with the Solid Glitters, and then they take 1 and die to their own Stormfist Crusader. So, let's hope their last card isn't Red Cap Melee. Oh, wait, what am I saying? I forgot it's going to give itself another +2/+2. But either way, they're dead if they don't have anything. And they don't, so we sneak out another victory. I was counting it, pumping it by twice, but I wasn't counting, I wasn't counting itself. I completely messed that up. I'm pretty fried. But, yeah, either way, they were dead if they didn't have anything, and we were dead if they did. Which was pretty much going to be the case that entire game, because that was a tight game where they had a lot of resources, but we were unlikely to lose the race with the Ginger Brute and the ability to give it unblockable. So it was basically going to come down to if they had the right card at the right time or not. This is my last draft tonight. As soon as this draft is over, I'm taking off to the Hard Rock to spend midnight with Rachel. Thanks again, everybody who tuned in for the New Year's Eve stream. Appreciate the support. I'm planning to stream again tomorrow, just my normal stream. Maybe on the short side if I want to do any New Year's Day stuff, but New Year's Eve is a midnight holiday. New Year's Day is whatever. I mean, so I will not draw Archon. What I will do is keep on keeping these Mountain Hands. Heraldic Banner is actually a pretty good fixer here because we're looking to name white with it, and we have double Ginger Brute. Very smart, Golgari Glenn. I mean, I hardly ever actually celebrate midnight. Celebrate New Year's Eve. I will go to, the Hard Rock and play poker or something, just so, I'm in a place where other people are cheering or whatever. But I don't, party, so I'm not much on New Year's Eve celebrations. The reason I'm going out and going to the Hard Rock is not because it's, a good place to party. I'm going there because Rachel is there working, and I want to spend New Year's at midnight with her. And then she's out on the floor brushing, so if I'm there, I can just, give her a hug on New Year's and say Happy New Year's to her. But going nowhere on New Year's is definitely smart. Okay, so we drew Archon, so we've unlocked our quest for the draft. Do we want to play Banner or Fox here? It's more damage next turn if we play Fox this turn, Banner next turn. We don't have anything else to do, so it's probably right. I have never dealt. I've been playing my whole life. Started playing regularly a long, long time ago, but never had a dealing job. Okay, so we definitely want to Banner white because we're 1 land away from Harmonious Archon. It looks like that leaves us pretty good attacks. We can then use the 2 mana on these Ginger Brutes so that they can't be blocked. Can't send the Beloved Princess, but the Flutter Fox has flying. No more drafts tonight, I'm sorry. But this is the last one of the night. A couple games left. I think we're 5-2 now, something like that. But yeah, I'm with you. Most New Year's, I would do something because I played poker for a living for most of my life. I would go to the Hard Rock and play poker to be in a public place. But I'm not really one to party. Spending my New Year's drafting sounds amazing, the same as doing anything else drafting sounds, because drafting is the greatest thing on earth, and I'm not really one for partying. The reason I'm going out is because Rachel's working right now. She works 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. If she happened to have been off tonight, I would just spend New Year's here with all of y'all. Okay, so where does that leave us? We can play Trebuchet and all the glitters, and then we won't have a mana for Ginger Brute, but we probably don't need it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's going to be +5/+5. So I think we just put it on the Princess. And then we'll just take our 7 life or let them chump. I mean, that looks pretty good to me. Kind of hard to argue with this, right? We can't really send both, or they can eat the Ginger Brute. I think, even though they'd go to 2, I think I'd rather just let them chump. I mean, unless they're going to Realm Cloak Giant or something crazy like that. Like, we're way up on board. This Brute should be able to start connecting again. And we have backup anyway with Harmonious Archon. So if they want to chump here with their really powerful creature, I'm cool with that. And we gain our 7 either way. I mean, that doesn't sound like that hard of a decision, Boko. I mean, playing games is the best thing in the world, and large crowds suck and the cold sucks. So that sounds like a pretty easy decision to me. All right, so no need to kill the veteran. The Trebuchet is stopping it. We're going to red cap melee a red creature, not a white one, unless it's truly exceptional, because we're 1 land away from Archon. But for this turn, they did have double trapped in his tower there and stopped our assault, but we can still just connect with our Brute and our Trebuchet. Trebuchet stops veteran unless they have a pump spell. So there's no need to just proactively melee the veteran. If they attack, we'll block. Or if they joust, now that's good enough to respond with melee. But otherwise, if they attack, we just block. And then if they played Squire, we could melee in response. Okay, sure. And achievement unlocked. Turn that Ginger Brute into a 3/3. And they've seen enough. So we really did have Archon this time. It's not just a mythic in terms of its rarity. It is a real card that exists. We drew it and we cast it for the win. So last game of the night. I'm not doing ads and chats, like I said tonight. I'm running out to spend time with Rachel. But I really appreciate everybody tuning in for my stream as usual. I plan to be on tomorrow night, roughly the same normal hours, 5 to 10. This deck was super sweet, and it was a pretty fun night. 5-1ing with the white weenie deck in the traditional draft, and now we're 6-2 with this white-red affinity deck. Never really drafted anything like this, so I'm pretty glad I got to draft it once before Throne is no longer the current format. Believe me, I'm with y'all, chat. I'm not, like I said, I've never liked partying or parties or loud music or crowds. Like, none of that is my scene. I'm the kind of person, like I said, if I was single and didn't have any commitments on New Year's Eve, I would probably like go to the Hard Rock or something and just sit in the poker room playing poker as like the clock hits, as midnight hit. Now I'm going there just to I'm going to play poker, but I'm going there so I can go and stand next to Rachel when the actual countdown happens. But I'm not a partier. I'm a gamer, believe me. I'm not a fan of crowds, music, loud noises, like any of that either. Oh, I enjoy having fun, if that's what you mean, Boko Harambe. But I mean in the traditional sense. I'll probably be playing 2-5. That's what I usually play. But in my rankings now, it's Rachel #1, my Twitch chat #2. So y'all mean the world to me, but not quite more than Rachel yet. Here's a secret. I don't think you'll probably pass Rachel ever. But I do really appreciate y'all, and I do really appreciate all the support that y'all give me night in and night out. You like that, right? The key yet. All right, so went with all the glitters because that's the best target for it, and we have a slow hand with nothing else going. Not happy to get 2 for 1, but definitely still the right play. Scorching Dragonfire would have killed Fireborn Knight. All the glitters would be sitting in our hand doing nothing. Thanks, Saris. Yeah, that was mostly meant as a joke. Like, Rachel is the most important person in the world to me. But I honestly am blown away by the support I've received from the Twitch community. Like I said, if you look at my stream, it feels like I've been streaming forever, and I started streaming this year. So thanks again to everybody who's made this first year as incredible as it's been. Thank you, Geek Carrium. Appreciate the generous donation. Thank you for the support. So I'm not sure what to do now. So it's much more mana efficient to play Carriage, but Opportunistic Dragon is currently locking down such a bomb creature that I really just want to red cap melee it and not take risks. But there also isn't much red-black can do. I mean, they could Reaper the red cap melee out of my hand. Bargain only works in combat. If they have like a fling, they could randomly fling the Fireborn Knight. But like, there's not even going to be a good target for it because the Carriage isn't going to be crude. So, like, I think the right play is probably just to cast Carriage here. It's, like, a little more risky, but, I mean, there's really only, like, Reaper of Night that makes it likely that this Opportunistic Dragon becomes unmeleeable. I mean, maybe there's the Knight equipment, but they'd have to play a land and tap out and put that on the Dragon. I mean, and it's an uncommon. There are ways that we can get punished here, but not a lot. And we're up 6 life, and this card costs 1. So we do want to get this Carriage out here. As long as we don't end up unable to kill the Opportunistic Dragon, I'll be pretty happy with the sequencing. Obviously, they had the Shield Breaker, so it didn't particularly end up mattering that I got the Carriage out. But if we draw another card we can cast, we're going to be able to double spell because melee only costs 1. So I think that was the right play. It didn't seem like it ended up mattering much. But if they were like white or green with red, then they could have a pump spell to save it. But black-red can't really have much there. So that's why I did the play I did. Because there's very little risk there. There's basically Reaper of Night only. I mean, Noble doesn't matter, really. I mean, the Noble will get a counter when they sack it, but I'll still kill the drag. Oh, they could sack the Fireborn Knight to Noble, you're saying. Yeah, that's true, too. Shieldbreaker's really good, but there's a lot of artifacts and enchantments, and, I mean, Shieldbreaker's going to hit something. So it doesn't make me like Carriage that much less. Okay, I'm definitely not going to Glass Casket that one. We'll just leave back one mouse for their 2/1 and ship back to them. Yeah, I killed it on my turn because I didn't want them to be able to fling the Knight in response or something like that, Thomas CT. Like, I already made the risky line the turn before, but... And I think it was right because I might have drawn an expensive spell and I might double spell with the melee and whatever else I draw. But in this case, there was no need to take further risk. This is a pretty good game, like a lot of them have been in this run. We can use the Casket on the Raiders, and then our 1/1s trade with their 2/1s. So this game's just going to come down to the last 2 cards in their hand and the top of my and their deck. So they can pump the Raiders into a 4/3 if they have a non-human. I know the Sword Masters are human, but that's not a risk worth taking. Youthful Knight does stop Smitten Swordmaster, though, so I will attack with the mouse, because this is a good trade, or the Swordmaster's not attacking or blocking, or it's a point of damage. And of course, if they do have the removal, then they can kill Youthful Knight. I'll take 2 more, still at a fairly safe life total at the moment. So now we have to make a key decision as to whether to attack with the Youthful Knight or not. We're gonna hold back the mouse. We're gonna attack with the Ginger Brute. Oh no, we can't attack with the Ginger Brute. Sorry, they have the Paladin. But if they kill this Youthful Knight, like if we attack with the Youthful Knight and then we play the second one and they kill it, they have a pretty nice attack. If we have both back, they have no attack. Black-Red has a lot of removal, but they have used Barrage and Dragonfire. I don't think I want to miss 2 damage a turn. So I think I'm going to attack the Knight and hope that they don't have any more removal in hand. Plus, I'm not really, like, anywhere near dead anyway. Like, even if they have the removal, the Ginger Brute's not particularly valuable right now. I could always put Mouse on Swordmaster, Ginger Brute on Paladin, and sack it for 3 life or something like that if I wanted to. Paladin always has haste. Haste is just an ability that is on the card. Okay, so they can't do anything this turn. If they attack, we're going to get to first strike out something. But now the plot thickens again. Resolute Rider, they can't give it lifelink and indestructible, but they do have 3 black to do one or the other. If I attack with a Youthful Knight, though, if they want to double block it and kill it, I'm killing Resolute Rider, which is a good trade. So I think I just attack with 1 Youthful Knight and hold the other one back to stop everything but the Rider. And then this turn, I can put the Brute in front of the Rider and sack it to buy a little time. But ultimately, I don't have that many good answers here. I mean, I can go over the top of Resolute Rider if I draw Archon, if I draw Merriment. Yeah, they can block Useful Knight here with Swordmaster Paladin, but that would be the riskiest block in the history of Magic. I'm really not expecting them to do it. Plus, like, I don't really mind trading Useful Knight for 2 Swordmasters, and they don't gain any life either. Like, if they do make that super risky block, all that happens is I first strike out both Swordmasters, and the end result is, like, I trade Useful Knight for 2 2/1s here, and they gain no life from those. So I think you attack with 1 Useful Knight for sure in that spot. For now, I'm going to make the play I said, which is put the Ginger Brute in front of it and sack it. Hoping to draw Merriment, hoping to draw Carriage, hoping to draw Archon, any of our power cards. Removal, if I have it. I don't have much. I guess Cauldron would be okay. Hello, Mythic Rare. All right, time to switch gears. Start planning to try and grind out a nice long game. Now that we have Inevitability, we get an extra creature every turn. So, no more attacking for the moment. Thanks, Fried Gemmin. Appreciate that subscription. So we need to draw, like, Cauldron to deal with Resolute Rider when they tap their mana. They also can't even attack with Resolute Rider if we have Cauldron out, because we could, like, double block. They'd have to give it indestructible, and then we'd respond. But we already used Melee, so we don't actually have much that directly deals with Resolute Rider here. For now, though, I don't want to end up in range, and we're going to make a creature a turn, so I'm just going to block it with a 1/1 mouse. Goodbye, Mousy. Thank you for taking 1 for the team here. All this choice really represents is sack a mouse to gain 5 life or not. Yeah, so now basically what's going on, they can eat the creature I'm making every turn, but that still only makes it a stalemate because they get their draw steps and I get mine. Additionally, anytime I get the 1/2 that pings, I get to clip off a Swordmaster. And if I get the 2/1 lifelink, I can get some life. I probably won't chump block with the 2/1 lifelinks on Resolute Rider. I'll just attack and force them to trade with those, and I'll get my 2 life that way. If I get the 3/1s, I'm going to throw those in front of Resolute Rider for sure. Well, now we might just be dead to the back-to-back removal spells here. I thought we were still fine through the one Searing Barrage, because, I mean, if they alpha right now, we're fine on this board. We're taking a good amount, but it's not 9. Now I don't know if we even survive. I think we're just dead. Yeah, the one removal still left us in a fine position. Like, they didn't have an alpha that was great. They could have put us low, but we weren't by any means dead, and this makes lifelinkers, pingers, whatever. The second removal spell kills us, though. The Barrage into Cauldron. So, good beats. 6 and 3. Not really what I was hoping for, because I think this deck was very good, but we lost some good close games, and we won some. That game we won against Black-Green against Sir Conrad was awesome. One of the most fun games I've played in a long time. So thanks again to everybody. I appreciate the whole year, not tonight, but everybody who's been with me this entire year. Like I said, for my first year as a streamer, I never expected this. Honestly, y'all have blown me away with the level of support for my stream and my content. I will be streaming next year, even after the MPL contract runs out in an hour and a half. And that's because of you. That's because of making my stream as popular as it is. So I really, really appreciate it. And thanks to y'all. Next year, I'll be running on the same schedule, Tuesdays through Thursdays, same plan, even without the MPL streaming contract. I'm going to now run over to the Hard Rock to spend New Year's with Rachel, but I'm planning to be on tomorrow, 5 p.m., roughly the same stream as usual.